Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Sawamura, you should respect boundaries. Your husband, my husband? Sayuri interrupted, her tone carrying a tinge of sadness. I lied to you earlier. He passed away many years ago. What? Hikigaya froze, a shiver running down his spine. Another widow? First Yui's mom, then Yuki no Shita's mom, and now Sayuri? Where were all the fathers? Ever since that night. Sayuri continued, her voice dropping into a sultry tone. I've dreamed about you, Hikigaya-kun. Dreamed about your gentleness, your kindness? Her words carried the allure of a temptress weaving a spell. Unlike Yui's mom, who instinctively kept a distance, Sayuri was actively drawing him in. You're Ariri's mother. What are you doing? I've had enough of these jokes. Hikigaya jumped up, determined to create some distance between himself and Sayuri. I only joke with boys I like. Sayuri teased, winking at him with a flirtatious glint in her eyes. Hikigaya couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, Ariri emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Oh, you're finally done. Hikigaya exclaimed, rushing to her side as if she were his lifeline. What's gotten into you? Ariri recoiled, covering herself instinctively. I'll finish the game quickly. Where's your room? Upstairs. Follow me. Great. Hikigaya nodded, eager to escape the madness downstairs. Hey. Ariri hesitated, glancing at him. My mom didn't give you any trouble, did she? And no, of course not. Watching the two head upstairs, Sayuri smiled to herself. They seemed like a good match. As a mother, she genuinely hoped her daughter would step up and win Hikigaya over. But if she couldn't? Sayuri's thoughts drifted momentarily. She often drew mother-in-law and son-in-law relationships in her manga. Sometimes she even dreamed about them. But this was real life. She needed to remain composed. Still, if Hikigaya was only Ariri's crush and not her boyfriend, Sayuri couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement, recalling her own art. The idea of outshining her daughter brought an odd thrill. Ugh, stop overthinking. She muttered, shaking her head as she headed to the bathroom. As she washed her legs, Sayuri couldn't help but feel a slight tingle where the boy's lips had brushed her skin. Instinctively, she touched her thigh, a mischievous thought flitting through her mind. Ugh. Last night wasn't enough. Her cheeks reddened, and she pressed her legs together. Well, what could she do? A woman her age had her needs. Meanwhile, Hikigaya spent over an hour seriously helping Ariri clear her game. Unlike Kasumijoka, Ariri didn't make things difficult for him. She only asked him to handle the challenging parts. I'll take a quick bathroom break. Hikigaya said, standing up. Try practicing my techniques. All right. Ariri replied, hesitating before letting him go. Hikigaya hurried downstairs, wanting to avoid Sayuri at all costs. He needed to finish quickly and leave. However, he failed to notice that someone was already in the bathroom. Without thinking, he pushed the door open. And then, Hikigaya saw something he would never forget. Sayuri? Hikigaya. After stumbling out of the bathroom, Hikigaya stood there, his face pale, his mind reeling. Sayuri emerged moments later, slightly flustered but maintaining a composed smile. Go ahead and use the bathroom, she said, her tone casual. Hikigaya froze. There was no way he could step back in there now. Seeing his dazed expression, Sayuri's cheeks flushed as she coughed lightly and explained, I'm a woman, after all. I have certain needs. It's completely normal, you know. Trying to ease the awkwardness, Hikigaya forced himself to respond. Why yeah, of course. I mean, I probably, take care of it 3 or 4 times a week. 3 or 4 times? Sayuri blinked, surprised. That's it? A healthy young man like you should be doing it daily. I mean, I need at least 6 or 7 times a week. What? Hikigaya felt a chill run down his spine. 6 or 7 times a week? As expected of women her age, they truly were as fierce as wolves and tigers. Also, why are you getting into the details with me? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 112, A Spiked Scheme. Yukinoshi's bold move. The restroom was filled with an unusual scent. A subtle yet stimulating aroma that seemed to ignite something primal in the air. Hukuman Hikigaya couldn't resist stepping inside. There was no other option, nature called. However, the moment he entered, vivid memories of what had just occurred there rushed back to him. Although he had shared intimate moments with both Yukinoshita and Kasumijoka, witnessing a girl in her private, unguarded moment was still uncharted territory for him. To be honest, it was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Hukuman tried to shake off the images in his mind. A few minutes later, as he stepped out, a playful voice greeted him from the sofa. "Hey, Hikigaya-kun, you weren't doing anything suspicious in there, were you?" It was Sayuri, her tone teasing, her smile knowing. "No, of course not." Hukuman stammered, his face flushing crimson as he hurriedly made his way upstairs, avoiding the alluring gaze of the mischievous woman. "Why did you take so long?" Sayuri asked, raising an eyebrow as he entered her room. "Sorry." Hukuman muttered. "Wait. Was it because of my mom?" I knew it." Sayuri huffed, crossing her arms. "She's been messing with you again, hasn't she? I'll go tell her off." "No need for that." Hukuman quickly waved her off, eager to change the subject. "Let's just focus on the game," he said, pointing to the screen. "This latest dungeon is brutal. With your shallow roster of characters, you'll need a solid strategy. Let me help you reconfigure your team." Reluctantly, Sayuri let it go, turning her attention back to the screen. As they worked together, Sayuri seemed distracted. Every few minutes, she would glance at Hikuman, as if about to say something, only to stop herself. An hour later, they finally completed the dungeon. "All done," Hukuman announced with a satisfied sigh. "You're amazing," Sayuri murmured in awe. "Anyway," Hukuman cleared his throat, "I should get going." "Oh, stay for lunch," Sayuri chimed in, appearing at the door, now wearing an apron and smiling warmly. "I'm making something special." No, that's okay," Hukuman said quickly, waving his hands in polite refusal. "I promised my sister I'd have lunch at home. I shouldn't impose." Sayuri looked disappointed but relented. "Well, at least let me walk you out." "That's not necessary." Before he could finish, Sayuri stepped closer and wrapped an arm around his. "Come on, Hikigaya-kun," she purred, her voice teasing. The sudden proximity made Hikuman stiffen, his face burning red. Sayuri, too, looked shocked. "Mom. What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Oh, nothing," Sayuri replied with a sly smile, releasing Hikuman's arm. "Just reminding him to keep our little secret." "Right, Hikigaya-kun. I understand," Hukuman mumbled, hurriedly pulling away and rushing downstairs. Later, as Hukuman left their house, Sayuri turned to her mother, confused. "Secret? What secret? What's going on between you two?" Sayuri mused, a mysterious smile on her lips. Then, smoothly changing the subject, she asked, "So, how are things going between you and Hikigaya-kun? Have you made any progress?" "What? No. Of course not," Sayuri stammered, her face turning red. "We're just friends." Sayuri sighed inwardly. Her daughter, it seemed, wasn't taking the initiative. But for some reason, that thought didn't bother her as much as it should have. Her mind wandered back to the restroom earlier. It was the first time a man had seen her in such an unguarded state. Not even her ex-husband had witnessed that. A strange mix of emotions stirred within her. Shame, excitement, and something else entirely. Later that afternoon, after enjoying lunch prepared by his sister, Kamaki, Hukuman announced he was heading out. "Where are you going?" Kamaki asked, surprised. "For a run," he replied casually. "Eh?" Kamaki stared at him, wide-eyed. Her typically lazy older brother was suddenly brimming with energy. As Hukuman left, she sighed. "Ugh, stupid brother. Leaving me alone at home again." Unaware of Kamaki's complaints, Hukuman soon arrived at the park, where he found Yumiko waiting. "Hey," she greeted him, leaning casually against a lamppost. "You're early," Hukuman noted. "Let's get started," Yumiko said briskly. "After today, take a break tomorrow." "Why?" "Idiot. Overtraining is bad for you," she scolded, her tone softening. "I know you're eager to improve, but resting is just as important. Promise me you'll take tomorrow off." "Fine," Hukuman agreed with a small smile. Yumiko always knew how to balance things out. The two began their usual routine, starting with warm-ups before moving on to running laps around the park. They paused every 30 minutes to rest, drink water, and catch their breath. An hour passed, and the two took another short break. But as they resumed their jog, a shadowy figure appeared near the bench where they had left their belongings. Wearing a baseball cap, a white blouse, and tight denim shorts, Yukino approached cautiously. After ensuring no one was around, she reached for the water bottles Hakuman and Yumiko had been drinking from. "I'm sorry, Hakuman-kun," she whispered, her hands trembling as she unscrewed the bottle caps. "I really have no choice. Please forgive me." Taking out a small vial of liquid, Yukino carefully poured it into both bottles. The substance mixed silently with the water. Her hands, and even her legs, were shaking as she completed the task. "Forgive me," she murmured again. But despite the guilt, her lips curved into a small, triumphant smile. Her plan was finally coming together. "Once this takes effect, the two of you will naturally bond." She giggled softly, her heart pounding in anticipation. "Just wait, Hakuman-kun. This time, everything will fall into place." Chapter 113, Mira's salty water, surprisingly good. "Let's take a break." "I think I can keep going," I said. "Break? Okay." Faced with Mira's commanding glare, Hakuman quickly nodded. Mira scolded him lightly. "I get that you're eager to get stronger, but you need to pace yourself. Don't overdo it." "Ahem, Queen Mira, aren't you a bit hypocritical on that point?" "Of course," Hakuman kept that thought to himself, obediently nodding along like a dutiful student. The two returned to the bench where they had started their rest earlier. "Phew, I'm so thirsty," Mira gasped. Hakuman also let out a breath and reached for his water bottle, intending to take a long drink. However, as soon as he picked it up, he frowned. "Huh? What's wrong?" Mira grabbed her own bottle as well. "It's just, I remember leaving about a third of my water, but now it's empty?" Mira glanced at his bottle with a furrowed brow. "Weird. Maybe you just forgot you drank it all earlier." "No way I'd know if I finished it." Mira scanned their surroundings with a serious expression but remained silent. "Forget it. No point dwelling on it." Hakuman shrugged. "I'm not super thirsty anyway. Let's just get back to drink mine." Mira suddenly thrust her water bottle toward him. Hakuman blinked in surprise. Her face was turned away, making it hard to read her expression. "It's your water. I said drink it. I'm an athlete, missing a sip won't hurt me. You need it more. So consider it." Mira never changes. "Alright, I get it." Hakuman relented, taking the bottle from her. Mira let out a subtle breath of relief, a faint blush dusting her face as she sneaked a glance at him. Unscrewing the cap, Hakuman paused, realizing the implications of drinking from her bottle. This would be an indirect kiss. He stole a glance at Mira, who remained focused on the distance, oblivious to his internal turmoil. Deciding not to make a fuss, he took a swig. "Gah. So salty." Hakuman almost spat it out. "It's salt water? After intense exercise, your body loses sodium. Drinking salt water helps replenish it," Mira explained calmly. "Not exactly tasty, huh?" "Actually." Hakuman shook his head. "It's not that bad. Sure, it's salty, but there's a hint of sweetness if you savor it." "Sweetness?" Mira's blush deepened. "You're imagining things. Salt water doesn't taste sweet." Hakuman mused aloud. "Maybe it's because you drank from it first. Or something else?" "Huh?" Mira bit her lip, her face heating further. This guy. Always blurting things that make her heart race. "What? Did I drink it all?" "You drank the whole thing?" "Oops, sorry." Hakuman apologized sheepishly, scratching his head. "It was just so strange, tasted unique, and I couldn't stop." "Ugh, forget it." Mira turned away, flustered. Feeling guilty, Hakuman offered, "I could buy you a new one." "No need." "But Hakuman." Mira faced him, her expression both determined and embarrassed. Before she could finish, Hakuman's face suddenly tensed. He shot up from the bench. "HNNG. Excuse me, I need the restroom." "What's wrong?" Mira asked, startled. "Nothing, just a bit of stomach trouble. I'll be back." She watched him jog off toward the public restroom, concern flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yukino Shita hid behind a tree, dumbfounded. Mira's water. Hakuman drank it. And his water bottle. Where did it go? She frantically scanned the area but found nothing. Could an animal have taken it? Desperate, she consulted the system. If a non-target drinks the forced intimate potion, there will be no effect. Good. Yukino Shita breathed a sigh of relief. However, the potion will still induce physical needs. Without resolution, it may cause harm, huh? Wait. If Hakuman doesn't address this, won't he explode? Mira's out of the picture now. Should she step in to help? Looks like I have no choice. Yukino Shita muttered, heading toward the restroom. But how do I even explain why I'm here? At the sink, Hakuman splashed water on his face repeatedly, trying to cool down. Despite his efforts, the heat and restlessness persisted. Why do I keep thinking about Yuki no Shita all of a sudden? Her image lingered in his mind, insistent, unavoidable. The scent of something familiar wafted through the air, stirring his senses. Hukuman turned sharply. Yuki no Shita? Is that you? Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita sighed, wiping sweat from her brow. Where is the restroom? Hukuman, why did you run off so fast? Navigating the unfamiliar park had left her disoriented. Ugh, I need to hurry before Hukuman gets overwhelmed. Chapter 114, Delivering the Wrong Woman to Her Beloved Husband? Yuki no Shita was panicking inside. This was a thousandfold physiological need. She couldn't imagine how much difficulty Hukuman must be enduring right now. Wait for me, Hukuman-kun. I'll help you solve your problem immediately. Not only that, but this was also a rare chance to feel her beloved Hukuman up close. It had been a week since she last touched her husband. She was also suppressing her own needs. Of course. Tough, but the main priority was still helping Hukuman resolve his urgent issue. Panting heavily, Yuki no Shita wiped the sweat from her brow, only to find herself staring at the many branching paths within the park. Great. She was lost again. Where on earth was the public restroom in this park? She needed to get there immediately to help Hukuman-kun with his needs. Just as Yuki no Shita was nearing desperation, an astonished voice rang out beside her. Is that Yuki no Shita? Ah. Startled, Yuki no Shita turned her head. It was Mira. Oh no. She had been caught. It is you. Even though Yuki no Shita was wearing a baseball cap and dressed in ultra-short denim shorts that she rarely wore, Mira recognized her nemesis at a glance. There was no avoiding it. Now that she had been spotted, she had to grit her teeth and engage in conversation. Hukuman-kun, wait for me. Just give me 30 seconds, I'll be right there. Yes, it's me. Yuki no Shita smiled faintly, her demeanor calm and collected. Mira squinted her eyes, her tone unkind. What are you doing here? Cough. Of course, I'm here to matchmake you and my Hukuman-kun for some physical intimacy. Oh. I get it. Before Yuki no Shita could answer, Mira suddenly seemed to understand. You're worried about Hukuman, aren't you? Cough cough. Well, I am his girlfriend. Yuki no Shita replied, following Mira's lead. Your boyfriend is doing well. Under my guidance, his physical stamina is top-notch now. Who cares about that? It's already been over 30 seconds. I'm in a rush. Could you please stop talking to me? I'm so anxious. Hukuman-kun desperately needs me right now. Hukuman-kun, don't explode. Your wife is coming to comfort you soon. Yuki no Shita, are you saying it was clear Mira hadn't noticed Yuki no Shita's unusual urgency? Gritting her teeth, she pressed further. Oh. I see what you mean. You're afraid I'll make a move on your Hukuman, aren't you? That I'll seduce your boyfriend? Afraid? Though Yuki no Shita felt like she was about to go mad with anxiety, she remained outwardly composed. Do you remember what I told you on the rooftop last time? Hey, I have complete confidence in my Hukuman-kun. Even if it's a beauty like Mira-san, in Hukuman-kun's eyes, you're just a blank sheet of paper. You wouldn't shake him in the slightest. You. Mira clenched her fists, her teeth gritting audibly. Don't underestimate me. Underestimate you? Yuki no Shita smiled slightly. I simply have faith in Hukuman-kun. Though Yuki no Shita framed it as confidence in Hukuman, to Mira, it was unbearably condescending. Mira felt an unprecedented sense of ridicule and humiliation. Yuki no Shita. Taking a deep breath, Mira struggled to keep her composure. Just now. Your Hukuman indirectly kissed me. Indirectly kissed? From my water bottle. Blushing, Mira smugly recounted how Hukuman had just drunk her water. But to her surprise, Yuki no Shita responded nonchalantly, an indirect kiss? So what? Who cares? Forget an indirect kiss. Even if you actually kissed Hukuman, I wouldn't mind. What did you say? Ha. Yuki no Shita's voice was calm. I'm not a petty woman. As long as you don't sleep with my Hukuman, why would I care? You. Mira was utterly dumbfounded. Was Yuki no Shita really this magnanimous? No. No woman would be this indifferent about her man. Someone as exceptional as Yuki no Shita would only care even more about her boyfriend. The only explanation was, she was looking down on her. That's right. Yuki no Shita was mocking her. Curse her. Damn Yuki no Shita. Biting her lip, Mira muttered, if Hukuman hadn't gone to the restroom just now, your Hukuman might have already what? Yuki no Shita cut in sharply. And nothing. Realizing her slip-up, Mira clammed up in a panic. Yuki no Shita couldn't be bothered to further provoke Mira. After all, she had something far more pressing to attend to. Hukuman-kun, please don't explode. Oh, right. You said Hikkiman went to the restroom. Which way is it? Humphrey. It's about 100 meters north. But just as Mira was giving directions, Yuki no Shita suddenly froze, her expression turning pale. What? At that moment, a voice rang out in her mind, ding. Hikkiman Hikigaya and, ding. Self-protection mission complete, reward, 1,000 points, plus 1 lottery box. Yuki no Shita's eyes widened in shock. Hikkiman-kun. Had someone else helped him? And the person was covering her mouth. Yuki no Shita's face was filled with disbelief. How could it be her? This is impossible. What's wrong with you? Seeing Yuki no Shita's sudden shift in expression, Mira was startled and full of questions. Nothing. Yuki no Shita forced herself to appear calm. Anyway, thank you for taking care of Hikkiman-kun. I'm in a hurry to use the restroom, so let's talk later. With that, Yuki no Shita sprinted toward the public restroom. Mira stood in silence. She had initially planned to check on Hikkiman herself, but now that Yuki no Shita had gone, there was no need for her to follow. Humphrey, Yuki no Shita, you dare to look down on me? Just wait. One day, I'll take your man from you. With clenched fists and a reddened face, Mira snorted before resuming her run. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita was pale as she rushed toward the restroom, her mind in turmoil. Great. How could the person helping Hikkiman be? Kawasaki? Well, at least he wouldn't explode anymore, thanks to Kawasaki calming him down. Did Kawasaki drink Hikkiman's water? Otherwise, this made no sense. Ding. Hikkiman Hikigaya and Saki Kawasaki are engaging in, as the system's voice echoed again, Yuki no Shita's pupil shrank. What? They were at it again? This was a complete disaster. Chapter 115, Kawasaki, Hikigaya, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Inside the women's restroom of a public park, Hikigaya and Kawasaki found themselves squeezed into one cramped stall. Their eyes met briefly, and both turned red. A few minutes ago the two had regained their senses, only to be struck by the memory of the scene before. Neither Kawasaki nor the typically composed Hikigaya could hide their unprecedented shock. This is a total disaster. After a moment of stunned silence, their frazzled minds began to reboot. Hikigaya swallowed hard and, his voice trembling, started, Kawasaki, just now ISHH. Kawasaki, her cheeks flushed crimson, fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, avoiding his gaze. Hikigaya, you were a bit. The quiet murmur of her words was like a mosquito buzzing, but it hit Hikigaya like a ton of bricks. He felt the weight of guilt wash over him, his entire being consumed by remorse. I'm so sorry, Kawasaki. He blurted, dropping to his knees with a loud thud in the tight confines of the stall. Eh? Kawasaki's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, what are you? I'm deeply sorry. Hikigaya bowed his head low, his voice heavy with regret. What I did to you was unforgivable. I mistook you for Yuki no Shita and ended up doing something terrible to you. I'm a criminal. You should turn me in right now. Turn you in? Kawasaki gasped, startled. Or better yet. He continued, fumbling for his phone, I should go and turn myself in. Wait a second. Kawasaki quickly grabbed his arm, her face growing redder by the second. You don't need to do that. Kawasaki? Hikigaya. She muttered, still holding his arm tightly. Her voice quivered, but she managed to say, It's fine. But what I did was a crime. A crime implies someone resisted and was forced into it. She stammered, her face now completely flushed. And I didn't resist. Not really. In fact, as Kawasaki tried to recall the events, she realized with mortification that she had been far from passive. She remembered whispering repeatedly into his ear, Hikigaya, I love you, I love you, I love you. Her face burned with shame. What the hell was I doing? Hikigaya fell silent at her words, his whole body trembling slightly. Anyway. Kawasaki coughed, trying to shake off the awkwardness, you need to stand up now. A guy kneeling in front of me is just weird. But I owe you an apology for enough. Kawasaki's tone was firm as she reached down to pull him to his feet. Stop kneeling. If you don't stand up, I'm going to get angry. Alright. With her help, Hikigaya slowly stood, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. Both immediately looked away, their faces glowing red. Still avoiding his gaze, Kawasaki murmured, Don't beat yourself up over this. Honestly, if anything, it's more my fault. I'm the one who kind of seduced you. The blame is on me. No. Hikigaya said with conviction. That doesn't sound like the Kawasaki I know. What? Kawasaki glared at him, her embarrassment morphing into indignation. What do you mean by that? I mean, he said seriously, you're not the kind of person who would intentionally seduce someone. You might act outgoing and give off a tough girl vibe, but that's just a mask you wear. Deep down, You're reserved and wouldn't do something like that. You. Kawasaki's face turned beet red, and she clenched her fists. That said, Hikigaya added thoughtfully, something about this situation feels off. Why did we both lose our senses all of a sudden? And why did you? I don't know. Maybe it's because I ran too much and got dizzy. Kawasaki blurted, grasping at straws. Hikigaya twitched. What kind of excuse is that? Kawasaki, clearly flustered, quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's not dwell on what happened. The real question is, what now? Hikigaya froze, his mind drawing a blank. I'm not sure. Idiot. Kawasaki snapped, her voice tinged with frustration. You're usually so calm and composed. Why are you clueless now? Hikigaya sighed, unsure of what to say. Matters of romance were never his strong suit. What about you? He asked tentatively. What do you think we should do? Her heart thudded at his earnest gaze. Kawasaki knew she could push him to take responsibility, and he'd undoubtedly agree. But, after a moment of hesitation, she forced a smile and said, it was just an accident. Let's treat it as one and move on. Don't forget you already have Yuki no Shida. She's your girlfriend, right? Yuki no Shida. Hikigaya blinked, a pang of guilt striking him. Exactly. Kawasaki's smile was bittersweet. Don't worry. I won't tell her about this. Let's just act like nothing happened, okay? Seeing her pained yet resolute expression, Hikigaya's heart tightened. He hesitated, then sighed deeply. Kawasaki. You're too kind. You have no right to call me that. She shot back, her cheeks puffing slightly in indignation. You're way kinder than I am. Well. Hikigaya scratched his head awkwardly. After a brief silence, he muttered, if Yuki no Shita weren't in the picture, I might have fallen for you. You. Kawasaki gasped, her heart racing. She bit her lip, then stammered, I might have too. Nothing. She quickly snapped, averting her eyes. The tension in the air was palpable as the two stood in silence, both acutely aware of the other's presence. The confines of the stall only made things more intense, and their earlier unresolved feelings threatened to boil over. Kawasaki. Hikigaya. Meanwhile, in the stall next door, Yuki no Shita quietly stood with her hand over her mouth, eyes wide in shock. Well. After all that back and forth, they're still going through with it. With a resigned sigh, she pulled out her trusty observation glasses, ready to spectate the rest of the scene. Chapter 116, Kawasaki, this is really the last time Mira jogged breathlessly, finishing a lap around the park. Yet, Hikigaya still hadn't shown up at their designated resting spot. Don't tell me he's not coming? Mira frowned, her brows knitting tightly. Had something happened to him? Should she go check? No. Yuki no Shita already went. It wasn't her place to intrude. Of course, she wouldn't actually go. But Mira was still worried, fearing something bad had happened to Hikigaya. So she pulled out her phone and called him. The ringtone echoed. Mira waited, quietly anxious, until the call finally connected 3 minutes later. Hikigaya, what's going on? Are you okay? Did something happen? Clearly agitated, Mira bombarded him with questions, worried something terrible had occurred. And no, nothing's wrong. A hesitant, stammering voice came through the line. Sorry, I got caught up in something. I don't think I can join you for jogging today. Mira froze. Remembering that Yuki no Shita had gone to look for him, she immediately pieced things together. I get it. Well, just head back home then. Oh, okay. Just as Hikigaya was about to hang up, Mira stopped him. Wait. Cough. Is there something else? Are you feeling okay? Mira asked, concerned. I'm fine. I feel great. If you're overexerting yourself, I'll adjust the training plan for next time. And no need, the current one's great. Thank you, Mira, but don't be so kind to me anymore. Hearing the word kind, Mira's face flushed slightly. Who's being kind to you? Humphrey. Hey, if that's the case, then feel free to be cruel, I won't mind. What? Mira caught on immediately. Hikigaya. What did you just say? Kawasaki? Cough. Sorry. I misspoke, that was a slip of the tongue. Humphrey. You and Kawasaki must be pretty close, if you're mistaking me for her? Annoyed, Mira couldn't help but feel irked. After all, her relationship with Kawasaki was just as tense as her relationship with Yuki no Shita. Sorry. Humphrey. Next time. Just wait. Mira's tone was icy as she warned, I'll make you pay for this. Hikigaya replied with a wry smile, I understand. If that's all, go get some rest. I'm hanging up now. As the call ended, Mira took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Her mood, however, remained unsettled. Today, she'd actually had a bold plan in mind. But things didn't go as planned. Hikigaya was whisked away by Yuki no Shida, ruining her intentions. Damn Yuki no Shida. She did it on purpose. Fuming, Mira stomped her feet in frustration. It was infuriating. She wanted to let things slide, but Yuki no Shida just had to step in at the crucial moment, thwarting her plans. And now, Hikigaya and Yuki no Shida were together. Mira's chest tightened with irritation, an inexplicable feeling of loss and frustration. Who knows what those two are doing right now? Walking aimlessly along the park path, Mira muttered, her tone dripping with jealousy. They're dating, after all. Probably on a date, or even. She instinctively pressed her legs together. Her face turned bright red. Come to think of it, Hikigaya's voice earlier. Something felt off. Could it be those two were? Her pupils widened in sudden realization. But a second later, she shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. Those two wouldn't be so shameless. I must be overthinking it. Still, they're probably on a date next. As boyfriend and girlfriend. Ugh, it's so enviable. I want a boyfriend too. I want Hikigaya to Mira bit her lip, her mind automatically conjuring up an image of Hikigaya earnestly trailing after her. And just like that, her face flushed red again. I wish Hikigaya would always stay behind me like that. But what about Yue? Ugh, but I really want to steal him from that damn Yuki no Shida. Yue. If you don't act soon, I swear I'll make a move. I'm warning you. Meanwhile, back in the restroom. I'm sorry for earlier. Hikigaya muttered, guilt-ridden. Sitting on the toilet, Kawasaki blushed, burying her face in her hands. And no, it was partly my fault too. Hikigaya couldn't help but glance at Kawasaki, her embarrassed reaction oddly endearing. Her legs were long and fair, her demeanor refined. But unlike Mira's boldness, Kawasaki exuded a quiet restraint, a contrast Hikigaya couldn't help but notice. Both, however, had something Yuki no Shida lacked, a fact he had just experienced firsthand. Cough. Yuki no Shida. Crap. He was betraying Yuki no Shida again, even comparing her to the others. Overwhelmed with guilt and remorse, Hikigaya wanted to escape this suffocating situation. I'll head out now. Wait. Huh? To his surprise, Kawasaki grabbed his arm. Blushing, she stammered, You're not done yet, are you? I mean, I'm not wrong, am I? It doesn't matter anymore. No, it does. Holding it in could cause health issues for guys. What? Hikigaya froze, cautiously looking at Kawasaki's flushed face. Then you mean? Just one last time. Last. But we're already dressed. Just as Hikigaya finished his sentence, a noise came from the adjacent stall. Startled, both of them froze. Probably just a stray cat. Kawasaki mumbled nervously. A stray cat? Sure enough, a faint meowing sound came from next door. Relieved, the two sighed. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Hikigaya, let me handle it one last time for Yuki no Shida's sake. Kawasaki? Isn't that inappropriate? As Yuki no Shida's friend, I can't just stand by and let her boyfriend suffer. Yuki no Shida, I'm sorry. This will really be the last time. I promise I'll never touch your Hikigaya again. Never again. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shida, hidden in the neighboring stall, covered her mouth with her hand. Her heart ached, yet she was deeply moved. Kawasaki, you're such a good person. Chapter 117, Yuki no Shida distracts Mira while Kawasaki and Hakuman sink deeper. Hakuman and Kawasaki quietly slipped out of the public restroom. Phew, no one's around. Hakuman muttered with relief, turning to Kawasaki. I'll be heading off now. Before he could finish, Hakuman noticed something odd. Kawasaki was walking awkwardly, almost like she had a cramp in her legs. Alarmed, he hurried over to steady her. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's just first-timers tend to be like this. Kawasaki replied, her face tinged with red. Oh. Hakuman blushed slightly, recalling his first time with Yuki no Shida. Back then, she had stayed at home afterward, so he never saw her discomfort. The same went for Senior Kazumijouka. It had been in her house as well. This, however, was the first time Hakuman witnessed such a scene, and he couldn't help feeling a mix of tenderness and guilt. Let me walk you home, he offered. No need, I can manage. Kawasaki quickly refused, pushing his hand away. Also, don't touch me anymore. You have a girlfriend, and it's Yuki no Shida. From now on, we should keep our distance, she said firmly. Kawasaki. Seeing her avoidant expression, Hakuman sighed. You're too kind. Indeed, The girls around him, Yukino Shita, Yue, Miura, Kawasaki, and even Kasumijoka, all had a gentle side to them. Wait, Kasumijoka? Ahem. No, she doesn't count as gentle. Ugh. Kawasaki's cheeks flushed as she retorted, stop calling me kind. I'm not as kind as your Yukino Shita. Hukuman chuckled wryly. Yukino Shita sighed, if I were truly kind, I wouldn't be so irresponsible with a girl's first time. What? What do you mean by that? Flustered, Kawasaki's heart raced as she covered her face. You're not saying. You still want my body, are you? I'm warning you. No. Way. She stammered, her face red. Not even once more. And another thing, don't let Yukino Shita down. She's a good girl, don't you dare hurt her. As Kawasaki continued her frantic tirade, her face grew redder and redder. But before she could finish, Hukuman suddenly scooped her up in his arms. Ah. Hukuman, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Kawasaki panicked. You're not seriously thinking of. No way. I already told you, the last time was the last. I'm not giving you anything more. SHH. Someone's coming. Hukuman whispered, cutting her off. Huh? It looks like. Miura. What? Kawasaki's face turned pale. Quick, hide. She mustn't see us like this. Got it. Hukuman replied, carrying her behind a large tree. Moments later, a figure appeared on the pathway. Miura glanced around, her brows furrowed. Weird. I thought I heard Kawasaki's voice. Hukuman. Kawasaki. Both froze, holding their breath as they clung to the shadows. Put me down. Kawasaki whispered urgently. Not yet. Hukuman murmured back. Meanwhile, Miura's gaze drifted toward the tree they were hiding behind. Her frown deepened, and she began walking toward them. Panic washed over Hukuman and Kawasaki. If Miura found them like this, there'd be no explaining it. Worse, Miura was sharp enough to notice Kawasaki's physical state, everything would be exposed. What now? Their hearts pounded, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. Then, just in time, a voice called out from a distance. Miura? Miura stopped in her tracks, turning toward the voice. Yukino Shita? That's right. Yukino Shita replied with a soft smile. I was worried about you, so I came to check. You're all alone, are you okay? Alone? Miura blinked, then scowled. What's it to you? I like running alone, alright? Unperturbed, Yukino Shita continued smiling as the two began talking. Miura, however, remained combative. Phew. Hidden behind the tree, Hukuman and Kawasaki both let out sighs of relief. Thankfully, Yukino Shita's timely arrival had saved them from disaster. Still, Hukuman couldn't help but wonder why his girlfriend was here. Had she come to check on him? The thought filled him with a pang of guilt and unease. Yukino Shita. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Kawasaki's emotions were in turmoil. Seeing Yukino Shita only deepened her remorse. As Yukino Shita's friend, she was supposed to protect Hukuman for her. Yet here she was, having done the unthinkable. I'm a terrible friend. Tears welled up in her eyes as quiet sobs escaped her lips. Hukuman noticed her trembling and whispered, don't. But Kawasaki shook her head, unable to hold back. Realizing her cries might give them away, Hukuman leaned in and kissed her to muffle the sound. Kawasaki's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively wanted to push him away but found herself too weak to resist. Tears streaming, she clung to him, silently accepting the kiss. Yukino Shita, I'm sorry. Hukuman. So warm. Yukino Shita, forgive me. Forgive me. Nearby, Miura's voice broke through the quiet. Hey. Yukino Shita. Are you even listening to me? Huh? Oh, yes, I'm listening. Go on. Yukino Shita smiled calmly, her tone light. Chapter 118, Iroa, Senpai, sneaking around is thrilling, isn't it? Miura, I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom. What? Restroom? Yeah, it's urgent. Actually, Miura, why don't we go together? Eh? Fine, together then. Miura's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed Yukino Shita toward the public restroom. Her fists clenched instinctively. She was absolutely fuming over Yukino Shita's earlier aloofness. This is unbearable. If no one else can put this smug Yukino Shita in her place, well, maybe I'll be the one to do it. Behind the tree, the boy and girl's lips parted. Their eyes met, an unusual light flickering in both their gazes. The air around them hung thick with tension, a mixture of awkwardness and something neither could quite put into words. With Yukino Shita and Miura now gone, Hikigaya and Kawasaki could finally let out a breath of relief, their nerves easing slightly. But how long are you planning to keep holding me? Put me down already. Ah. Right, sorry. Hikigaya snapped out of his daze and clumsily set Kawasaki down from his arms. Ow! Be careful when you're putting me down. You were squeezing my thighs too hard. Ah, my bad. Ugh, they're all red now. I'm really sorry. Looking like a kid caught misbehaving, Hikigaya apologized meekly. Kawasaki pursed her lips, her face flushing red. By the way, when did you get this strong? You were able to carry me for so long so easily. Ahem, well, I've been working out with Mira recently. That explains it. Recalling Hikigaya's impressive display earlier, Kawasaki couldn't help feeling her heart flutter, her neck tinged with a noticeable redness. By the way, Hikigaya said, breaking the silence, I'm sorry for earlier. I shouldn't have kissed you without your permission. Eh? Kawasaki's body stiffened, her face burning as she looked down to avoid his gaze. No, it's me who should apologize. I almost gave us away when I made that noise earlier. If you hadn't acted so quickly, we could have been caught. Thank you for stepping in. But still, Enough. Kawasaki interrupted him hurriedly. We've already gone that far, what's one kiss compared to everything else? Hikigaya faltered, unsure how to respond. Realizing how her words could be misunderstood, Kawasaki quickly waved her hands in panic. Anyway, after this, we absolutely can't let anything happen again. We can't betray Yuki no Shita anymore. She's my friend and your girlfriend, we need to be better than this. Kawasaki. Seeing the earnest determination in her still glistening eyes, Hikigaya stared at her for a few seconds before nodding solemnly. You're right. Good. I'm glad you understand. We should leave now before they come out of the restroom. Come on, Kawasaki. Eh? Wah. Before Kawasaki could react, Hikigaya scooped her up again. Ugh. Stop treating me like a child. Your legs aren't steady yet. If I carry you, we can move faster. Let's get out of here. You. Kawasaki opened her mouth to argue but gave up. Instead, she nestled quietly in his arms, her face burning as her heart raced uncontrollably. The warmth of his chest, the faint scent of his cologne, and the sheer confidence of being held in a princess carry. It was almost too much to handle. For a girl, this kind of experience was lethal, utterly irresistible. But even though Kawasaki's defenses were weak, her resolve wasn't. Thinking of Yuki no Shita's trust in her, she clenched her fists against Hikigaya's shirt and gritted her teeth, determined to hold her crumbling self-control together. Put me down. Kawasaki demanded once they'd exited the park. Your legs, they're fine now. Kawasaki's face was flushed. I wasn't going to stay like that forever. We girls are tougher than you think. Ah. Okay. Hikigaya's face turned red as well, and he carefully set her down. Although she was steadier than before, Kawasaki's gait still had a slight wobble. I'll walk you home. Hikigaya offered, worried she might struggle on her own. But Kawasaki hesitated, glancing nervously back toward the park. It's just a walk home. Hikigaya said calmly. If anyone asks, we'll say we ran into each other on the way. Fine. Kawasaki finally relented, keeping her flushed face turned away. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Kawasaki's house. Hikigaya was surprised to find her home was just as close to his as Mira's and Yui's. In his mind, he imagined a map of their homes, forming an almost perfect equilateral triangle with his house in the center. The realization left him feeling slightly suffocated, as if he were being surrounded. Just like the constant pressure from Kitu, Kazumijouka, and Ariri back in class. Hikigaya. Before stepping inside, Kawasaki hesitated, stealing a glance at his lips. She took a step closer, an inexplicable urge welling up inside her. What is it? And nothing. Kawasaki blushed furiously and stopped herself, resisting the temptation to kiss him. Goodbye, Hikigaya. Goodbye, Kawasaki. After watching her enter her house, Hikigaya sighed deeply and turned to leave. But as he walked, his sharp instincts made him glance over his shoulder. Strange. Why did it feel like someone was following him again? Shaking off the thought, he continued on his way. Around the corner, a short-haired brunette peeked out cautiously, her face a mix of shock and amusement. Senpai was on a date with Saki-senpai? Ishiki-iro had only planned to go shopping that weekend, but what she stumbled upon had completely derailed her day. Following them from the park all the way here, she had seen it all. Her initial shock soon gave way to a mischievous grin. So, Saki-senpai tried to kiss him, and senpai didn't even resist. Iroha's eyes sparkled with amusement as she chuckled to herself. Even though they didn't actually kiss. Hee, senpai, don't tell me you and Saki-senpai have a thing going on? Her grin widened, her expression brimming with playful glee. Well, looks like I've got some dirt on you now, my dear senpai. Chapter 119, Kawasaki, Am I Pregnant? Yuki no Shita emerged from the park. Though the past week had its ups and downs, She had finally completed the tasks assigned by the system, earning a substantial amount of points. However, the person she had bonded with wasn't her original target, Mira. It was Kawasaki. Well, Kawasaki isn't bad either. Fair skin, beautiful features, and she takes good care of Hikigaya-kun. Ahem. Yukinoshita patted her head, correcting herself. Kawasaki's quality is comparable to Mira's. The bonding effects should be about the same. Plus, Kawasaki is my good friend. Even if she gets close to Hikigaya-kun, on a mental level, they're unlikely to betray me. Yes, that makes sense. Of course, Kawasaki was unexpected. But she couldn't let Mira off the hook either. To earn more points, Mira had to be involved no matter what. Earlier, when they went to the restroom together, Yukinoshita clearly noticed that Mira was irritated with her. She believed that in the days to come, Mira would likely make a move on her Hikigaya. Good luck, Mira. However, while bonding was important, there was an even more pressing matter, Hikigaya's corruption level. It was already over 30 points. Sigh. Hikigaya-kun, is being with Kawasaki really that enjoyable? For it to rise so much. Hikigaya-kun and Kawasaki-san together? As Yukinoshita muttered to herself, a voice suddenly cut in. Ah! Startled like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Yukinoshita shivered and almost jumped up. Turning around, she nearly had her soul scared out of her. Kato? What a coincidence, Yukinoshita-san. See coincidence indeed. Yukinoshita quickly composed herself and pretended to be calm. Kato-san, what are you doing here? Good grief. She hadn't even noticed Kato's approach. Huh? Was she a beauty? I came to shop. When I passed by the park, I happened to see Yukinoshita-san, so I thought I'd say hello. Kato glanced at Yukinoshita, her tone as neutral as ever. Yukinoshita-san looks really beautiful today. Dressed in tight denim shorts and a white blouse, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, Yukinoshita looked elegant and radiant. Aside from her unimpressive certain areas, she could easily score a 90 today. Hearing this, Yukinoshita waved her hand calmly. You're too kind, Kato-san. Compared to me, you look even better today. I almost didn't recognize you. Eh? But I have such an ordinary face. Nonsense, Kato-san is incredibly cute. Wearing a white beret with a red blouse and a white skirt, Kato looked entirely refreshed, an embodiment of youthful beauty. Honestly, Yukinoshita was stunned. The more she looked at Kato, the more she found her unbelievably adorable. No wonder the system designated her as a major storyline character. Her aura was undeniably different from the others. Yukinoshita-san is so kind, just like Hikigaya-kun. Kato, seemingly moved, then asked, by the way, I overheard you talking about Hikigaya-kun and Kawasaki-san being together just now. Ah. About that. Haha. Yukinoshita's expression stiffened, and she began sweating nervously. Her heart was practically in her throat. But fortunately, she wasn't someone who panicked easily. Maintaining her composure, she fabricated a reasonably convincing explanation to pacify Kato. Kato simply nodded without pressing further. Afterward, the two strolled down the street, chatting for a while. During their conversation, Yukinoshita was horrified to discover that Kato's house was shockingly close to Hikigaya's, just a few minutes away. And what's more, Yukinoshita had the nagging feeling that Kato had figured something out. Every interaction felt as if Kato could see right through her. Uneasy, Yukinoshita quickly made an excuse to part ways, avoiding further small talk with Kato. This girl is terrifying. Heart still racing, Yukinoshita muttered to herself, she couldn't have figured out that I've been sharing Hikigaya, right? No way. Muttering to herself, she instinctively glanced behind her, as if fearing Kato might still be nearby. Meanwhile, Hikigaya returned home. After greeting his adorable little sister and relaxing on the couch, his phone suddenly rang after dinner. It was Kawasaki. Sitting upright on the couch, Hikigaya hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he decided to answer. As soon as he picked up, Kawasaki's panicked and flustered voice came through. Hikigaya, this is bad. What if? What if I get pregnant? Huh? Hikigaya was stunned by Kawasaki's bombshell question. Kawasaki, pregnant? Well, it was possible. After all, they hadn't used any protection. But still. Ahem, didn't I stop myself in time? Hikigaya's face flushed, and he stammered, it shouldn't be that likely, right? Ugh, I'm just worried about what if. Especially since I wasn't in a safe period today. Oh. That did increase the risk. What do we do, Hikigaya? Kawasaki's voice was filled with helplessness and anxiety. Hikigaya fell silent. He could understand Kawasaki's fears. After thinking for a few moments, Hikigaya took a deep breath and said firmly, if it happens, then we'll keep it. I'll take responsibility for both of you. What? You? Ugh. I'm serious. Idiot. Who? Who asked you to take responsibility? Don't do anything that would hurt Yuki no Shida. Beep. Kawasaki hung up the phone. Hikigaya sat silently. Indeed, it wasn't fair to Yuki no Shida. But he also couldn't ignore Kawasaki. If something did happen, it would complicate matters greatly. Hikigaya sighed. Just then, his phone rang again. Hikigaya's heart skipped a beat, thinking Kawasaki was calling back. However, when he saw the caller ID, his brows furrowed, and he hesitated for a few seconds. At that moment, Kamaki walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. She glanced at her brother curiously. Are you not answering, Onyai-chan? It's just spam. No need to answer. With that, Hikigaya decisively hung up on Ishiki's call, his mind in turmoil. Chapter 120, Yuki no Shida, still not enough night time. Una-chan, how about we take a bath together tonight? Hikaman, engrossed in his book, nearly choked on Kamaki's sudden suggestion. Stop joking around. How old are we now? That's something we did when we were kids. Back then, they did often bathe together. Hee, don't you want to? Humphrey, how could I possibly be interested in my own sister now? Oh really? Of course. Glancing briefly at his little sister, whose figure was surprisingly well developed, Hikaman firmly shook his head and replied with conviction. If you come in, I'd really be okay with it, you know. The door is open. Giggling mischievously, Kamaki grabbed her clothes and darted into the bathroom. Huh? Hikaman froze in place. Was she serious? Or just teasing him? Staring at the bathroom door, Hikaman quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Ahem. Kamaki is just being her usual devilish self. I'm overthinking things. Elsewhere. Yuki no Shida had just finished her bath and was lounging on her large bed, a book in hand. Her face was flushed, her mood visibly cheerful. A few minutes earlier, she had called Hikaman and finalized their plans for a date tomorrow. Hee, it's finally my turn. Time to properly pamper Hikaman and bring down his corruption points. Tomorrow would be her moment to shine. She pondered how best to treat her beloved husband. Yes, she had to give it her all and ensure Hikaman felt well cared for. As his official girlfriend, she couldn't afford to be overshadowed by the other clingy girls. That would be humiliating. Just as Yuki no Shida was strategizing her approach, a familiar voice chimed in her mind. Ding. Task detected. Kawasaki no longer wishes to continue a purely platonic friendship with Hikigaya Hikaman. A new husband-related task has been activated. Task: the host must ensure Kawasaki reconnects with Hikigaya Hikaman and takes another step forward. Ultimately, she must develop a long-lasting, positive relationship with him. Reward: 700 points. Time limit: 3 days. Yuki no Shida's eye twitched at the abrupt interruption. This troublesome system. Couldn't it pick a better time to chime in? She wanted to yell at it but, as a refined lady, she held back. Humphrey, even without your stupid tasks, I'd help maintain their friendship. Ahem. For the points, of course, to save Hikaman. Not because I enjoy it or anything. The host's sense of duty to fulfill tasks is commendable. The system looks forward to your performance. What do you mean by commendable? I'm only doing this for the points. The system fell silent, ignoring her complaints. Yuki no Shida huffed but chose not to waste energy arguing. Another husband-related task, huh? Letting them take another step forward. Ugh. Rubbing her temples, Yuki no Shida felt a headache brewing. This was similar to the task involving Senpai. That situation had led to Hikaman maintaining a unique relationship with her. And now, Kawasaki too. Yuki no Shida quickly shook her head and took a deep breath. Well, Kawasaki's already. Ahem. What's one more step? It's not a big deal. Besides, she still had her protection card, so there was nothing to worry about. The real challenge was figuring out how to bring the two together. Interestingly, from her previous task's reward, she had drawn a magical blindfold. The item would block Hikaman's perception of female presence, making him misinterpret his surroundings. But no way am I making Hikaman wear a blindfold and dragging Kawasaki into that. That's insane. Yuki no Shida wasn't one to take risks. She preferred a steady approach. Ugh, why do I always draw such useless items? Can't I get something actually helpful? Sighing, she decided to stick to her tried-and-true method. Purchasing a dream simulation card. She planned to influence Kawasaki subtly through dreams, slowly changing her mindset. Yuki no Shida smirked. Hee, I wasn't satisfied this afternoon. Now I can properly observe their scenes in the dream. Ahem, of course, it's purely for research. To learn how better to serve Hikaman tomorrow. That's the only reason, not because I enjoy watching these kinds of things. Touching her flushed cheeks, Yuki no Shida whispered to herself, justifying her actions. Late at night, Kawasaki bolted awake from her dream. Hikigaya, no. Her face was bright red, drenched in sweat. Big sis, what's wrong? Her younger sister, Kika, rubbed her eyes sleepily, looking up at Saki in concern. Nothing, just a bad dream. Saki replied with a forced smile, patting Kika's head. But inwardly, she was panicking. Why did she dream of Hikigaya? And not just that they were in Yuki no Shita's marital bedroom. Doing that. By the end, she was even begging Hikigaya to give her a child. That dream was horrifying. Big sis, you always dream about Hikigaya Eisen. Kika mumbled drowsily. If you like him so much, just confess already. I think he'd make a great brother-in-law. What? Saki's face turned scarlet. Who's dreaming about that guy every day? What nonsense are you spouting? You are always saying, Hikigaya, I love you. Or I feel bad for Yuki no Shita, but I love you so much. Saki's ears burned as she covered her face in embarrassment. How much does this kid actually know? Just as Saki was about to protest further, she realized Kika had already fallen back asleep. Ugh. Saki buried herself under the blanket, trying to calm her racing thoughts. Stay calm. Control yourself. I can't betray Yuki no Shita again. She's my friend. I can't do this to her. Muttering to herself, Saki resolved to resist the lingering feelings Hikigaya stirred in her heart. Chapter 121, Kasumi Joka, Helplessly Lonely Sunday. It was Hikigaya and Yuki no Shita's date day. Hikigaya dressed in simple casual clothes. Yuki no Shita wore a pristine white dress, her hair tied into lively twin ponytails. The two strolled down the streets, chatting and laughing. Shopping, watching movies, dining together throughout the morning, they indulged in all the usual activities a couple might enjoy. After lunch, they wandered around a bit more before arriving at a hotel, intending to engage in something more meaningful for a couple. However, Hikigaya? Yuki no Shita? At the front desk, a female clerk stared at them in shock. Hikigaya's expression stiffened as he averted his gaze. Yuki no Shita, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, smiling politely. Oh, Kawasaki-san, I didn't know you worked here. Why yeah. Dressed in her work uniform, Kawasaki awkwardly forced a smile, her eyes also darting away from Hikigaya. After a brief, casual exchange between the two women, Kawasaki processed their room. During the interaction, Hikigaya and Kawasaki couldn't help but steal a few glances at each other. But as soon as their eyes met, both would instinctively look away, as if in perfect sync. A few minutes later, Hikigaya and Yuki no Shita entered their hotel room. I'll take a shower first. Wait for me, Hikigaya. All right. Hikigaya nodded, watching as Yuki no Shita disappeared into the bathroom. Then he sighed deeply. His mind was a mess. To be honest, seeing Kawasaki just now brought back vivid memories of the two of them together yesterday. Yuki no Shita, I'm sorry. Sigh. Hikigaya felt a pang of guilt for betraying his girlfriend's trust. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Huh? The sound tugged at Hikaya's attention. His heartbeat quickened. The rhythmic splashes of water, paired with the image of a certain someone showering, formed a tantalizing picture in his mind. Focus, Hikigaya. Your girlfriend is Yuki no Shita. Yuki no Shita. Banishing thoughts of other women, Hikigaya focused his mind. Right now, there was only Yuki no Shita in his heart. Yuki no Shita. Just you wait, I'll show you how much I've improved during my workouts. Clearing away his muddled thoughts, Hikigaya couldn't help but smirk. In his imagination, Yuki no Shita appeared utterly helpless and adorably disheveled. Perfect? That's exactly the image he wanted to see. Just wait, Yuki no Shita. Let's see how cocky you'll be after this. As Hikigaya eagerly anticipated the moment, his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Irritated, Hikigaya grabbed his phone. His brows furrowed the moment he saw the sender, Kasumi Joka. What now? Glancing uneasily at the bathroom, where the sound of water continued, Hikigaya hesitated for a few seconds before opening the message. Kasumi Joka, hey, you there? The message was followed by at least 10 more identical ones. Hikigaya sighed in frustration. Hikigaya, I'm busy. Say what you need to say. Kasumi Joka, wanna get a room together? Hikigaya, no. I'm with Yuki no Shita right now. Kasumi Joka, so you're rooming with Yuki no Shita? Hikigaya, that's none of your business. Kasumi Joka, fair enough. I won't bother you and Dare-kun anymore. But. Hikigaya, but what? Just when Hikigaya thought he could relax, Kasumi Joka sent a photo. A revealing one? Hikaya's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the photo for a moment before hastily deleting it. Kasumi Joka, did you like it? Hikigaya, stop sending me weird photos. And what on earth are you doing right now? Kasumijoka, what can I do? Air-kun, I'm all alone at home, and my thoughts are filled with you Hikuman, whatever. Keep thinking if you want. Hikuman didn't want to continue this absurd conversation. Kasumijoka, wait. Air-kun, since you're rooming with Yuki no Shida, can I ask for a favor? Hikuman, what? Kasumijoka, can you send me a little video of you two? You know, something intimate? Hikuman? Hikuman's jaw dropped. A video of him and Yuki no Shida? Doing that? Is this woman out of her mind? Of course, Hikuman outright refused. But Kasumijoka wasn't about to give up. Kasumijoka, fine, no video then. How about this, you send me a picture of yourself? No clothes allowed Hikuman. Kasumijoka, please, Air-kun. Just one photo. Pretty please? Hikuman glanced at the bathroom uneasily, a strange sense of guilt creeping over him. Reluctantly, he decided to comply just to stop her incessant pestering. A few minutes later. Kasumijoka, wow, Air-kun. You're looking good today. I love it. Hikuman? Embarrassed, Hikuman quickly sent a curt reply before tossing his phone onto the bed. Just then, a panicked voice called out from the bathroom. Hikuman-kun. There's a cockroach in here. A cockroach? Startled, Hikuman bolted upright. Yeah, hurry up and take care of it. Alright. Without hesitation, Hikuman marched toward the bathroom. As soon as he arrived, the door cracked open to reveal Yuki no Shida's lovely face. Put on some clothes and come out. I'll handle it. Instead of following his suggestion, Yuki no Shida flashed a playful smile and pulled him into the bathroom. What? Chapter 122, Hikuman, nearly passed out. Yuki no Shida, you're too much today Saki-chan, your shift's up. Got it. Stretching lazily, Kawasaki stood and prepared to swap shifts with her coworker. Wow, Saki-chan, your figure's really shaping up. Did you get yourself a boyfriend? Teased her colleague, a glamorous blonde woman in her 20s, as she stepped into the counter area with a knowing smile. Kawasaki's face turned crimson. I didn't. Tai-san, you're imagining things. Her coworker's eyes sparkled mischievously, pressing her on the topic. Flustered, Kawasaki hurriedly escaped the situation, inadvertently wandering into the bathroom. At the sink, she turned on the faucet, splashing water over her face in a desperate attempt to cool herself down. Hikigaya is Yuki no Shida's boyfriend. I can't. I absolutely can't have any feelings for him. Her tone was resolute, but her expression betrayed turmoil. I'm so sorry, Yuki no Shida. I got carried away yesterday with your boyfriend. But I promise, there won't be a next time. Never again. Her determination faltered, worry creeping in. Still. I wonder how things are going between them today. After all, Hikigaya and I spent so much time together yesterday. Did that ruin their date today? Regret, guilt, and unease churned within her, leaving Kawasaki adrift in a sea of conflicted emotions. Before she realized it, she found herself standing outside Hikigaya and Yuki no Shida's hotel room. Huh? What am I doing here? Panic set in. She'd merely intended to grab a fresh uniform. How had she ended up outside their door? No. I need to leave. I can't interrupt them. I can't ruin Yuki no Shida's time. Kawasaki spun to leave, but her legs refused to cooperate, freezing her in place. And then, against all reason, she leaned closer to the door to eavesdrop. The hotel's soundproofing was good, but Kawasaki had sharp hearing, honed from childhood. Pressed against the door, she caught snippets of their conversation. Yuki knows Hida, you. Today. Too much. Weak. Ling. Hikigaya. Ugh, you. Is it? Tough? Loser. Kun, no. Don't. Ah. You devil? Kawasaki's pupils dilated, her body stiffening in shock. Even though the words were fragmented, she could piece together some of it. Yuki no Shida was too much for Hikigaya. And she seemed dissatisfied. Covering her mouth with a trembling hand, guilt and self-reproach overwhelmed her. She understood now. Because of what happened yesterday, Hikigaya couldn't meet Yuki no Shida's expectations today. Ah. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Yuki no Shida. So sorry. She clenched her fists. That man was supposed to be your boyfriend. And yet, someone like me. Kawasaki felt utterly wretched. What should I do? Will this put a strain on their relationship? Because of me, will Yuki no Shida grow disappointed in Hikigaya? No. Yuki no Shida, listen to me. Hikigaya is actually amazing. He's not a loser, he's a shark. A shark, I tell you. She almost knocked on the door to explain herself but froze mid-action, horrified by her own thoughts. Saki, what are you doing? Are you insane? No. I have to leave before they notice me. But her body refused to budge, her curiosity compelling her to linger and catch more of the conversation. Please, Yuki no Shida, don't lose faith in him. He can absolutely satisfy you. Don't give up on him. Muttering a silent prayer, Kawasaki finally pulled herself together and fled the scene, her heart heavy with regret. Back in the room. Fresh from the shower, Hikigaya grumbled non-stop about Yuki no Shida's antics. She claimed there was a bug in the bathroom and made a fuss about being scared. But she was the real menace in there. The two of them in the cramped bathroom. Honestly, Hikigaya had nearly passed out. It wasn't his fault, though. It was the heat in the bathroom. Yes, that had to be it. Would you like some water, Hikigaya-kun? Wrapped in a towel, Yuki no Shida handed him a glass as she approached the bed where he sat. No thanks. Come on, drink up. Wouldn't want my little weakling to get dehydrated you. Hikigaya flushed bright red, about to retort ring, ring, ring. The phone's ringtone suddenly interrupted. Hikigaya froze. It's her. Hastily, before Yuki no Shida could say anything, Hikigaya grabbed the phone. To his surprise, it wasn't who he thought. It was Ishiki. What does she want this time? She's been calling me non-stop since last night, Yuki no Shida raised an eyebrow curiously. Who is it? A spam call. Hikigaya promptly ended the call. He had enough on his plate dealing with Yuki no Shida, he wasn't about to entertain Ishiki's nonsense. Besides, every time she called, trouble followed. Best to ignore it. Spam? Yuki no Shida glanced at the screen and smiled sweetly. It's Ishiki-chan, isn't it? Like I said, spam. Yuki no Shida chuckled softly. Your relationship with her is so good. Why call it spam? Huh? Hikigaya was exasperated. Who's close with her? It's just a normal senpai-kuhai relationship. Oh? Then why is it that whenever Ishiki-chan is in trouble, you're the first person to help her? You spoil her, don't you? I'm forced into it every time. Sighing, Hikigaya desperately changed the topic. Anyway, enough about Ishiki. Shouldn't you be worrying about yourself right now? Yuki no Shida tilted her head innocently, still smiling. Haha, you're just a weak little fish, aren't you, Hikigaya-kun? Her teasing tone made his frustration mount, but deep down, Yuki no Shida was already hatching a new scheme. Perhaps letting Ishiki spend more time with Hikigaya wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 123, Kamaki, loves her brother. Hakuman has surrendered. Yuki no Shida is still Yuki no Shida, as terrifying as ever. Yeah, Hakuman trash fish even after leaving the hotel, Yuki no Shida couldn't resist teasing her boyfriend with a playful smile. Hakuman was flustered to the extreme, his face reddened. Just wait until next time. Yuki no Shida chuckled softly. I'll be waiting, trash fish you. Ugh. Hee hee. Seeing her boyfriend looking as if he had swallowed 10 bitter melons, Yuki no Shida instinctively held his trembling hand and comforted him gently. Actually, it's okay. I quite like Hakuman's weak and vulnerable side. It's really cute. Don't change, I don't mind at all. Hakuman's face turned even redder. See? She's a devil. A devil who bullies her boyfriend by day. And by night. Still bullies her boyfriend. Where's the justice in this? As a man, do I even have any dignity left? Hakuman doesn't want to be bullied forever. Hakuman straightened his face and retorted indignantly, stop mocking me. I'm a man. There's no way I'll keep letting you push me around like this. Just wait, someday, I'll make you cry. Well then, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you, Yuki no Shida replied with a calm smile. The couple bantered playfully as they walked along the road. After seeing his beloved wife off at the train station, Hakuman trudged home, feeling dejected. Looks like I need to keep up my training, he thought. From now on, I'll ask Mira to up the intensity. Sure, being teased by Yuki no Shida isn't entirely unpleasant. Maybe even a bit. Ahem. But still. Being perpetually beneath her? That's unacceptable. At least once, I need to make Yuki no Shida suffer. I'll show her what a true man is. Lost in thought, Hakuman passed by a supermarket where a familiar voice called out. Hikigaya? Kawasaki? Hakuman snapped out of his reverie and looked at the blue-haired girl exiting the store. She seemed just as surprised to see him. Buying groceries? He asked awkwardly. Ah, yeah. Their eyes met. The atmosphere grew tense. After all, what had happened between them yesterday was. With Yuki no Shida present earlier, they had managed to act composed. But now, being alone, both of their expressions became visibly uneasy. Especially Kawasaki, her face flushed red, seemingly beyond her control. To break the awkward silence, Hakuman spoke up. If we're heading the same way, should we? I'm sorry. But before he could finish, Kawasaki interrupted him. Eh? Hukuman blinked in confusion, not expecting her sudden apology. What's this about, Kawasaki? Not even 2 hours. Huh? Face still red, Kawasaki clarified, you and Yuki Noshida. You were in the hotel for less than 2 hours. Having worked the desk where they checked in, Kawasaki knew exactly how short their stay had been. Hukuman's expression turned awkward. And what does that have to do with you? Everything. Biting her lip, Kawasaki spoke bitterly, if it weren't for me, you and Yuki Noshita wouldn't have had such a short time together. It's all because of yesterday. I drained you. Ugh, I'm sorry. Huh? Hukuman's face turned scarlet as he frantically waved his hands. I was fine. Really, don't worry about it. Impossible. Kawasaki shot back. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. A guy needs at least 3 days to fully recover. Ugh, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Yuki Noshida. I'll take responsibility. Clutching her grocery bag tightly, Kawasaki declared with a serious expression, I'll turn you into a strong and robust man. Even Hikuman, who usually prided himself on staying composed, couldn't help but blush. Tomorrow after class, come to the rooftop. I'll help you train. Huh? Don't forget be there on time. Without waiting for a reply, Kawasaki hastily fled the scene, clearly mortified. Hukuman sighed. Kawasaki. Something about the way you said that felt so off. But since she's a proper girl, it's probably nothing inappropriate. Guess I'll check it out tomorrow just to be safe. I'm home. Welcome back, Unai-chan. After mumbling a casual greeting, Hukuman flopped onto the couch to rest. Life at home felt monotonous lately. Read books. Play some games. Have dinner. Read more books. Take a bath. Go to sleep. The only difference was that Kamaki, his younger sister, had been saying some odd things recently. For instance, want to bathe together, Unai-chan? She asked cheerfully, holding a towel in hand. Hukuman gave her a sidelong glance, ignoring her as he continued reading. Kamaki's been teasing me way too much lately. No way am I letting my little sister get the better of me. Stay strong, Hukuman. The doors opened with a sly grin. Kamaki threw out this parting comment as she headed to the bathroom. Sigh. Hukuman shook his head, uninterested. They stuck to their usual routine. Kamaki finished her bath, and then he went in after. Once everything was done, they each returned to their own rooms to sleep. Can I sleep with you tonight, Unai-chan? Kamaki asked suddenly. No. Hukuman rejected her outright, not even sparing her a glance. Sharing a bed with his sister? What kind of nonsense is that? She's not a little kid anymore, she's practically a young lady. Kamaki pouted but ultimately went back to her room with a grumble. Hukuman, shaking his head, returned to his own room as well. It's been a tiring day. Better get some sleep early. In the dead of night, Hukuman suddenly awoke with a jolt. He'd had a nightmare dream where he and Kawasaki did that in front of Yuki Noshita. In the dream, Yuki Noshita cried bitterly while he and Kawasaki smiled wickedly. Calm down, Hukuman. You can't betray Yuki Noshita again. He muttered, taking a deep breath. Throwing off his blanket, he decided to get up for a drink of water to clear his head. But as he stepped out of his room, faint murmurs reached his ears. Huh? Curious, Hukuman glanced toward Kamaki's room. After hesitating for a moment, he moved closer to her door. As he approached, the sounds grew clearer. Unai-chan. I like you. I really like you. I wish things could go back to how they were when we were kids. Hukuman froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what's Kamaki doing? Morning. Unai-chan, why are you staring at me like that? It's nothing. Hikigaya quickly looked away and silently continued eating the delicious breakfast his sister had prepared. I am full. Kamaki patted her stomach contentedly and got up from the table. At that moment, Hikigaya suddenly spoke up. Kamaki, want to walk to school together? Huh? Kamaki froze, then looked at Hikigaya with an exaggeratedly disgusted expression. Even though I love you, Unai-chan, the idea of walking to school with you is a bit much. We'd get all kinds of weird looks from the other students passing by. You little. Hikigaya sighed in exasperation. In the end, Kamaki left for school first, leaving Hikigaya at home to wash the dishes. Sigh. Maybe I'm overthinking things. How could Kamaki ever? No, that's impossible. She's been my sister for over a decade. Sure, I've been neglecting her a bit lately, but there's no way. Muttering to himself, Hikigaya brushed the intrusive thoughts aside. After a while, Hikigaya arrived at Sobya High. Not long after he entered the school gates, he reluctantly noticed a certain troublesome presence. About 7 or 8 meters away, Ishiki was chatting cheerfully with her friends. However, in the midst of her conversation, her eyes kept darting over to him. Something about her gaze felt off. It was the kind of look a scorned woman might give, a mix of resentment and accusation. What the heck? I just ignored a few of her calls. Is that really worth this level of drama? Before long, the scornful glare disappeared, replaced by a mischievous grin, a clear sign Ishiki was up to no good. Hikigaya was all too familiar with that look. Whenever she needed him to do something for her, she'd flash those cunning, irresistibly cute eyes. She's such an unfairly crafty girl, like a mini version of Haruno. Quickly averting his gaze, Hikigaya ignored her and made his way to Class 3B. By the time he arrived, most of his classmates were already there. Hikigaya greeted Kasumijoka, who sat behind him, as usual. At some point during the day, his eyes met Kawasaki's from across the classroom. She subtly gestured toward him, reminding him of their agreement from the day before. Hikigaya nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kasumijoka, noticing the exchange, teased him with a smirk. "Kun, why are you exchanging secret glances with Kawasaki?" A familiar wave of jealousy filled the air. It's nothing." Clearing his throat, Hikigaya quickly looked away and tried to appease her. Lunchtime. As agreed, Hikigaya made his way to the rooftop. "Over here." Kawasaki, seated on a bench, gestured for him to come over. When Hikigaya approached, she took out a bento box and a thermos of soup from her bag. "Figures." Hikigaya muttered under his breath before sitting down beside her. In front of him was a meticulously prepared bento with a mix of meat and vegetables, as well as a fragrant container of chicken soup. Kawasaki handed the bento to him, her expression slightly awkward. "Go ahead, eat. This is my way of making it up to you." "Making it up to me?" Hikigaya was confused. "Why would you need to make it up to me? If anything, aren't you the one who—" Kawasaki interrupted him, her cheeks flushed. "Just eat already." Hikigaya sighed, picking up his chopsticks. The meal was delicious, with tender fish and flavorful sides. "How is it?" Kawasaki asked hesitantly. "It's good." Hikigaya admitted, nodding slightly. Kawasaki smiled in relief. "I'm glad you like it." However, after a few bites, Hikigaya frowned. "It's good, but something about the taste feels a bit odd." "It's fine as long as you like it," Kawasaki replied, avoiding his eyes. She handed him the thermos. "Here, have some soup." With no other option, Hikigaya accepted it. Several minutes later, Hikigaya noticed something strange. "Wait a second. What about you?" he asked, looking at Kawasaki. Me? Kawasaki awkwardly pulled a piece of bread out of her bag. "I'm fine with this." Hikigaya's eye twitched. "I'm eating a full bento and soup, and you're having bread?" "It's fine," Kawasaki said hurriedly, waving her hand. "This is for you, not me. Just eat." "But I said eat," Kawasaki insisted. "I don't even like chicken." "Ah. Alright then." As Hikigaya continued eating, he noticed that the chicken soup had an unusual flavor, but he didn't say anything. Eventually, only a small amount of soup was left in the thermos. "Why is there still so much left?" Kawasaki frowned. "Finish it all." "Fine." Hikigaya sighed and drank the rest. "Lick it clean too. Don't waste food." "What?" "Just do it." Although reluctant, Hikigaya complied. Watching him diligently finish the meal, Kawasaki smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the rooftop entrance, hiding nearby, Yuki no Shita furrowed her brows. She had expected something dramatic to happen between the two of them. But all they did was eat lunch. I wanted Kawasaki to devour my Hikigaya-kun, not feed him lunch. Yuki no Shita sighed in disappointment. Still, just as she was about to leave, she overheard Kawasaki speak again. "Hikigaya, from now on, I'll make you lunch every day." "Every day?" "Yes. Every single day. Until you—" Hearing this, Yuki no Shita paused, deep in thought. A sly smile crept onto her face. Hikigaya-kun receiving daily lunches? This might just be my chance. Yuki no Shita's eyes gleamed with a new plan. Perhaps this cream puff mission will be easier than I thought. Chapter 125, Kasumijoka. Let's take the back door before leaving the rooftop. Kawasaki turned back to say one last thing. "Lately, you've been hanging around Kasumijoka a lot. I hope the relationship between the two of you isn't what I'm imagining." "Ahem, Kasumijoka and I are just normal friends." Hikigaya replied, his tone calm and measured. "That's good." Kawasaki nodded, then earnestly added, "Hikigaya, Yuki no Shita is a wonderful girl. I really hope you won't let her down. Promise me you'll take care of her and cherish her, okay?" "Of course, no problem," Hikigaya assured her. "Alright, then." After tidying up her bento, Kawasaki turned and left. Kawasaki. She's way too kind. Watching her retreating figure, Hikigaya sighed softly a few times before leaving the rooftop himself. When he returned to the classroom, Kasumijoka immediately greeted him with a friendly smile, asking where he had been during lunch, why he left her behind, and if it was because he didn't love her anymore. Her teasing left Hikigaya sweating bullets, forcing him to repeatedly reassure her. By the afternoon, most third-year students had gathered in the library to study. Hikigaya sat next to Kasumijoka, diligently focusing on his studies. With the help of this former top student of her grade, Hikigaya could clearly feel his academic abilities improving at an impressive rate. With only 2 weeks left until the midterm exams, Hikigaya was beginning to feel optimistic about his performance. After an hour of focused study, Hikigaya had managed to complete nearly all of the assignments given earlier that morning. Now it was time for extracurricular learning. Mathematics, his weakest subject, was next on the agenda. It demanded extra attention. However, just as Hikigaya was begrudgingly opening his math textbook, Kasumijoka's hand suddenly touched his thigh. Startled, Hikigaya jolted upright and quickly moved to brush her hand away. Undeterred, Kasumijoka placed her hand back on his thigh, this time lightly tracing something with her finger. It seemed to spell out, "Pay up." Hikigaya, maintaining his composure, responded by tracing letters on her thigh. "Hikigaya, I don't have anything." Kasumijoka grinned and continued, "Kasumijoka, come on, just a little. You smell so good today." Hikigaya, control yourself. Kasumijoka, how? I'm going to implode if I don't. Hikigaya, we're in the library. Kasumijoka, exactly. It's too risky here. Let's leave the library. We're done with our homework anyway, it won't affect your studies. Hikigaya, leave the library? This woman. She's getting bolder by the day. Hikigaya, I need to keep studying. Kasumijoka, how about this? If you come with me, I'll give you a premium math study guide. It'll dramatically improve your skills. Hikigaya. Kasumijoka, do you really think sheer effort alone will get you into the same university as Yuki Noshida? Smiling slyly, Kasumijoka leaned in closer. Kasumijoka, without a little external help, you won't catch up, no matter how hard you try. Hikigaya fell silent. Any other reason might not have swayed him, but when it came to Yuki Noshida, he couldn't help but waver. Finally, after several minutes of Kasumijoka's relentless persuasion, Hikigaya reluctantly agreed. Improving his math skills would be critical, especially if it meant getting closer to Yuki Noshida. It wasn't about Kasumijoka at all. His heart, after all, was wholly devoted to Yuki Noshida. The two of them each found an excuse to leave their seats, quietly sneaking out of the library. Where are we going? Hikigaya asked. The gymnasium. What? Hikigaya froze in his tracks. The gym? Was it going to be the equipment storage room again? Kasumijoka, smiling mysteriously, said, Hikigaya-kun, we'll be taking the back door this time. Seeing the playful expression on her face, Hikigaya's heart sank. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to. Kasumijoka tilted her head slightly, her grin growing wider. Just wait. I'll give you a little surprise, okay? Senpai, you. Hikigaya turned to her, his expression turning a bit grim. You're way too dangerous. Kasumijoka blinked in surprise but then burst out laughing. Girls have to be a little dangerous to attract boys, don't you think? This is beyond a little. Is that worry I hear in your voice? Oh, you care about me. Love, you know, it's just. This seems like a terrible idea. That's what makes it thrilling. Hikigaya fell silent, his hesitation evident. When they arrived at the gymnasium, Hikigaya, who had been on edge the whole way, finally exhaled in relief. Phew. So it's just the back door of the gym. Well, yeah. The back door is less crowded. Kasumijoka explained. Even though it's not too busy at the front this time of day, it's better to be safe. What's with that look of relief on your face? And nothing. Hikigaya stammered, quickly averting his gaze. Kasumijoka stared at him for a moment, her expression gradually shifting as a thought dawned on her. Wait a second. Hikigaya-kun, don't tell me you were thinking. Ahem. No. You're overthinking it. Huh? Overthinking? Kasumijoka's face turned red as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. You totally misunderstood just now, didn't you? Caught in the act, Hikigaya awkwardly scratched his head. Well, you're a little eccentric, so it's easy to assume. What? Kasumijoka's mouth twitched as she defensively clasped her hands behind her back, covering her lower half. Hikigaya-kun, no. Don't you dare get any weird ideas. There are boundaries, you know. I won't allow anything improper. Eh? Hikigaya tilted his head. Don't give me that innocent look. You were totally thinking of doing something, weren't you? Not really. Hikigaya said, shaking his head. Seeing his genuine confusion, Kasumijoka's flustered expression softened into one of embarrassment. Ugh. Whatever. Just stick to the plan, okay? And don't try anything funny. However, before Kasumijoka could finish her rant, Hikigaya suddenly grabbed her arm and hurriedly pulled her toward the gym's entrance. Hikigaya-kun? Kasumijoka's initial embarrassment quickly gave way to panic. Wait, why are you in such a rush? You're not seriously planning to know? Hikigaya interrupted, his tone tense. Someone's following us. Chapter 126, Conquering the Senpai. Before stepping out of the library, Kawasaki glanced around suspiciously. I could have sworn I saw Hikigaya and Kasumijoka leave together just now. Muttering to herself, Kawasaki turned and instinctively headed toward the gymnasium, hoping to confirm her suspicions. Hey, Kawasaki? A familiar voice called out, causing her to stop in her tracks. She turned to see Mira standing nearby, dressed in a tracksuit and wearing a tennis cap, her expression one of puzzlement. It's you? Kawasaki frowned, clearly annoyed. Of all people to run into, it had to be Mira. Noticing the irritated look on Kawasaki's face, Mira gave a dismissive snort. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be studying in the library? Unlike most third-year students preparing for exams, Mira had chosen a different path. Though she'd also opted for liberal arts, her focus was on sports, as she planned to apply to a physical education university. Academic subjects weren't a high priority for her, so she spent most of her time training on the field or in the gymnasium. Why would you care? Kawasaki retorted, her tone clipped. Ignoring the question, Mira pressed further. So? What brings you here? I'm looking for Hiki. Kawasaki caught herself mid-sentence, then quickly changed her tone. I mean, did you see Hikigaya and Kasumijoka around here just now? Hikigaya? Kasumijoka? Mira raised an eyebrow. They were acting suspicious, leaving the library together. And what's your point? Mira asked, folding her arms. I think they're up to no good. Kawasaki said bluntly. For a moment, Mira was silent. Then, with an icy expression, she retorted, first off, Hikigaya isn't that kind of guy. Second, Kasumijoka probably just wanted to help him study. But in your head, somehow, it turns into something improper. You're really good at overthinking, huh? Excuse me? Kawasaki shot back, struggling to keep her composure. Two people leave the library together, and you immediately assume the worst? Unless you see it with your own eyes, don't jump to conclusions. Why does it matter to you, anyway? Kawasaki countered. Mira's gaze sharpened. You're just an outsider. If you care this much about Hikigaya being around other girls, maybe it's because you're into him yourself? Kawasaki's expression shifted, and she quickly denied it. I've told you already I'm doing this for Yuki no Shida. Sure. You're just helping a friend protect her love life? Come on, normal girls don't go out of their way to be that considerate. You're absolutely right. Normal girls don't do that. Kawasaki said coolly. But a certain someone seems just as concerned. Funny, isn't it? Why you? Mira faltered, her face flushing red as Kawasaki's pointed words hit home. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Mira glared. You better really be doing this for Yuki no Shida. Same goes for you. Kawasaki shot back, unyielding. The tension between them was palpable, but both girls chose to back off before the argument escalated further. Damn Kawasaki. Mira muttered under her breath as she stormed into the gymnasium, her face clouded with frustration. Her presence immediately caught the attention of the students around her, who quickly moved aside, intimidated by her stormy demeanor. Once inside the equipment room, Mira busied herself searching for a suitable tennis racket. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Kawasaki's words from earlier. Was she right? Mira asked herself. Am I really doing this just for you? At first, it had all been for her friend trying to help Yui get closer to Hikigaya. But now, her heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively clutched her chest. This is all Yuki no Shida's fault. Mira muttered, her face tinged with a deep blush. If she hadn't stirred things up, I wouldn't feel like this. As her thoughts raced, a faint noise caught her attention. Huh? Was that Hikigaya's voice? Meanwhile, behind a pile of gym mats, Hikigaya stood rigid, facing Kasumijoka. This is risky. Hikigaya whispered, his voice tense. Kasumijoka smiled coyly, her gaze soft but intense. No risk, no reward you. Hikigaya's heart pounded uncontrollably. The fact that Mira was so close by only added to his anxiety. And here I thought you'd be worn out from whatever you did with Yuki no Shida yesterday. Kasumijoka teased, leaning in closer. But judging by that kiss earlier, I'm pleasantly surprised. You've still got plenty of energy, Air-kun. She pressed her lips together, then whispered into his ear, honestly, I can't wait to see what happens next. Hikigaya's expression grew conflicted. Truthfully, he wasn't sure why, but despite feeling exhausted lately, today he felt oddly energetic. Was it Kawasaki's lunch earlier? The hearty meal had certainly recharged him. Kasumijoka wrapped her arms around him, inhaling deeply as if savoring his scent. Come on, Air-kun. Let me take good care of you. Wait. Hikigaya stammered, his face pale. At least. Wait until Mira leaves. Kasumijoka's smile widened into a mischievous grin. Hikigaya shivered. He knew all too well his resistance only fueled her excitement. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself. Kasumijoka's triumphant smirk grew even brighter. But as she reveled in her victory, Hikigaya's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Maybe. Just this once, I should turn the tables on her. He swallowed his nerves. It was time to put his plan into action. Not far away, Mira finally found a racket she liked and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she noticed the stack of gym mats shift slightly. Her brow furrowed, and her voice rang out sharply, "Who's behind those mats?" Chapter 127, Kasumijoka, oh no, I'm going to become a slave. Who's hiding behind the cushions? Mira narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the mountain of gym mats piled in the corner. No response. Even so, Mira continued to stare, the oppressive silence making the air tense. After a few seconds of hesitation, Mira decided to investigate. She moved closer, extending her hand toward one of the mats. But just as her fingers grazed the surface, her whole body jolted, and her hands froze in midair. She turned her head. Why Yuki no Shida? Mira stared in shock at the long-haired girl standing before her. Finally found you. Yuki no Shida said, smiling faintly as she stepped forward. Mira was immediately on guard, her eyes locked onto Yuki no Shida. Found me? What do you mean by that? Yuki no Shida trailed off, glancing briefly at the mats behind Mira. Oh, I see. You're here because of Hikigaya. Mira snapped, abandoning her focus on the mats and glaring directly at Yuki no Shida. If you're looking for Hikigaya, you're in the wrong place. Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shida muttered, her smile growing more enigmatic. No, I'm not here for him. I'm here specifically for you. For me? Mira frowned deeply. Yes. Yuki no Shida nodded, then added, I wanted to thank you for taking care of Hikigaya-kun lately. Saying this, she walked over to a nearby basket and picked up a tennis racket. Shall we play a match? What? What's wrong? Are you scared? Who's scared of you? Mira scowled, clutching a racket of her own. Do you even have the stamina for this? Oh? Concerned about me? Mira-san, you're surprisingly kind. Hearing the word kind, Mira's face turned red. She immediately shouted, who's concerned about you? Fine, if you're so confident, let's do this. I'll crush you this time, just like I should have back in our second year. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Yuki no Shida smiled serenely. Mira clenched her racket, her instincts telling her that Yuki no Shida's words carried hidden meanings. Was she insinuating something again? This woman. How could anyone be so infuriatingly smug? She couldn't stand it anymore. The two left the storage room. Before leaving, Yuki no Shida stole a final glance at the mats, her expression a mix of frustration and quiet excitement. Her emotions were complicated, to say the least. But one thing was clear, her senior had chosen quite the thrilling hiding spot. Maybe she could take inspiration from this for her next move. After all, to deepen her bond with Hikigaya-kun and keep him from slipping away, she'd need to get creative. Yuki no Shida. Hey, are you even listening to me? Startled out of her thoughts by Mira's exasperated shout, Yuki no Shida offered an apologetic smile. I am. Please continue. Seeing her calm, unbothered demeanor, Mira scowled and declared, this time, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. We'll see about that. Yuki no Shida chuckled, her expression unreadable. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the tennis court. Yuki no Shida had already changed into her sports attire, so they wasted no time getting ready. Why are you wearing glasses? Mira frowned, noticing the red-rimmed glasses perched on Yuki no Shida's nose. My eyesight hasn't been great recently. Yuki no Shida replied matter-of-factly. Wouldn't that affect your performance? It's fine. TCH. Mira clicked her tongue, annoyed. Suit yourself. As the match was about to begin, students began gathering around the court to watch. The High Queen of Sobuhai versus the school's Flame Queen. This was bound to be a spectacle. Wow, it's been a year since Mira and Yuki no Shida faced off. Yeah, this is going to be epic. The murmurs of excitement grew. Amidst the commotion, Yuki no Shida adjusted her glasses, her focus unshakable. Her lips curved upward slightly. Half an hour later, Yuki no Shida eked out a narrow victory. Her stamina was lacking, but since the match was short, more of a practice session than a full game, she managed to hold her own. Interestingly, it was Mira who had proposed the shorter match, unwilling to take advantage of Yuki no Shida's physical limitations. Sometimes, being too kind can lead to failure, Mira-san. Yukinosha remarked, dabbing sweat off her face with a towel. Her breathing was labored, but her smile was as composed as ever. Mira remained silent, staring at the ground. Seeing this, Yukinosha chose not to press further. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the gymnasium. Her eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, Hikigaya and Kasumijoka were sneaking out through the back door of the gym. Kasumijoka led the way, laughing softly. Just a mere air-con, and yet you dared to defy me? Hikigaya sighed. What's wrong? Are you planning to overthrow the heavens? Conquer me? Dream on, air-con. She teased. But mid-taunt, Kasumijoka misstepped and nearly fell. Fortunately, Hikigaya caught her in time. Are you okay? Why yeah, just slipped. Kasumijoka composed herself, flashing a calm smile before gently pulling away from him. Good to hear. Hikigaya said, maintaining a respectful distance as they resumed walking toward the library. He couldn't help but feel frustrated at his earlier failure. Clearly, his training needed more work. He resolved to increase the intensity of his sessions with Mira. Unbeknownst to him, Kasumijoka was stealing glances at him, her cheeks faintly flushed. She walked with her legs pressed slightly together, her mind racing. For some reason, today's Hikigaya had an unexpected charm. No. She shook her head, scolding herself. She was supposed to dominate air-con, not the other way around. But why did she suddenly feel like shouting, I don't care about anything anymore, just let me be air-con's slave? This wasn't right. Her thoughts spiraled between shame, panic, and a touch of excitement. Yes, excitement. Calm down. She muttered to herself. I mustn't lose control. She couldn't let things be reversed. No way. Not air-con. Kasumijoka took a deep breath, steeling herself. She had to stay on top. Chapter 128, Ishiki, Senpai? You wouldn't want Yukino-senpai to know you're cheating, would you? Returning to the library. Kasumijoka, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Hikigaya, alright. Kasumijoka twisted her body slightly as she walked toward the restroom. Hikigaya watched her for a few moments, then fell into silence. Was he overthinking things? Or was it real? He couldn't shake the feeling that Senpai seemed incredibly strained, like a bowstring stretched to its limit. As Hikigaya mulled this over, a sudden voice broke through his thoughts, Kasumijoka-senpai's butt. Does it look nice? Hikigaya jolted and immediately turned around, only to see Kawasaki glaring at him like a scorned woman. Hikigaya, embarrassed, hesitated for a moment before replying, ahem, not as nice as yours, Kawasaki. Kawasaki froze for a second. The next moment, her resistance faltered, and her face turned bright red. Huh? Well, you. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't have anything like Kasumijoka-senpai's. Her heart was a whirlwind, with an inexplicable hint of joy fluttering in it. However, Kawasaki quickly composed herself when the image of a certain long-haired girl came to mind. Don't give me that nonsense. Taking a deep breath, Kawasaki asked with a stern expression, where were you just now with Kasumijoka-senpai? To ask a teacher some questions. Questions? Kawasaki raised an eyebrow. What subject? History. Hikigaya remained unfazed, confident Kawasaki wouldn't double-check with Girasa-sensei. Seeing Hikigaya's convincing demeanor, Kawasaki fell silent. Then, unexpectedly, she moved closer to Hikigaya, looking as though she was about to make a move. Kawasaki, you. Stay still. I'm going to sniff you. Huh? Your scent. It's strong. A woman's scent. I was with Kasumijoka-senpai the whole time. She has a very distinct fragrance, so of course, it's rubbed off on me. Kawasaki's face flushed slightly, and she took a step back to create some distance. Sorry. It's, fine. Anyway. Kawasaki coughed and, with a serious tone, continued, as long as your relationship isn't what I think it is, that's fine. Just make sure you spend more time with Yukino-shida. Don't let her down. I won't. Good. That's all for now. Oh, and don't forget about tomorrow at lunch. Okay. Hikigaya sighed. Sorry, Kawasaki. About me and senpai. It's already. The fact that Kawasaki cared so much about his relationship with Yukino-shida left Hikigaya feeling conflicted. He couldn't shake the guilt of disappointing such a kind-hearted girl. Just then, his phone started ringing. With a sigh, he took it out. When he saw the caller, his face twitched. It was that little devil again. Ugh, will it ever end? This time, without hesitation, he declined the call. Good thing I blocked her texts. Hikigaya muttered to himself. Why couldn't Ishiki text him and had to keep calling instead? Well, it was because. Before entering his final year, to avoid Ishiki pestering him to be her lackey again, Hikigaya had preemptively blocked her texts. Looking back, that decision felt like a stroke of genius. She'd probably be furious when she found out. But oh well. When the time came, he'd just play dumb and claim he hadn't seen the messages. As school ended, in Class 3B, Hikigaya packed up his bag, preparing to leave. Before stepping out, he turned to Kasumijoka and asked, "About the study materials you mentioned earlier." "No problem. I'll stop by the bookstore later to check." "Thanks." Hikigaya nodded. After being teased a bit more by Kasumijoka, Hikigaya couldn't handle it any longer and made a quick escape toward the service club. But peace didn't last long. Just as he was about to head down the stairs, he spotted Ishiki perched on the stair railing, as if waiting for someone. An alarm went off in his head. Hikigaya's face stiffened, and he quickly turned to find another way. Too late. The girl's natural, sugary voice rang out, He caught you at last, senpai?" That familiar, sickly sweet tone sent shivers down Hikigaya's spine. "Huh. What a coincidence, Ishiki." Forcing a smile, Hikigaya braced himself and greeted her. Ishiki giggled as she slid off the railing and, like a small fish, snaked her way over to Hikigaya's side, casually wrapping her arms around his. "You." Hikigaya's headache intensified. "Senpai, why didn't you answer the calls of such a cute kuhai like me?" Ishiki's radiant smile was so dazzling it almost felt oppressive. Hikigaya averted his gaze, avoiding Ishiki's adorable face, and replied flatly, I didn't know it was you." "Didn't know? I've been calling you non-stop, huh?" "Really didn't know? What a dishonest senpai." Ishiki sighed, tightening her grip on Hikigaya's arm, causing his face to redden slightly. "Well then." Ishiki's lips curled into a mischievous grin as she leaned closer. "Senpai, you wouldn't want Yukino-senpai to find out you've been cheating, would you? Maybe you've got something going on with Kawasaki-senpai too?" Hikigaya's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. I have no idea what you're talking about." "Senpai, no need to deny it. I've got pictures of you and Kawasaki-senpai together last weekend." With a devilish smile, Ishiki pulled out her phone and showed him photos of him bidding Kawasaki farewell. Seeing the pictures, Hikigaya let out a small sigh of relief and replied calmly, "These pictures don't prove anything." "Oh? Then how about I show them to Yukino-senpai?" "You don't create unnecessary misunderstandings." Look at how nervous you are, senpai. Still want to say you don't care?" Ishiki tightened her grip on Hikigaya's arm, pulling him closer. What are you trying to do?" Hikigaya became increasingly wary, turning his face away to avoid getting too close to Ishiki. But no matter how he resisted, Ishiki's relentless tugging brought them closer and closer. Finally, Ishiki paused and curiously brushed aside Hikigaya's bangs. "Senpai, you've got quite the charm, don't you?" The more she looked at him, the more attractive he seemed, stirring up an unexplainable feeling within her. Chapter 129, Ishiki the Blonde. "The more you struggle, the more excited I get, senpai." As Ishiki inched closer, every alarm in Hakumen's head was blaring at maximum volume. Recently, the girls around him had all been acting strangely. Could it be that this mini Haruno was about to lose her composure too? Wait, no. Ishiki's personality had always been this awful. Maybe he was just overthinking things. "Ishiki, what? What are you trying to do?" Senpai, relax, I just need you to agree to one little thing. If you do, I promise not to show Yukino-senpai those photos of you and Saki-senpai, okay?" What thing?" Seeing Hakumen's nervous expression, Ishiki's smile grew wider, her lips curling with amusement. Hakumen tensed up. "Hurry up and say it already. It's a super simple thing for you, senpai. You just have to." Ishiki leaned in closer, her cherry pink lips nearing his ear. But just as the mischievous kuhai was about to whisper her demand, the faint masculine scent coming from Hakumen unexpectedly triggered her hormones. Coupled with the handsome face half hidden beneath his bangs, in that moment, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. A wave of unfamiliar emotions surged through her. "Compared to usual, you're way too charming today, senpai. I kind of want to, huh?" Sensing something was off, Hakumen turned his head slightly. "Ishiki, are you okay?" At that moment, Ishiki lost control. She leaned forward and abruptly pressed her lips against his. Smack. "Hakumen?" "Ishiki." The sudden kiss shocked not just Hakumen but even Ishiki herself, the instigator. Thankfully, school had ended, and no one else was around. Otherwise, the scene at the staircase would have been impossible to explain. Recovering quickly, Hakumen pushed Ishiki away. What was that? Were you trying to confess or something?" Sorry. You're a good person, but I already have Yukino Shida, so I can't accept you?" Ishiki was dumbfounded. She was shocked at herself for kissing Hikkiman out of nowhere. And even more shocked when he handed her a good person card. How could she tolerate this? A mere senpai. Only she was allowed to hand out good person cards, no one else. Furious, Ishiki wasn't about to let this slide. Senpai, don't leave just yet. Seeing Hikkiman about to slip away, Ishiki quickly regained her composure, grabbed his arm, and clung to him tightly. What, are you planning to be a simp now? Under normal circumstances, getting rejected yet still chasing after someone would absolutely qualify as shameless behavior. A simp? Ishiki tilted her head, smiling slyly. No, no, no. You're wrong, senpai. I only kissed you just now, I didn't confess. So sticking to you doesn't make me a simp, huh? Someone like me has a much better title, you know. With a devilish grin, Ishiki pressed herself closer, causing Hikkiman's expression to twist in discomfort. What title? You're clearly just a simp. Nope. I'm not a simp. I'm a blonde. Right now, I'm your blonde, senpai? Well, the hair color checks out. Senpai, how does it feel? You have a girlfriend, but I just kissed you. Regretting it? Feeling guilty? Shall we tell Yukino senpai about what just happened? I wonder what she'd think you. The Hikkiman's heart skipped a beat, he quickly composed himself. Did we? When did we kiss? Do you have any proof? Ishiki froze. What are you saying, senpai? There's no evidence, right? Haha, let's see who Yukino Shita believes, me or you. For once, Hikkiman had turned the tables on the little devil. Ugh. Senpai. Ishiki, rarely flustered, couldn't take the humiliation. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll kiss you again and take a picture this time. What? What are you planning to do? Huakaku, don't move, senpai. Let me take a nice photo of us kissing. Ishiki pulled out her phone, determined to leave evidence this time. Are you serious? I was just joking earlier. I'm blonde now. You think I'm not serious? Senpai, don't struggle. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Be good and let me kiss you again. Seeing Hikkiman try to escape, Ishiki doubled down. She was determined to get that photo. You're not actually going through with this, are you? But as their tug-of-war escalated, the inevitable happened. Thud. Both of them slipped and fell to the floor. Luckily for Ishiki, Hikkiman cushioned her fall. Ugh, sorry, senpai. Enough fooling around. Get off me already. Alright. Blushing furiously, Ishiki carefully got up, embarrassed by the awkward situation. Hikkiman also stood and sighed. Alright, what do you want from me? Before that, can I kiss you one more time? No. Just say what you need already. Meanwhile, if Hikkiman and Ishiki had turned the corner at the staircase, they would have seen a certain Yukino Shita silently observing them. She covered her mouth and held her breath, eavesdropping on the entire exchange. Huh? That's it? The hopeful Yukino Shita felt disappointed. Wasn't Ishiki supposed to be the blonde? Why'd she stop after just one kiss? And that was only because Yukino Shita had used her forced intimate card. Ugh. How anticlimactic. Of course, Yukino Shita told herself her interest wasn't personal. She just wanted more points from Ishiki, that's all. Yeah, this was all for the points. Yukino Shita sighed. Well, if Ishiki wasn't going to take things further, so be it. From what she'd seen, Ishiki didn't seem as aggressive as Yue. That meant she'd probably be easier to deal with later. A small smile appeared on Yukino Shita's lips. Ah, dear Kuhai. I really hope you step up your game and live up to your title as the blonde. Chapter 130, A Satisfied Iroha-senpai, do you know how many people are eyeing my position as student council president? That's why I need to work extra hard to secure my esteemed status. So, your plan is to have Sobuhai hold a joint training camp with other prestigious schools? Hikkiman asked, his mouth twitching. And the school you're targeting is Advanced Nurturing High School? After some explanation, Hikkiman finally understood why Iroha had sought him out. She wanted his help to solidify her position as student council president. Iroha smiled smugly. Well, I don't have much choice. The third year's declining college entrance exam scores last year really disappointed the school administration. This year, as the student council president, it's only natural for me to plan something to ensure your grades performance improves, right? And one way to improve third year's performance is through something like a training camp. So I worked super hard to invite one of the most famous high schools in the country to join Sobuhai for a training camp. Let me tell you, senpai, I've already scheduled a meeting with the student council president of Advanced Nurturing High this weekend. If things go well, we'll have a joint training camp. Isn't that amazing? Iroha was practically glowing with excitement. If she could pull this off, her position as student council president would be unshakable. You're dreaming. Hikkiman deadpanned, Advanced Nurturing High is a nationally renowned school. They rarely, if ever, conduct joint training camps with other schools. Actually, they've probably never done one at all. You should just give up on them. That school's students. They're all monsters. Sure, it might improve academic performance, but it would be brutal for Sobya High students. Besides, how did Iroha even get in touch with their student council president? It was baffling. What? Iroha panicked. Give up? No way. Senpai, do you know how much sweat and tears I've poured into making this happen? It's been so hard just to arrange a meeting with their president. You don't understand at all. I don't. Hikigaya was blunt. He had no interest in listening to Iroha complain. Seeing his lack of empathy, Iroha suddenly threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. What are you doing? Let go of me. Nua. I'm not letting go. Clinging to him like a pitiful kitten, Iroha pleaded tearfully, Senpai, if you don't help me, I really don't know what to do. You're the only one I can rely on now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she begged, looking heartbreakingly vulnerable. The glistening tears made her look as if she might start crying at any moment. But Hikigaya remained unnervingly calm. Pick a different school. Senpai. It's my advice to you. You're so cruel, Senpai. Sob. Seeing Hikaya's cold demeanor, Iroha started to cry for real, tears rolling down her cheeks. What? Hikigaya froze. Judging by the wetness soaking through his shirt. Wait. She's actually crying? You were the one who pushed me into becoming president, but now that I'm in trouble, you're completely washing your hands of it. All I wanted was to organize a high-quality training camp for the third years. No, that's not it. I wanted to do this for you, Senpai. I just wanted to help you improve your grades, so you could go to the same university as Yukino-senpai. But now. Iroha's sobbing grew louder, as if she were pouring her entire heart out. Hikigaya was flustered. He knew Iroha was a master manipulator, but this felt strangely real. Stop. Don't cry. Senpai, if you don't agree to help me, I'll just. Iroha tightened her grip on him. Hikaya's nerves were on edge. Her figure was really something else. Though every fiber of his being resisted the idea of agreeing to her absurd plan, he couldn't completely ignore her plight. After all, he had been the one to push her into becoming student council president. Abandoning her now would feel irresponsible. With a deep sigh of resignation, Hikigaya finally relented. Fine. I'll try to help. I knew you'd agree, Senpai. He. The moment the words left his mouth, Iroha's tearful expression vanished. She looked up at him with a triumphant smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seriously? Her ability to switch gears was that fast? Realizing he'd been played, Hikigaya could only sigh again. Alright, now let go of me. He. Iroha released him, her grin as bright as ever. For some reason, Senpai, I feel so refreshed now. Huh? What are you talking about? Never mind. Iroha quickly corrected herself, coughing lightly to cover up her slip. What I meant was, if you really manage to pull off the training camp, I think I'll feel like I'm on top of the world. I mean, this is Advanced Nurturing High we're talking about. Just imagine our school having a joint camp with them. Don't get ahead of yourself. Hikigaya shook his head. Even if I agree to help, there's no guarantee they'll say yes. If they refuse, don't blame me. As he spoke, Hikigaya pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed a few to Iroha. Oh. Iroha hesitated for a moment before flashing him a sly smile. Senpai made me cry, so Senpai should be the one to wipe my tears. Huh? Come on, just wipe them for me, Senpai. Fine. Just stop leaning on me. He, Senpai, you're so kind. I'm starting to feel jealous of Yukino-senpai. Having someone like you as her boyfriend must feel amazing. Can you not bring her up right now? He smirking playfully, Iroha leaned closer and whispered, Senpai, if you can actually secure this training camp with Advanced Nurturing High, I might just reward you. How does that sound, Senpai? Hikigaya froze, his instincts screaming at him to run. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Yukino's sharp eyes gleamed. Iroha's got potential after all. Not bad. With some nurturing, she could very well blossom into a true troublemaker. Satisfied with her observations, Yukino quietly turned and walked away, ensuring neither of them noticed her eavesdropping. Chapter 131, A Ruthless Boost for My Husband, rewarding him after he's recharged the service club. As always, the girls were chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Hikigaya and Hikigaya sat in the corner like a wooden figure, immersed in a book, entirely out of place. While Yukino appeared to be engaged in light conversation with Kamiki and Yue, her mind was focused on planning her boyfriend's future. Ishiki, for instance, was proactive and clearly fond of Hikuman. Yukino thought she should nurture that relationship. After all, the weekend meeting could be a chance for the two to bond closely. Yue, on the other hand, was clumsy and lacked initiative. Yukino decided she could wait and see with her. However, Yue's mother might be worth considering. She was quite elegant, and her attentiveness to Hikuman could lead to opportunities. As for Kamaki, Yukino's sharp eyes detected something subtle. Her potential sister-in-law seemed to occasionally steal glances at Hikuman. Interesting. Kamaki showed potential as well. Yukino recalled how she'd subtly encouraged Kamaki during a shopping trip, suggesting she spend more time with her brother and strengthen their sibling bond. After all, the more points she could gain, the better. Cuddles, kisses, even bathing together and sleeping in the same bed, well, so long as they didn't cross the ultimate line. Yes, such gestures would all be perfectly acceptable between siblings. Yukino was lost in thought when Yui hesitantly glanced at Hikuman in the corner, concern etched on her face. Hiki, are you stressed? You look so tired today. Una-chan, why are you always pushing yourself so hard with studying? If you keep this up, you're going to turn into some frail weakling. Kamaki scolded him. College entrance exams are coming up. Hikuman replied flatly, barely glancing up from his book. Studying comes first. Ugh, my nerdy big brother. Kamaki muttered before turning to Yukino with a pleading expression. Yukino-ne, you've got to help. My brother is going to burn out at this rate. Kamaki's right. Yukino patted her head gently as though soothing a cat, then looked at Hikuman with a soft smile. Hikigaya-kun, don't push yourself too hard. Study in moderation and make time for your family. Spend more time with Kamaki, especially. Fine. I get it. Though Yukino's tone was calm, Hikuman couldn't help but feel there was an underlying message. Still, he put the book down. See? Yukino-ne is the best. Kamaki grinned and moved to chat with Yu and Hikuman, leaving Yukino to sip her tea, contentedly watching the scene. Kamaki was right. Her boyfriend did look a bit drained. But Yukino could understand why. After all, the past few days had been non-stop for Hikuman. He'd spent time with Kawasaki the day before, herself the day before that, and today, it was Kasumijoka-senpai. Frankly, Yukino was impressed he was still standing. Can he really keep this up? Especially since Yukino had plans for him to spend quality time with Kawasaki tomorrow. With this thought, she opened her system panel to assess the situation. Hikigaya Hikuman stamina, 61 out of 100, fairly robust. Hikigaya Hikuman endurance, 9 out of 100, nearly depleted. Stamina was self-explanatory physical energy for those kinds of activities. As for endurance, it symbolized his reserves. If his endurance hit 0, the best-case scenario was hospitalization. The worst-case scenario? Well, let's just say it wouldn't be pretty. This is serious, Yukino thought grimly. If she let things continue as they were, Hikuman might not survive tomorrow's date with Kawasaki. Fortunately, her system shop offered a restorative potion that could boost endurance significantly. Though expensive 500 points per bottle, it was worth it to keep her beloved healthy. After the service club meeting, Yu and Kamaki left for some shopping, while Yukino and Hikuman walked home together. On the way, Yukino stopped at a vending machine, pretending to crave Max coffee. She bought a can, drank half, and then discreetly poured the potion into the remaining coffee. Returning to Hikuman, she handed him the can with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I drank some. There's half left. Oh, I'll finish it then. Fufu. Yukino's eyes gleamed. Actually, let me feed it to you. Feed me? I'm not your pet. Hikuman protested. Ignoring his resistance, Yukino smiled sweetly, took a sip of the coffee, now mixed with the potion, and, before Hikuman could react, wrapped her arms around his neck. Standing on her toes, she kissed him, transferring the coffee to his mouth. System notifications: Hikigaya Hikuman's corruption -1, Hikigaya Hikuman's endurance +2, Hikigaya Hikuman's corruption -2, Hikigaya Hikuman's endurance +4. Several minutes later, Yukino pulled back with a satisfied smile. Perfect? His endurance was restored, his corruption reduced, and she'd enjoyed herself in the process. Truly, a win-win. Should we continue? Yukino asked with a teasing glint in her eyes. Again? Hikuman flushed. Of course. Yukino giggled. There's still a bit left. Let me feed you properly. Before Hikuman could object, another voice interrupted. Fufu, you two seem to be having fun. I want to feed Hikigaya-kun too? Both Yukino and Hikuman froze, turning to see a familiar figure. Wearing a white blouse and denim shorts, the poised and mature Haruno Yukino-shita stood nearby, watching them with an amused smile. Haruno-san? Hikuman stammered, suddenly on high alert. Haruno, appearing in such a moment, always spelled trouble. On-sama? Yukino blushed furiously. Her initial shock quickly turned to wariness, though a strange light flickered in her eyes as if she'd just come up with a bold idea. Chapter 132, Yukino Shita's secret satisfaction loaning her husband to Haruno. Nah, come on, it's fine. Haruno beamed as she approached the two. Taking advantage of Yukino Shita's distraction, she swiftly took the Max coffee from her hands. Let your dear sister feed Hikigaya-kun? Yukino Shita was stunned. And when she saw Haruno preparing to drink the Max coffee, her blood pressure nearly spiked. Wait a minute. You're not allowed to drink that. We're family, don't be so uptight. Yukino Shita huffed and grumbled. Fine, if you want to feed Hikigaya-kun, go ahead, but I forbid you from using your mouth to do it. She was a woman with principles. Oh? So, that means it's actually okay for me to feed him? Haruno looked at her blushing sister in surprise. Yukino Shita froze. Hikigaya immediately intervened. Yukino Shita, you can't just. But seeing Hikigaya so flustered and nervous made Yukino Shita secretly delighted. Well, if it's just normal feeding, I suppose it's fine. Huh? Hikigaya's mouth twitched. The way she phrased it made him feel like he was some kind of pet being shared between sisters. Clearing her throat, Yukino Shita maintained her composure while warning Haruno, but don't take it too far. Of course not. Haruno grinned as she slowly closed in on Hikigaya. His instincts screamed at him to escape. But he was suddenly grabbed by the arm. Not by Haruno, but by his own girlfriend. Hikigaya was baffled. Yukino Shita? Drink the Max coffee. Yukino Shita, her face flushed, made her intentions clear. Even so, this isn't alright, Hikigaya-kun, open wide. Don-chan's going to feed you now. Resigned to his fate, Hikigaya had no choice but to open his mouth as Haruno pressed the can of Max coffee to his lips. And so under Haruno's gentle care, the Max coffee trickled down his throat bit by bit. He had to admit being force-fed like this, by Haruno of all people, while his girlfriend watched felt downright bizarre. His face heated up instinctively. How adorable. Hikigaya-kun, you totally look like a Samoyed from a pet store right now, Haruno teased with a bright smile. Hikigaya choked and coughed a few times before retorting, I told you, I'm not a pet. But in your sister-in-law's eyes, you're just a cute little pet. Sighing internally, Hikigaya glanced at his beloved for help. Only to find Yukino Shita's eyes practically sparkling. Oi? Yukino Shita. Aren't you supposed to be my girlfriend? You're actually enjoying this? Am I being bullied for your entertainment? You sadist. Ahem. Noticing Hikigaya's silent plea, Yukino Shita cleared her throat. Haruno, now that the Max coffee is finished, stop feeding Hikigaya-kun. Hikigaya-kuman's current stamina, 100 out of 100, energetic and full of vigor. How about I buy another one? Haruno asked with an eager smile. Huh? Hikigaya recoiled. Yukino Shita immediately interjected, Hikigaya-kun has had enough. No more coffee, and stop messing around. What a shame. Haruno chuckled before giving the two a knowing glance. By the way, what a coincidence, running into you two on your way home together. Why yeah, such a coincidence. Instinctively, Yukino Shita took her sister's words at face value. And so, the two sisters casually started chatting. Hikigaya was speechless. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yukino Shita's normally sharp mind got nerfed whenever she was with her sister. Coincidence? Yeah, right. Hikigaya muttered to himself. There was no way Haruno just happened to run into them. Hikigaya-kun's sweet voice suddenly whispered into his ear. At some point, Haruno had snuck up beside him, flashing a gentle but ominous smile. Smart boys can be very dangerous, you know. Feeling the suffocating mix of perfume and murderous intent, Hikigaya's hair stood on end. Meanwhile, Yukino Shita snapped out of her daze and frowned. So, what do you really want? At this, Haruno sighed dramatically. Well, since you've caught on, I'll just say it outright. You see, I ran into a little problem at university. To summarize, Haruno's college friends had all recently gotten boyfriends. And these insufferable besties spent their days flaunting their relationships and teasing Haruno about being single. So, in a fit of defiance, she may or may not have blurted out that she had a boyfriend too. And how exactly does this concern me and Yukino Shita? Hikigaya asked, exasperated. Go find a boyfriend, then. Why drag your sister and brother-in-law into this mess? Of course, it concerns you too. Haruno's smile deepened as she gazed at Hikigaya. I don't feel like getting a real boyfriend just yet, and I need a familiar guy to help me out, but I don't know many guys. Feeling her unwavering stare, Hikigaya instinctively felt a chill down his spine. How about Hayama? He can pretend to be your boyfriend. No thanks. I'm not interested in golden retrievers. Haruno shook her head, still smiling as she kept her eyes locked on Hikigaya. You don't mean. Noticing her sister's unwavering focus, Yuki no Shita furrowed her brows, already seeing where this was going. Just lend me Hikigaya-kun for a bit. Haruno rubbed her hands together mischievously. All I need is a few couple photos. Hikigaya-kun doesn't even have to show up in person, huh? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. I refuse. Your refusal is invalid. Haruno dismissed him effortlessly before turning to her sister with a pleading look. Yuki-non, this is the first time I've ever asked you for a favor, just a few pictures, that's all. Let your big sister keep her dignity. Yuki no Shita hesitated. Honestly, this was the first time Haruno had ever asked her for anything. Her dazzling, ever-dominant older sister was actually lowering herself to make a request. Oof. That felt oddly satisfying. After a brief pause, she stole a glance at Hikigaya, who was subtly shaking his head in protest. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. With a faint smile, Yuki no Shita said, well, since you put it that way. Fine, you can borrow him once? Hikigaya was stunned. You actually agreed? Really? Haruno's eyes lit up. Yuki no Shita nodded with a smile, then casually added, but just taking pictures might be too suspicious. To make it look convincing, you should take several photo booth shots and preferably wear matching couple outfits. Haruno's surprise quickly turned into unrestrained excitement. Meanwhile, Hikigaya was absolutely speechless. His brilliant girlfriend sure had a knack for using her intelligence in all the wrong places. Chapter 133, Haruno, you're too fair-skinned as expected of my dear little sister. Before Hikigaya could even get a word in, Haruno excitedly walked up to Yuki no Shita and pulled her into a hug. Thanks. I'll return Hikigaya-kun to you as soon as I'm done with him. Wan-sama? Being held by Haruno, Yuki no Shita involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes instinctively glancing at her older sister's well-endowed figure. With your qualities, finding a boyfriend should be quite easy. I know. Haruno grinned and puffed out her chest slightly. Alright. I'll find a boyfriend sooner or later. I won't bother you lovebirds for help anymore, I promise. Yuki no Shita shot an irritated glance at her sister's chest, then nodded and pushed her away. Don't waste time. Let's finish this quickly and go home. No problem. Haruno responded with a bright smile before turning her attention to the mostly ignored Hikigaya. Before he could react, Haruno gently wrapped her arms around his. Couples taking photos together should wear matching outfits, right? I actually thought ahead and prepared a men's version of my white shirt in my car. Hikigaya-kun, I'll have to trouble you to change into it later. Hikigaya turned his head away from Haruno and looked at Yuki no Shita instead. However, neither her being in Haruno's embrace nor the mention of matching outfits seemed to faze her. In fact, she even nodded in agreement. Left with no choice, Hikigaya sighed and nodded as well. Haruno beamed, still holding on to him as she led him toward her sleek blue sports car. Yuki no Shita exhaled softly before following behind them. Upon reaching Haruno's car, she retrieved a neatly folded white dress shirt from the trunk and then turned to Hikigaya with a teasing smile. Alright, Hikigaya-kun, take off your shirt. You want me to strip in public? Hikigaya's reluctance was obvious. That's true. Alright then, get in the car and change. Without waiting for his response, Haruno opened the rear door and pulled him inside. Seeing this, Yuki no Shita immediately climbed in after them. Yuki-non, what are you doing? Making sure you don't do anything inappropriate. Sigh, don't you trust your dear sister? Yuki-non, you're so cold. Haruno let out a dramatic sigh before shifting her gaze to Hikigaya, who was now trapped between them. Alright, Hikigaya-kun, go ahead you two. Hikigaya felt immense pressure. The backseat of the sports car wasn't exactly spacious. With both Haruno and Yuki no Shita on either side of him, even the slightest movement risked making direct contact. Should I help you take it off? Huh? Here, don't move. Haruno. Watching her sister try to undress her boyfriend, Yuki no Shita felt an inexplicable thrill but quickly forced herself to stay calm. I'll do it. Hikigaya. A few minutes later, Haruno was driving toward the mall. Hikigaya and Yuki no Shita sat in the back seat. Hikigaya was now wearing the white dress shirt that matched Haruno's. As she drove, Haruno smirked mischievously. Hikigaya-kun, have you been working out lately? Your physique is really impressive. Ahem. Yeah, I have been. Hikigaya answered casually. And you smell amazing, too. No wonder fit guys are just naturally more attractive. Haruno chuckled. Yuki-non, you're really lucky. Hikigaya's face turned slightly red. Yuki no Shita's cheeks also warmed a little. Still, despite her embarrassment, Yuki no Shita couldn't help but notice something. Hikigaya did have a unique scent. A pleasant, intoxicating one. Hikigaya-hukuman's stamina has reached 100 out of 100. His body now exudes a strong masculine scent. The more mature a woman is, the more she'll be attracted to this scent, leading to obsession and infatuation. After hearing this explanation from the system, Yuki no Shita suddenly understood. A full stamina gauge meant her boyfriend was overflowing with vitality. And in reality, mature women were naturally drawn to energetic men. So that's how it is. Wait, hold on. Haruno isn't exactly mature yet. She's only in her early 20s. If that's the case, what about women in their 30s? Or married women? Yuki no Shita's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. At this rate, wouldn't her boyfriend become some kind of natural seduction magnet for older women? Looks like I'll have to be careful about letting his stamina hit the max in the future. Otherwise, he might become very dangerous. Soon, the group arrived at a nearby shopping mall. They picked a self-service photo booth meant for couples. Haruno dragged Hikigaya inside. Since only 2 people could fit comfortably, Yuki no Shita had to wait outside. Inside the booth, Haruno leaned in closer to Hikigaya, pouting slightly. Hikigaya-kun, come on, move closer, we're supposed to look like a couple. And smile a little, don't just stand there looking like a lost puppy. Oh, okay. Hikigaya did his best to comply, shifting slightly closer. But in the next moment his pupils shrank. Haruno was unbuttoning her shirt. Alarmed, Hikigaya quickly asked, what are you doing? The shirt's a bit tight. Just loosening it a little. Haruno undid 2 buttons with a smirk. Thankfully, it was only 2. If she had gone for a third, things would have been very different. Even so, the slight reveal of her fair skin was enough to make Hikigaya instinctively lower his gaze. Hee, what do you think? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Seeing him play dumb, Haruno grinned and wrapped her arms around his. I just complimented your physique, so now it's your turn to compliment me. Hikigaya stiffened, struggling to find the right words. Very high quality? High quality? Be more specific. Your legs are really fair and smooth. The word slipped out before he could stop himself. Realizing what he just said, Hikigaya quickly averted his gaze from her legs. Haruno's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, so Hikigaya-kun has been staring at my legs this whole time? My, how bold of you, huh? Hikigaya's face turned even redder. No, I was just looking at the ground, and my eyes wandered by accident. Hee, it's fine if you want, I can't even let you touch them. You. Seeing Haruno's playful gaze, Hikigaya broke into a cold sweat and desperately looked toward the door for an escape. Where was Yuki no Shita when he needed her? Meanwhile, standing outside, Yuki no Shita felt conflicted. For some reason, this situation felt like she was standing guard while her boyfriend and the other woman were fooling around inside. The mix of emotions was strange, part frustration, part excitement. Sigh. Whatever. As long as she was earning system points, that was what mattered. Of course, as a girlfriend, she should at least pretend to be upset. So, with a half-hearted tone, she called out, Hikigaya-kun, sister, hurry up already. If anything, she secretly hoped Haruno would get a little rougher with him in the changing room. Chapter 134, Yuki no Shita and Haruno becoming wise together? After enduring a long torment. Under Haruno's gentle coercion, Hikigaya had no choice but to take several couple photo booth pictures with her. Once the photos were taken, Hikigaya thought that was the end of it. But to his dismay, Yuki no Shita suddenly suggested taking a few more pictures with their phones just in case there were any loopholes. Haruno gave her little sister a big thumbs up. Hikigaya let out a bitter sigh. Was his own girlfriend really not going to save him at all? No, wait. It wasn't that she wouldn't save him. She was probably just enjoying the show, wasn't she? Damn it. Only an absolute fool would fall for a sadistic devil like Yuki no Shita. In the end, Hikigaya was forced to take a few more intimate photos with Haruno, this time on their phones. And the one taking the photos was none other than his own girlfriend, Yuki no Shita. Thanks, Yuki no-chan. And of course, thanks to you too, Hikigaya-kun. Haruno grinned, looking thoroughly satisfied. You'd better find yourself a boyfriend soon. Yuki no Shita said flatly. Next time, I won't be lending you, Hikigaya-kun. Got it. Haruno nodded with a smile. It's getting late. I'll drive you to home. Neither of them objected. Shortly after, due to their different home addresses, Yuki no Shita was the first to be dropped off. Taking the elevator upstairs, she arrived home within minutes. However, just as she was about to relax on the sofa, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening. Ding. Haruno. Yuki no Shita, sitting in the driver's seat, just climbed into Hikigaya-kun's lap in the passenger seat. Yuki no Shita was dumbfounded. In the car? That means... She covered her mouth, her heartbeat accelerating. Wait a minute. Could it be that her sister was planning to do it with Hikigaya-kun right there in the car? What happened to behaving herself? Haruno, you traitorous big sister. How could you go after my Hikigaya like this? I even let you borrow him earlier. Yuki no Shita was completely thrown into chaos. What should she do now? There was no way she could rush over and stop it in time. Was she really going to let her sister take her boyfriend? Her heart was in turmoil, filled with shock, panic, and a strange sense of anticipation she couldn't quite explain. Meanwhile, inside the blue sports car, Hikigaya regretted everything. He regretted ever agreeing to sit in the passenger seat. Because not long after they had started driving, Haruno suddenly pulled over. Then she unfastened her seatbelt. And out of nowhere, she leaned into his lap. Holy crap. If he had known this woman would be so bold, he wouldn't have agreed to this no matter how much she insisted. Haruno-san, what are you doing? You should call me on-san-up. Please respect yourself, Haruno-san. Hikigaya desperately tried to push her away. Hey. Just as I thought. Haruno pulled back into the driver's seat, her voice suddenly turning cold. Hikigaya-kun, you smell like another woman. Her smile remained, but there was an unmistakable chill in her tone. Hikigaya's expression stiffened. Haruno-san. What are you trying to say? Hikigaya-kun, you've been getting quite close to a lot of girls lately. And not just close, you seem very intimate with them. Hikigaya's pupils contracted. He recalled how Haruno had conveniently appeared at the vacant lot last time. A chill ran down his spine. What exactly are you trying to say? Nothing much. Don't be so nervous. Haruno smiled again, but this time, it was the kind of smile that sent shivers down his spine. I just hope you remember your position. Frowning, Hikigaya fell into deep thought before taking a slow breath. So that's your real reason for coming to see me, huh? The whole pretend boyfriend thing, that was just an excuse. Her real purpose was to warn him. Hey. As the future man of the Yuki no Shita family, of course we'd be keeping an eye on you. Not just me, even mother is watching closely. Hikigaya's eyelid twitched. If that was true, then Yuki no Shita's mother showing up last time was no coincidence either. They had both been watching him all along. Terrifying. If Haruno and Yuki no Shita's mother ever found out that he had cheated on Yuki no Shita, Hikigaya didn't even want to imagine what kind of punishment those two demons would unleash upon him. In my heart, there is only Yuki no Shita. Now, in the future, and forever. That will never change. Hikigaya's voice was calm, but beneath it lay an unwavering resolve. We'll see. Just don't disappoint us. I won't. Hikigaya said firmly. But Haruno-san, you should restrain yourself a little. It'd be best if we had as little contact as possible. Oh? Haruno blinked, looking slightly surprised. Then, all of a sudden, a mischievous smile spread across her face. What's this? Afraid you won't be able to resist On-san's charm? Wait, what? No, don't come any closer. Foo, I'm not like those other women, you know. Ignoring his resistance, Haruno leaned in with a smirk. If Hikigaya-kun wants me, well, I might just say yes, huh? You, how about a package deal? Since we're all family anyway, she winked playfully. Hikigaya's face turned bright red. Then he took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Stop joking around. Inside the car, the two of them continued their back and forth. Minutes later, Haruno finally dropped Hikigaya off at home. Hikigaya didn't waste a second, he practically bolted out of the car and ran for his life. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Haruno didn't leave immediately. Instead, she turned to look at the white dress shirt Hikigaya had taken off earlier, still sitting in the back seat. She stared at it. And kept staring. A few seconds later, Haruno quietly picked up the shirt. Examining it closely. Sigh. If only it wasn't her. On the other side, Yuki no Shita let out a sigh of relief as she sat on the toilet. Finally she could go to the bathroom in peace. But even as she relaxed, a strange feeling of disappointment crept into her heart. She had been so sure her sister was going to do something to her boyfriend in the car. But in the end, nothing happened. Not even a kiss. That was just. Yuki no Shita's face flushed red. She patted her cheeks. Cough. What am I even thinking? There's no way Hikigaya-kun would sleep with my sister. Taking a sticker photo together was one thing. But sleeping together? Ugh. They were sisters, for crying out loud. Sisters sharing the same husband? That was way too taboo. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 135, Embraced on both sides after dinner. Hikigaya, you're heading out? Yeah. At the entrance, Hikigaya responded to his sister, Kamaki, before stepping out the door. A routine process. Yet, something felt off. Kamaki's gaze. It's weird. Thinking back on Kamaki's recent unusual behavior, Hikigaya felt a chill run down his spine. Cough. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I really haven't chatted with Kamaki much lately. Once I get in better shape, I should spend more time with her. Muttering to himself, Hikigaya headed toward the nearby park. To conquer the proud Kasumijoka-senpai, he still had a lot of work to do. A few minutes later, arriving at the familiar park, Hikigaya spotted Mira, dressed in sportswear, waiting near the usual utility pole. Mira. He approached, greeting the girl. Mira nodded coolly. Just as she was about to speak, Hikigaya suddenly bowed deeply in front of her, his expression serious. Mira, I'm counting on you. Push me harder? Such a formal tone startled Mira. For a second, she thought Hikigaya was confessing to her. But then when she registered his actual words, her eyebrow twitched. Push you harder? Yeah. Seeing Hikigaya's sincere expression, Mira took a deep breath. Got it. I'll push you hard. But before that, warm up. Since you're asking for intensity, normal warm-ups won't cut it. I'll personally guide you this time. Great, thanks. Hikigaya smiled slightly. His genuine smile made Mira instinctively avert her gaze. TCH. Acting like this is some big favor. You think I'd struggle with a mere Hikigaya? Humphrey. Hikigaya smiled wryly and nodded. Then, Mira began instructing him in warm-ups with full focus. Because she was teaching new movements hands-on, they ended up quite close to each other. Hikigaya, your body my body? Am I doing something wrong? No. And nothing. Mira's expression shifted. She quickly composed herself and scolded him, quit turning your head. Where are you looking? Oh. Got it. Seeing Hikigaya focus elsewhere, Mira finally exhaled a little. But her heart was still pounding. For some reason the boy smelled really good today. Like, amazingly good. His scent, like her favorite sushi, made her feel an inexplicable urge to devour him. Frustrated, Mira clenched her fists. Who's pushing whom here? Tall, well-built. Strong masculine presence. Kind, gentle, and always nice to her. Of course, most importantly, he was Yuki no Shita's boyfriend. Damn. A prime catch. Like him. If he weren't her best friend Yua's crush, she'd have snatched him up already. Hikigaya, don't hold back. Use more strength. It's fine. His voice suddenly reached her ears. Huh? Mira, briefly dazed, snapped in irritation. Who's going easy on you? Since you asked for it. Enduring the thick masculine scent surrounding him, Mira continued helping Hikigaya warm up. Sweat dripped down. Her breathing grew unsteady. She was getting really annoyed. She couldn't take this anymore. This bastard, he was the one pushing her to her limits. A few minutes later, warm-ups ended. They moved on to running. At first, Mira led the pace. However, after just a few minutes she hit her breaking point. That persistent, tantalizing scent wafted from behind her, relentlessly triggering her hormones. It was driving her insane. She even felt an almost overwhelming urge to force herself onto him. No choice. Mira came up with an excuse, insisting Hikigaya run alone so she could evaluate his independence. Hikigaya agreed without hesitation and took off. Mira's acting weird today. He felt puzzled. But he didn't dwell on it. He kept running. Strangely, he felt brimming with energy, like he could just keep going without getting tired. Well then. Let's go, Hikiman. Next time, he'd make sure to conquer the proud Kasumijoka-senpai. Oh, and the final boss, Yuki no Shita. After running alone for over half an hour, Hikigaya was drenched in sweat. Slowing his pace, he considered taking a break. If Mira caught him training non-stop, she'd definitely chew him out. However, just as he was easing up, he heard voices behind him. Hikigaya-kun? Or rather, two voices. Turning his head, he saw them. Two mature women. One had her hair neatly tied up, exuding a gentle, elegant aura, a true Yamato Neidshiko. The other sported twin tails, her expression sultry, eyes as alluring as an enchantress. Despite their differences, they had one thing in common: both were dressed in kimono, radiating the refined charm of older women. Naturally, both were married. Both were wives. Mrs. Uegahama? Mrs. Sawamura? Hikigaya blinked in surprise. He never expected to run into both Sayuri Sawamura and Uegahama's mother here. Meanwhile, both women, who had been about to greet him, suddenly froze. Sayuri's expression turned odd. Asuna, you know Hikigaya-kun? Mrs. Uegahama looked equally surprised. Sayuri, you too? Hikigaya coughed awkwardly. If there's nothing else, I'll just wait. Both women spoke in unison. And not just that, they instinctively flanked him, cutting off his escape route. Looking at himself sandwiched between two mature women, Hikigaya's eyelid twitched. This looks like I'm embracing both of them. Sayuri chuckled. Hee, so the boy Asuna mentioned earlier was Hikigaya-kun, huh? Mrs. Uegahama laughed as well. And here I was surprised. Turns out the boy Sayuri was talking about was also Hikigaya-kun. Hee, what a coincidence. Yes, such a coincidence. Both women leaned in closer. Their expressions kind, their smiles dazzling. Hikigaya, now a trembling lamb caught between two wolves, felt every alarm bell in his head ringing. Something's not right with their gazes. Chapter 136, Sayuri Hikigaya-kun smells too good, I can't resist. Through a brief chat, Hikigaya learned that the two ladies were taking a stroll in the park. And he also found out that Yui's mother, Mrs. Uegahama, and Sayuri were extremely close friends. Of course, that wasn't the main issue right now. The real problem was, he was currently sandwiched between two beautiful ladies. Both Mrs. Uegahama and Sayuri were stunning women with barely any visible wrinkles, exuding an undeniable mature charm. Their pleasant, sophisticated fragrances drifted subtly through the air, a scent that carried a lethal effect on any man. Fortunately, Hikigaya had a strong will. Otherwise, he might have found himself lost in their gentle embrace. Taking a deep breath, Hikigaya shifted uncomfortably. You two. You're standing too close. I'm drenched in sweat. Before he could finish, Sayuri tightened her embrace, chuckling softly. You should call me Yon-san. Hikigaya-kun? Hikigaya was at a loss. On the other side, Mrs. Uegahama shot her friend an exasperated glare. You're almost 40, and you still want him to call you Yon-san? Completely unfazed by her friend's rebuke, Sayuri smiled. Hee, do I seem old? When I stand next to Hikigaya-kun, don't we look like a couple? What do you think, Hikigaya-kun? Hikigaya felt trapped. Sayuri. Stop teasing him. Seeing her friend toy with the boy, Mrs. Uegahama pulled Hikigaya even closer, as if shielding him from harm. Hikigaya-kun is still just a child. Asuna-chan, you're being unfair, hugging him like that. Sayuri pouted, casting a quick glance at Mrs. Uegahama's ample figure. Mrs. Uegahama had an impressive physique. In comparison, Sayuri, like her daughter Arari, was on the flatter side. A natural disadvantage. I was just making sure you didn't do anything inappropriate. Mrs. Uegahama muttered, her expression subtly shifting. At that moment, Hikigaya felt like he was drowning in a sea of marshmallows, unable to escape. You. Sayuri frowned in dissatisfaction. She was about to escalate things further, but Hikigaya had already reached his limit. He quickly intervened. Ladies, I'm all sweaty. I'll get you dirty. Hikigaya forcefully freed himself from their embrace. Ugh. Both women froze for a moment. The instant he slipped away, an inexplicable sense of loss filled their hearts. Ahem. Mrs. Uegahama was the first to recover, speaking gently. Hikigaya-kun. You're not dirty at all. Exactly. Sayuri nodded seriously. Even though you're sweating a lot, to me, you don't smell bad at all. On the contrary. She instinctively leaned closer and took a deep breath. In fact, this scent is rather... Hikigaya quickly backed away, putting some distance between them. Why are you running, kid? Sayuri teased him and, before he could react, moved in again, shamelessly taking another sniff. Gradually her eyes lit up slightly, and her cheeks flushed. This scent. Sayuri. Seeing Hikigaya being played with, Mrs. Uegahama rushed over to protect him. However, as she drew nearer, she too caught a whiff of Hikigaya's scent. To be honest, she had been too focused on Sayuri earlier to notice. But now Mrs. Uegahama pressed her lips together, her face showing a flicker of hesitation. Hikigaya-kun, your scent is? Seeing the strange expressions on both ladies' faces, Hikigaya's instincts flared in alarm. I should get back to my run. You too, enjoy your chat. Without waiting for a response, he turned and fled. The two women hesitated to speak, but in the end, they let him go. Sayuri, this is your fault. You scared him off. Mrs. Uegahama scolded. Hee, Asuna-chan, weren't you about to do the same thing? I was just trying to protect him. Mrs. Uegahama quickly clarified. I didn't want him getting snatched away by a fox like you and ending up with your daughter, Arari. My daughter, huh? Sayuri mused. Her friend clearly wanted to set Hikigaya up with you for her happiness. But as for her, something stirred in her heart. Sayuri suddenly lifted her arm and sniffed it. Startled, Mrs. Uegahama widened her eyes. Sayuri, what are you doing? And nothing. Smelling the lingering scent of the boy on her sleeve, Sayuri coughed. Asuna-chan, I need to use the restroom. The restroom? Want to come with me? No thanks, you go ahead. All right. Sayuri nodded and jogged toward the public restrooms, unaware that Mrs. Uegahama, behind her, was showing an equally conflicted expression. Taking deep breaths, Sayuri once again discreetly smelled the fabric where she had held him. Not good. This is really bad. Hikigaya's scent was intoxicating. It stirred something within her. Which was precisely why she suddenly had the urge to relieve some stress. It couldn't be helped. A woman at her age, without a husband. It wasn't easy. The daily pressure could be overwhelming. Moments later, she arrived near the public restroom. But she hesitated. Ever since Hikigaya had accidentally walked in on her last time, she'd developed a strange aversion to public bathrooms. Maybe I could just do it here? The park was practically empty anyway. With that thought, Sayuri quickly slipped behind a large tree. She glanced around. After ensuring no one was nearby, she took a deep breath and began loosening her kimono. Meanwhile, taking a bath, Yuki no Shita learned that her dear husband had gotten into some minor physical contact with Sayuri and Mrs. Uegahama. After all, with Hikigaya's endurance stat maxed out at 100 out of 100, it was inevitable that more mature women would be drawn to him. Though she was surprised that Yui's mom and Ari's mother had chosen the exact same moment to latch onto him, that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was, it was too short. Sigh, I can only buy one forced intimate card per day. What a shame. Yuki no Shita felt a pang of regret. The interaction between her dear husband and those two women had ended too quickly. It was simply not enough. If only it lasted longer. Ahem, of course, purely for the sake of collecting more points. Chapter 137, Mrs. Uegahama, Hikigaya-kun's lower body strength is terrifyingly impressive. After his frantic escape, Hikigaya resumed his workout, continuing his run. Thinking back to the two ladies from earlier, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about them. They seem even more forward than before? Could this have something to do with Sawamura and Uegahama? After all, Hikigaya had a vague idea of what those two had in mind. But still, he was a warrior of pure love. With a sigh, he pushed those thoughts aside. No distractions. He needed to train. Get stronger. Defeat the wicked Kasumijoka. Oh, and the ultimate final boss Yuki no Shita. He had to show them what true masculinity was. After a few more laps, Hikigaya felt strangely unsatisfied. How should he put it? There was this lingering sense of unease in his body. Running, after all, was monotonous and repetitive. He wasn't like Mira, a born athlete. Mindlessly running for hours on end? No way. Maybe I should switch it up. Spotting a bench near a street light, he nodded in approval. Placing his hands behind his head, feet shoulder-width apart, he kept his posture straight and began squatting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unlike before, squatting today felt incredibly easy. Hikigaya had this weird feeling, as if he had untapped strength coursing through him. Inhale. Exhale. Man, working out feels amazing. A sudden surge of confidence made him feel like he could make Kasumijoka kneel and beg for mercy. Even his girlfriend, Yuki no Shita, would be crying and calling him daddy in no time. Squats are awesome. Let's go. More. Ha. Ho. Dressed in sports shorts, every time he lowered himself, the defined muscles in his legs flexed with power. It was the result of all his training. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, a surprised voice called out to him. Hikigaya-kun? Looking up, he was surprised to see Mrs. Uegahama. She was still in her kimono. But earlier, she had been with Mrs. Sayuri. Now, she was alone. Hikigaya-kun, what are you doing? Hikigaya quickly stood up, feeling a bit awkward under her gaze. I'm doing squats. Squats? Mrs. Uegahama glanced at the sweaty boy, curious. How many have you done? About 107, I think. What? That many? Mrs. Uegahama covered her mouth in shock. I remember back in school, the boys could barely manage 70 at most. Hikigaya-kun, you've done over 100? That's incredible. Well, I've been training a lot. He chuckled modestly. Training every day, huh? Mrs. Uegahama looked at him with concern. Hikigaya-kun, you've been running and working out all this time. Aren't you exhausted? Nope. He nodded and casually changed the subject. Where's Mrs. Sayuri? Oh, she went to the restroom. Mrs. Uegahama walked over to the bench, smoothing out her kimono before sitting down. I see. Hikigaya responded absent-mindedly and continued his squats. If he didn't feel awkward, then the awkwardness would be someone else's problem. He still had energy to burn. Stopping now just didn't feel right. Squats felt amazing. Minutes passed. Mrs. Uegahama, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality and asked again, how many now? Almost 200? Mrs. Uegahama couldn't stay seated anymore. She stood up and walked to him. Hikigaya-kun, stop. You're going to exhaust yourself. I'm fine. Honestly, he didn't want to stop. There was an addictive pleasure to working out. The more he did it, the better he felt. Training was incredible. But Hikigaya-kun. Her voice was soft, filled with concern. Mrs. Uegahama watched the boy intensely, anxiety clear on her face. Seriously, I'm fine. I feel like I have unlimited energy. Hikigaya spoke confidently, then blurted out without thinking, I bet I could even lift you and still do dozens of reps. What? Mrs. Uegahama's face turned red. But then, with a serious look, she said, I don't believe you. There's no way you could squat while carrying me. Unless you try. Huh? Hikigaya froze. Well? Hikigaya-kun, do you dare? Clearing her throat, Mrs. Uegahama met his gaze, determined. She figured this would make him back down and stop overworking himself. After hesitating for a few seconds, Hikigaya nodded. I guess I could try. But I'm all sweaty. A boy's sweat isn't dirty at all. She stepped closer, her face tinged pink, and hesitantly said, Go on. Hold me. Okay. Normally, Hikigaya avoided unnecessary physical contact with women. But right now, he had an urge to test his limits. Besides, this was Uegahama's mom. His elder. There was nothing inappropriate about holding an elder. So, without hesitation, he scooped Mrs. Uegahama into a princess carry. And resumed squatting. Her body rose and fell with each movement, eyes wide with shock. Hikigaya-kun was squatting even more intensely than before? This was ridiculous. He was still just a teenager, wasn't he? Instinctively, Mrs. Uegahama glanced down at his lower body. What she saw made her heart race. His thighs, tensing with every motion, bulged with raw strength. Veins subtly surfaced, showcasing sheer endurance and power. The sheer masculinity of it all. Gulp. Mrs. Uegahama swallowed hard. Hikigaya-kun's lower body strength was terrifyingly impressive. Ding. Hikigaya-kun is now carrying Uegahama Asuna in a princess carry? Yuki no Shita was in the middle of reading 99 Ways to Please Your Husband when an alert from the system suddenly appeared. Wait, what? He's carrying Uegahama's mom like a princess? How did that happen? Curious as she was, excitement quickly overtook her. She had been lamenting how short their previous interactions had been. But now, what a surprise. This was perfect. Grinning, Yuki no Shita returned to her book, enjoying the increase in her points. Life was good. Chapter 138, Mrs. Uegahama I can't take it, marrying Hakuman would be amazing. Hakuman didn't slow down just because he was holding Mrs. Uegahama. On the contrary. He actually felt as if his body was brimming with even more power. However, even if he had the stamina, someone else was definitely going to suffer for it. Hakuman-kun, slow down a little. The woman in his arms couldn't help but speak up. Sorry. Hakuman quickly apologized. At the same time, he forced himself to suppress his strength and slowed the pace of his squats. He had almost forgotten he was carrying an auntie right now. How could he not be mindful of her feelings? Hakuman did his best to control the rhythm of his squats. Hakuman-kun, you're holding me a little too tightly. Sorry. After all, this was a princess carry. One hand was supporting Mrs. Uegahama's slender waist, while the other was wrapped around her legs. Holding her waist was fine. But when it came to her thighs, he had gripped them pretty tightly just now. It's fine. Mrs. Uegahama shook her head and lowered her gaze with a somewhat flustered expression. Hakuman-kun only did it to keep Mom from falling, so I won't blame you. There's no need to apologize. What a gentle woman. Hakuman acknowledged her words with a nod and silently continued his squats. However, compared to how focused he had been before, now that his pace had slowed, he actually found himself getting distracted. Without even realizing it, his gaze drifted toward the woman in his arms. Even with a kimono covering her figure, it still did nothing to hide the mature, alluring curves of Mrs. Uegahama. Especially that pair of slimes in front. Truly worthy of being Uegahama's mother. And it wasn't just her body. Her face, too, was the perfect blend of soft and beautiful. Not a single wrinkle could be found on her smooth skin. If not for the mature charm she carried as a married woman, her age didn't seem all that different from Ms. Hiratsuka's. A stunning beauty, through and through. And beyond that, the natural, alluring fragrance emanating from her body constantly tempted him. Hakuman involuntarily took a few deep breaths. Meanwhile, the woman in his arms was feeling it even more. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. The overwhelming masculinity of his scent constantly stimulated her hormones. Her hands, whether intentional or not, brushed against the solid muscles of his chest, and the firm sensation beneath her fingertips made her unconsciously bite her lip. The young man before her was far too manly. Before she even realized it, Mrs. Uegahama tightened her hold around Hakuman. Hakuman's eyelid twitched slightly. The two of them were getting closer and closer. The atmosphere had shifted into something entirely different. This couldn't go on. Hakuman wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure how to bring it up. In the end, it was Mrs. Uegahama who hesitantly spoke first. Hakuman-kun, why, you're incredible. I can't believe you're still going. But, isn't it too much for you to keep carrying me like this? Won't it strain your arms? Hukuman shook his head. Not at all. You're really light, Mrs. Uegahama. Besides, holding you is actually good for training my arm muscles. It doesn't strain your arms? Not even a little. I see. Mrs. Uegahama lowered her gaze, her face subtly flushed. In that case, Hukuman-kun. Keep going, then. I mean, you don't have to hold back your strength anymore. Huh? Hukuman hesitated. But I was worried. It's okay. I've gotten used to it now. Hukuman-kun, go ahead and pick up the pace. Don't slow down just because of me. Although Mrs. Uegahama was embarrassed, she had noticed something unusual about Hikuman. At first, he had been like a relentless beast, focused solely on his training. But ever since she got involved, he had been forcing himself to hold back. That made her feel guilty. All right, then. Hukuman nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Finally, by throwing himself completely into training, he could clear his mind of all distractions. Then. Here I go. As soon as Mrs. Uegahama responded, Hukuman pushed himself to the limit. His muscles tensed. His masculine presence surged outward. Squats felt amazing. Training felt amazing. As for Mrs. Uegahama, holding on to his body, her heart pounded like crazy. Oh my god. Hukuman-kun is incredible. Such sheer lower body strength. If he were her husband, who could possibly handle that? It was beyond imagination. If that really happened, she would probably die of happiness. And right now, that same boy was right in front of her, holding her in his arms. Ugh. The overwhelming masculinity radiating from Hukuman sent shockwaves through Mrs. Uegahama's senses. At that moment, a bold, instinctual thought crossed her mind. She wanted to feel like a woman again. A few minutes later, Hukuman finally stopped his squats. Not because he was exhausted. Far from it, he could have kept going. The real reason he stopped was that he had suddenly noticed something. Mrs. Uegahama's hands had started acting a little too freely. Sensing that things were getting out of hand, he quickly made up an excuse to leave. Mrs. Uegahama, I need to go to the restroom. Using the bathroom as a cover, he immediately walked away. Mrs. Uegahama responded softly, placing a hand over her flushed face, a hint of lingering reluctance in her expression. That boy. He's absolutely amazing. Such a shame. She was just an old woman now. If only she were the same age as Ue. Mrs. Uegahama sighed, feeling a mix of regret and longing. She shook her head, trying to clear her messy thoughts. Then, her mind drifted to her sweet, innocent daughter. If Hukuman-kun became Yue's husband. Sigh, you have to step up your game. Just imagining her daughter's soft, petite frame. If Yue really ended up with him, she'd probably be overwhelmed, wouldn't she? But as a mother, Mrs. Uegahama wanted nothing more than for her daughter to find happiness. Meanwhile, Hukuman made his way toward the public restroom. Just as he was about to reach it, he suddenly heard something. Someone's calling me? Hukuman froze in place. He could faintly hear someone calling Hukuman-kun. The voice seemed to be coming from the nearby forest. After hesitating for a few seconds, Hukuman decided to check it out. Maybe Miro was in trouble or something. He stepped past the roadside bushes, slowly approached a large tree, and the voice became clearer. Someone was calling him. Wait a second. That voice sounds like... Hukuman furrowed his brows. He instinctively walked over, peering behind the tree. Sayuri. Hukuman? There's no way this is happening again. Chapter 139, right here? Sayuri's seductive temptation. Sayuri patted the hem of her kimono. Her face was flushed, her breath unsteady, and her entire being exuded a mature, alluring charm like never before. Stepping out from behind the tree, she slowly approached Hikuman. Sayuri bit her lip, looking somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. Hukuman-kun, why you saw me again? Sorry. Sigh, this is the second time, you know. Honestly, Hukuman-kun, peeking at girls like this. Sayuri's tone carried a hint of teasing mixed with shyness. I'm really, really sorry. Standing stiffly, Hukuman blushed as he bowed his head in apology. First, it was in the restroom. And now. To be honest, he felt like he was about to crack. Of course, it wasn't his fault. Who could have predicted Sayuri would be this outrageous? Oh well, let's just forget it. Seeing the boy's thoroughly flustered expression, Sayuri's earlier frustration vanished. Instead, she gave a sultry smile. If it's Hukuman-kun, I don't really mind. In fact. The corners of her lips curled up as she leaned in closer. Huh? Hearing her seductive tone, Hukuman instinctively leaned backward. Ah. This scent. Ah. As she caught another whiff of Hukuman's scent, Sayuri's expression shifted. A shiver ran through her body as she gasped softly, before hastily retreating behind the tree again. Watching her go back behind the tree as quickly as she had come out, Hukuman raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's wrong? Hukuman-kun, I need to use the restroom. Can you keep watch for me? Make sure no one comes. Huh? Hukuman was dumbfounded. Right here? She was going to relieve herself right here? But, Andy, this is I can't help it. I really need to go, I can't hold it in any longer. Was she really using the restroom, or was this just an excuse? Please, Hukuman-kun, I'm begging you. Just keep watch for me, okay? Oh, okay, fine. Faced with his classmate's mother pleading like this, Hukuman had no choice but to stand guard. Thank you, it's nothing. Just hurry up and duck, don't rush me. You're making me shy. Huh? Well, that was true. Even if they were separated by a tree, he was still a guy. A girl using the restroom with a guy standing right outside. Cough, cough. Hukuman did his best to stay composed. But then his pupils contracted slightly. He was facing away from Sayuri. But he could hear everything. Hukuman sucked in a sharp breath. Calm down. Calm down. Meanwhile, Uegahama's mother was still sitting on the bench, lost in thought. Her mind was filled with images of that boy. Hukuman-kun. So strong. And those thighs. Incredible. Muttering to herself, she subconsciously raised her sleeve, wanting to take in the lingering scent of the boy who had been holding her. But just as she was about to press the fabric against her face, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Uegahama-san? Ugh. She jolted upright in shock, snapping her head up. A blonde girl with a high ponytail was standing there, looking at her in confusion. Regaining her composure, she smiled gracefully. Oh, it's Yumeko-chan. Good evening. Out for a run? Yeah. Mira nodded before asking curiously, are you out for a walk, Uegahama-san? Yes, I came out with a friend for a little stroll. Staying home all the time can get boring. As they chatted, Uegahama's mother observed the girl in front of her. Her gaze lingered on the well-toned lines of Mira's thighs and hips beneath her workout gear. She sighed. Yumeko-chan is so disciplined. Unlike my Yue-sai. Mira shook her head. That's not really fair, Uegahama-san. It's not like Yue's physique is suited for running, and besides, everyone has their own interests. I just happen to like exercising, so I run at night. The two continued to chat. During their conversation, Uegahama's mother noticed that Mira kept glancing around, as if looking for someone. Curious, she asked, Yumeko-chan, are you looking for someone? Yeah, I came running with a classmate. Your boyfriend? Cough. Mira's face immediately turned red as she quickly denied it. Just a regular classmate. We're not dating. Oh, Uegahama's mother chuckled knowingly, covering her mouth with her hand. Then, as if a thought suddenly occurred to her, she asked, is it Hukuman-kun? Yeah, it's him. Mira nodded, not bothering to hide it. He's out of shape, so he asked me to help him train. So, we've been running together at night. She gave a brief explanation of her training sessions with Hukuman. So Hukuman-kun became this strong because of Yumeko-chan. Uegahama's mother murmured to herself. Not catching her quiet remark, Mira quickly clarified, just so we're clear, I only go running with him. There's absolutely nothing going on between us, Uegahama-san. You don't have to worry. Uegahama's mother smiled warmly at her. Yumeko-chan, every girl has the right to pursue her own happiness. If my foolish daughter doesn't step up, well, don't hold back. Auntie, I really don't. Flustered by Uegahama's mother's teasing gaze, Mira waved her hands frantically. Still smiling, Uegahama's mother continued, well, if you're looking for Hukuman-kun, he just went to the restroom. You might find him at the public toilets. Who's looking for him? I'm going back to my run. Blushing, Mira quickly turned and jogged away. Sigh. Watching the girl flee, Uegahama's mother couldn't help but sigh. What a sweet girl. If Yui weren't her daughter, she wouldn't even bother worrying about her. So many competitors. How was Yui supposed to win? Oh, right. Why has Sayuri been in the restroom for so long? Had she fallen in? Wait, no. I totally forgot Hukuman-kun went to the restroom, too. This is bad, really bad. A sinking feeling settled in her chest. Slapping her forehead, Uegahama's mother hurried toward the public restroom. They both wanted to find a husband for their daughters. And they both had their eyes on Hikuman. She couldn't let Sayuri get ahead of her. Chapter 140, Sayuri hubby, the Grove, come. Hukuman-kun, do you have any tissues? A shy, hesitant voice came from behind the tree. Yeah. Snapping back to reality, Hukuman quickly responded. Ah, that's a relief. Sayuri sighed, a mix of gratitude and embarrassment in her tone. "See, could you hand me one, please?" "Oh. Sure, just a second." Taking a deep breath, Huckman patted his pockets and pulled out a pack of tissues. He always carried a pack with him, just in case. Facing away, he cautiously reached toward the back of the tree, making sure not to turn his head. "Here. Sorry, see, could you lower your hand a bit? I can't reach." Sayuri murmured bashfully. "Oh, my bad." Thinking of Sayuri's situation, Huckman crouched slightly, lowering his hand as much as possible so she could grab it more easily. "Ugh, I should be the one apologizing." Sayuri's voice behind him sounded even more embarrassed. The moment he felt her take the tissue, Huckman immediately straightened up and stepped away to put some distance between them. "Huckman-kun, don't leave me behind." "I'm not leaving, Sayuri-san. I'm right here by the tree." "Oh, good. I thought you were going to abandon me." Cough. "Well, technically, you're already done, so I don't really need to stand around here anymore." "No, stay a bit longer. Having a guy around makes me feel safer. Besides, I'm not completely done yet. There's one last step." Right." Huckman sighed and waited silently. After a short while, Sayuri emerged from behind the tree, adjusting her kimono with a graceful sway in her step. Huckman instinctively glanced back. Their eyes met. Both their faces tensed up. "All right, I'm heading out." Huckman wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. "Wait, Huckman-kun. I still need you." Sayuri hurried forward, trying to grab his arm, but as soon as she put weight on her leg, she stumbled from the lingering numbness and fell straight into his arms. "Sayuri-san?" A beautiful woman suddenly in his embrace. Huckman tensed up instantly. Sayuri clung to him, her face flustered as she stammered, "Sorry, my legs. They feel a little weak." Leg weakness? Oh. The moment he thought about what Sayuri had just been doing behind that tree, Huckman immediately understood. "Can you help me over to the public restroom? I need to throw this away and wash my hands." Sayuri looked a little sheepish. "No problem." Huckman nodded and steadied her, but at the same time, he leaned away slightly, trying to maintain as much distance as possible. Noticing this, Sayuri pouted and playfully leaned in closer. But Huckman kept dodging. Even though he was supporting her, his entire body was shifting away to minimize contact. After failing to get closer several times, Sayuri pouted in frustration. "Ugh, Huckman-kun, are you avoiding me because I smell bad? Like, do I stink from the restroom? I'm sorry if I got you dirty." Huckman froze for a moment before clearing his throat. "Sayuri-san, you're overthinking it. Then. It's not because I smell bad." "Smell bad? Yeah." Sayuri's expression turned melancholic. "I probably reek of the restroom, right? Even I find it gross. Maybe I should just crawl to the restroom instead." "Crawl there? Sayuri-san, haven't you already worn yourself out enough?" Cough. Huckman mentally grumbled but shook his head. "Sayuri-san, you don't smell bad at all. On the contrary. And nothing." As Sayuri leaned in closer again, Huckman's expression stiffened. "On the contrary, she smelled too good. That mature fragrance like a perfectly ripe peach made it hard not to be drawn in. It was a scent completely different from a young girl's freshness. A deep, intoxicating aroma." Clearing his throat, Huckman tried to compose himself and said with a straight face, "Actually, I just finished running and did a bunch of squats. I'm covered in sweat, so I don't want to get you dirty." "You don't smell bad at all." Before Huckman could react, Sayuri suddenly leaned in and took a deep breath against his chest. "Auntie, what? What are you doing?" Sayuri pulled back, savoring the scent with a satisfied smile. "Huckman-kun, you smell really nice. It's the scent of a strong, healthy young man. Auntie doesn't mind at all." Saying that, she instinctively tightened her grip around his arm, their physical distance shrinking further. "Auntie, this is too close." Finally seeing a hint of redness creep up on the boy's face, Sayuri grinned and casually asked, "By the way, Huckman-kun, have you ever kissed my daughter, Ariri?" "Huh?" Huckman stiffened. "Oh, of course not. Sayuri-san, Ariri and I are just normal friends." They had barely even made physical contact, let alone kissed. "Really? That's such a relief." Breathing in his scent, Sayuri murmured to herself while subconsciously licking her lips. If her daughter really didn't have anything going on with Huckman, then that was perfect. Because right now, the more she looked at him, the more she saw him as a man rather than just a boy. Her daughter? Sorry, she didn't know anyone by that name. Her own happiness was the most important thing. Her eyes drifted to the veins subtly visible on Huckman's forearm, and a spark of excitement flashed through them. A handsome face. A strong body. That intoxicating masculine scent. And he was exactly her favorite type, young and full of energy. Not to mention, he had already seen her twice. Ugh. She couldn't take it anymore. Sayuri rose on her tiptoes and leaned in close to whisper in Hukuman's ear, "Hukuman-kun. Want me to teach you something new? Eh? Darling, the grove, let's go." Huh? Hukuman's entire body stiffened. Did he hear that right? Did Sayuri-san just call him darling? Andy, isn't that going a bit too? Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them, flustered and scolding. "Sayuri, have you lost your mind? You shameless woman, seducing a boy like this?" The voice belonged to none other than Mrs. Yuigahama. Chapter 141, Two ladies battling for a husband. A thrilled Yukinosha Sayuri clearly heard Mrs. Yuigahama's shout. But instead of responding, she tightened her arms around Hukuman's neck, leaning in as if she were about to kiss him. Mrs. Yuigahama's mind went blank for a second. Hurriedly, she rushed toward them, reaching out to separate the two. "Sayuri, you're seriously desperate, huh? Hukuman's still just a kid." "You old," but just as she reached them, in her urgency, she tripped over something. Her expression changed drastically. "Wah! Careful." Hukuman reacted swiftly, moving to catch her, but instead, Mrs. Yuigahama's momentum pushed him to the ground. That alone would have been bad enough. But the real problem was, their lips had accidentally met. Again. "Sayuri? Hukuman? Mrs. Yuigahama?" Silence filled the air. The mixed sense of the mature woman and the young man intertwined, lingering between them. Both of them froze, their faces flushing slightly. Mrs. Yuigahama's hand, almost instinctively, started to move toward Hukuman's body. Sayuri, finally snapping out of her shock, was on the verge of exploding. "And you were lecturing me? Look at yourself kissing him already." A strange, sour tension hung in the air. She had wanted to kiss him first, but instead, her best friend had beaten her to it. How could she not be frustrated? Mrs. Yuigahama shuddered, her scattered thoughts snapping back into place. She instantly pulled away, scrambling to sit up while hastily helping Hukuman up as well. Sorry, Hukuman. Mama didn't mean to. I really didn't." "You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine." Hukuman coughed lightly and shook his head. "I'm a guy. I can take a fall. But, are you okay, Mrs. Yuigahama?" "Ah, what a good boy, worrying about Mama. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters." Overcome with emotion, Mrs. Yuigahama couldn't help but pull his head into a gentle embrace. Hukuman stiffened. With the way she was pressing against him, he could hardly breathe. "Seriously? You're still holding on to him?" A certain jealous voice spoke up from behind. Mrs. Yuigahama flinched, but she didn't let go. Instead, she held on even tighter, turning to glare warily at Sayuri. "I'm just protecting Hukuman from being seduced by you, you shameless old woman." "Ha! I'm the one seducing him? Take a look at yourself. You're practically suffocating him right now." Sayuri shot a sharp glance at a certain abundant part of her friend's physique. Noticing Hukuman's increasingly pained expression, Mrs. Yuigahama finally let go, looking flustered. Sorry. That was my bad. Mama didn't mean to. You totally meant to." Before Hukuman could even say a word, Sayuri took a step forward and pulled him into her embrace. "Hukuman, listen to me. Don't be fooled by Nana's gentle act. She's actually incredibly devious on the inside." "Who's devious?" Fuming, Mrs. Yuigahama grabbed hold of Hukuman's other arm. "You're the shameless one, openly seducing him. You're the devious one." "Oh, am I? And what about you? That accidental kiss just now, was that really an accident?" "It was an accident." "What a coincidence, huh? Just happened to land right on his lips." The two women bickered fiercely. Hukuman, caught in the middle, was utterly mortified. "Ladies, please. Calm down." After some effort, he finally managed to break free from both of them, quickly trying to diffuse the tension. "You two are best friends. You shouldn't be fighting over me, of all people. Hukuman's not just some outsider." Both women spoke in unison. Then, as if coordinated, they moved to embrace him again. Hukuman panicked. "I just remembered. I have something really important to talk to my girlfriend about. I gotta go." Throwing out the excuse, he immediately bolted. To hell with going to the restroom. Getting away from these two before things escalated any further was the top priority. Hiki. The two women reached out, but he had already put considerable distance between them. Seeing this, Sayuri called out in a teasing tone, "Hukuman, think about what I said earlier." Hukuman visibly stiffened for a second before sprinting even faster. Mrs. Yuigahama raised an eyebrow. "What exactly did you say to him?" Foo, that's for me to know and for you to guess, you shameless woman." Mrs. Yuigahama gritted her teeth at Sayuri's smug expression. "All of this is for my daughter's sake. You'd better not resort to any dirty tricks." After saying that, She turned toward the restroom. Sayuri, however, tilted her head thoughtfully. Just for your daughter, huh? She pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. Asuna, tell me. When you kissed him just now, how did he taste? Mrs. Uegahama, about to walk away, froze. A faint, unreadable expression crossed her face. Hukuman's taste. What are you trying to say? Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita clutched her pillow, rolling excitedly on her bed. Her beloved husband was being fought over by two women. For some reason, the thought sent a thrill through her heart. And there was even a kiss. More points gained. Even better. Cough, am I getting too excited about this? Realizing something was off, she quickly composed herself, regaining her usual reserved demeanor. But looking at it this way, maybe Hikuman evolving into an incubus wouldn't be so bad. Chapter 142, Mira, I can't handle this. This is insane, Hikuman. Asuna, how long has it been since you've been with a man? Uegahama's mom, who had managed to keep her composure until now, suddenly flushed bright red at Sayuri's words. Sayuri's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she leaned in close to Uegahama's mom's ear and whispered, Hikigaya-kun must be the second boy you've kissed besides him, right? Ugh. Uegahama's mom's face turned crimson as she stammered, what exactly are you trying to say? Hey, Asuna, don't play dumb. Tell me, have you had any bold thoughts about Hikigaya-kun? Be bold thoughts. Her heart pounded faster, and Uegahama's mom quickly shook her head. I just want my Yue to be happy. I want her and Hikigaya-kun to that's it? How disappointing. You. Aren't you the same? Who said I was only thinking about my daughter? Sayuri countered with a smirk. Don't moms deserve happiness too? As a woman, if you don't have a man in your life, how are you supposed to survive the rest of your years? You. Ugh. Before Uegahama's mom could finish, Sayuri suddenly wrapped her arms around her. Geez. What an enviable figure. Ugh. As Sayuri. Uegahama's mom's face turned pale as she struggled. What are you doing? Let me go. A woman with a body like yours. No man could possibly handle it. And my personal life is none of your concern. Tell me, if Hikigaya-kun became your man, could you accept it? How would you feel? Oh? Your heart's beating faster. Are you getting excited? And no. Even her neck had turned red. Frustrated, Uegahama's mom snapped, you shameless woman. You're actually setting your sights on a boy your daughter admires? Are you crazy? He's not her man, he's just someone she admires. What's the problem? Forcing herself to suppress the strange emotion stirring in her chest, Uegahama's mom scowled. Quit joking around already. Meanwhile, Hikigaya had jogged quite a distance, finally putting a safe gap between himself and the two women. He let out a deep breath of relief. He had to admit women's arguments were terrifying. Before he realized it, he had wandered into an open space within the park. There, a girl was stretching her leg against a bar, doing flexibility exercises. Hikigaya didn't interrupt Mira. Instead, he stood at a distance, quietly watching her stretch. After the incident with the two moms, Mira suddenly seemed much more agreeable in comparison. At least she was just a tsundere. She might insult him, but she wouldn't smother him with excessive kindness or physical affection like those two. At the same time, after stretching one leg for a while, Mira switched to the other. And in doing so, she finally noticed Hikigaya from the corner of her eye. Her heartbeat jolted violently. A faint blush spread across her cheeks before she instinctively put her leg down, then quickly stomped toward him with an aggressive air. Seeing the queen charging over, Hikigaya's instincts screamed at him to flee. However, like a rabbit in full sprint, Mira reached him in an instant and scolded, "You came here and didn't even say anything?" "I didn't want to disturb you," Hikigaya explained. Hearing his reason, Mira's heart skipped a beat, and her irritation melted slightly. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "How long have you been here?" 3, maybe 4 minutes? Maybe. That's a long time. Her expression changed slightly, and she unconsciously tensed her thigh. Feeling the tension in the air, Hikigaya averted his gaze, not wanting to provoke her further. And because he lowered his head, his eyes accidentally landed on her fair, slender legs. Huh. Mira was an athlete, always working out. Yet her legs were incredibly smooth, almost like delicate tofu. Ugh. Where do you think you're looking? Ah, sorry. Hikigaya, you. Her legs tensed even more, a faint sheen of sweat forming on her skin. Hikigaya quickly averted his gaze again, staring at a random pebble on the ground instead. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Unable to take it anymore, Hikigaya hastily changed the subject. Now that I think about it, I never really noticed, but this park has a lot of workout equipment. Aside from the bar, there were other fitness structures like parallel bars and pull-up bars. Hikaya's eyes naturally drifted toward the pull-up bar. There's even a pull-up bar. What, you want to give it a try? Still recovering from her earlier embarrassment, Mira quickly caught on to his interest. Yeah. Go ahead, then. But. Mira glanced at his frame and remarked dryly, pull-ups are pretty tough. With your build, I'd say 5 at most. 5 was already a generous estimate. If not for her wanting to give him a little dignity, she might have said he'd struggle to do even 1. As the school's athletic committee member, Mira had a solid grasp of the physical capabilities of the bookish boys at Sobya High. However, before she could even blink a few times, Hikigaya had already completed 5 pull-ups. Not only that, he was still going. 10. 15. 20. Mira stood frozen in shock. Finally Hikigaya finished his first set at 24 reps. And his form was flawless. Mira was dumbstruck. She stared at him, eyes wide. Have you been secretly training? Nope, this is my first time. Hikigaya shook his head, glancing at the bar. Doing pull-ups felt amazing. Not just his arms, even his whole body felt energized, as if his strength had been fully unleashed. He wanted to do more. Exercise was awesome. First time, and you did 24? A storm of disbelief raged in Mira's mind. Her gaze instinctively moved to his body. After the intense workout, the muscles in his arms bulged slightly, veins faintly visible beneath the skin. Not just his arms, even his thighs were well defined, packed with lean, powerful muscle. And with sweat glistening on his body, an overwhelming masculine energy radiated from him. Mira was enthralled. Did Hikigaya hack reality or something? How did he suddenly become this strong? His physique looked amazing. Even his scent was incredible. Without realizing it, she squeezed her toned thighs together. And in that moment, a thought surfaced in her mind: only strong men deserve strong women. If Hikigaya was this strong, then obviously, a strong woman should be the one to claim him. Looking at him, brimming with raw masculinity, Mira bit her lip and blurted out, Hikigaya. Can a frail girl like Yuki no Shita really satisfy you? Chapter 143, Mira married man. Hikigaya is so amazing. Hikigaya, can that frail body of Yuki no Shita really satisfy you? Huh? Hikigaya looked at Mira in shock. For a moment the usually composed Mira's face turned completely red. Well, Yuki no Shita's body is so weak, she's clearly not very, capable in that regard. Feeling the boy's surprised gaze on her, Mira spoke with increasing embarrassment, her words growing more and more awkward. In a panic, she quickly shifted the focus onto someone else. Yue. That's right. If it were Yue, she'd definitely be able to. You get what I mean, right? By the end, Mira's voice had grown as soft as a mosquito's buzz, nearly inaudible. Though, honestly, Yue isn't exactly much stronger either. Yuki no Shita is weak? Hikigaya sighed and shook his head. She may seem that way on the surface, but in private. Sigh. Recalling their past moments together, a hint of fear flashed across Hikigaya's face. His girlfriend was an insatiable demon. Even when he begged for mercy, she just kept tormenting him. Huh? Mira snapped out of her embarrassment, raising a brow as she sensed something was off in Hikigaya's words. You mean Yuki no Shita in private? Wait a second. Hikigaya, don't tell me you and Yuki no Shita have already. She had only been speculating that, in the future, Yuki no Shita wouldn't be able to satisfy Hikigaya. But from the way he spoke, it sounded like their relationship had long since crossed that line. Hikigaya coughed lightly, but he didn't intend to hide it anymore. He nodded calmly. Yuki no Shita and I are dating. Naturally, we've already done certain things. What? Mira was dumbfounded. Her mind went blank, and for some reason, her heart felt oddly tight and uncomfortable. You actually did it? Hikigaya nodded again. So, there's no way anything could happen between me and Yuagahama. Mira fell silent, her emotions in turmoil. A man's first time, huh? To be honest, most women would care about that. What woman wouldn't want her true love to share their first time together? And since she was close friends with Yuagahama, Mira knew all too well Yuagahama really valued things like a guy's first time. If she found out that Hikigaya had already lost his, she'd be heartbroken. I'm gonna keep working out, Hikigaya said casually as he walked over to the parallel bars. He jumped up and got to it. Training, so good. Parallel bars, so great. Meanwhile, Mira was still caught up in Hikigaya's words. Hikigaya had already lost his first time. Yuagahama would probably mind that a lot. Which meant the chances of them getting together were pretty slim. And if Yuagahama gave up on Hikigaya, then who was going to steal him away from that damn Yuki no Shita? Just imagining that smug, victorious look on Yuki no Shita's face made Mira's teeth itch in frustration. So unfair. Unless she did it herself? No, no, no. She cared about a guy's first time too. Caught in this internal struggle, Mira lifted her gaze toward Hikigaya as he worked out. And at that moment, her cheeks flushed red, her heart pounded, and she instinctively pressed her legs together. The boy's eyes burned with determination. His arms bulged with muscle, flexing with incredible power as he lowered and lifted himself. Sweat flickered in the air. The raw display of strength, the overwhelming masculine energy, it was enough to drive any woman crazy. Right now Hikigaya looked amazing. Mira stared at him in a daze. She wasn't proud of it, but she'd just swallowed her saliva a few times. Still, Mira was a proper woman, so she quickly snapped out of it. I see now. The reason you're working out. It's actually to defeat Yuki no Shida, isn't it? Ahem, that's it, right? More or less. Hikigaya responded while continuing his routine. No way? Was Yuki no Shida really that strong? Well, you never truly know a person. Especially not women. Seeing Hikigaya so desperate to get stronger. Maybe Yuki no Shida really did have some terrifying tricks when dealing with men. And considering how Hikigaya had visibly shuddered when talking about her just now, she must be absolutely terrifying. Hikigaya finished his parallel bars routine. But he still wasn't satisfied. His entire body was brimming with power. He needed to let it out. So he decided to do push-ups. He'd done plenty of running and squats today, so now, it was time to focus on his arms. Can't be dropping Yuki no Shida in the future. That'd be embarrassing. Huff. Huff. As Hikigaya steadily pumped out push-ups, Mira suddenly felt an inexplicable urge. And when he easily reached 30, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. Do you need help? Help? Hikigaya paused. Mira, I want to help you take down Yuki no Shida too. Hikigaya, alright, then sit on my back. Mira's eyes widened. Huh? Sit on your back? You sure you can handle it? Hikigaya remained calm and collected. It's fine. At home, I let my little sister sit on my back all the time. To be precise, he was forced by Kamaki. He was so used to doing push-ups with someone on his back that it felt normal now. Okay then. After hesitating for a few seconds, Mira found herself agreeing. Alright, hop on. Oh okay. Mira hesitated but eventually climbed on. Wah. Hold on tight so you don't fall. Hikigaya reminded her. Oh okay. Mira's face turned bright red. Am I heavy? You're fine. A little heavier than Kamaki, though. You. Just as Mira was about to scold him, Hikigaya eagerly resumed his push-ups. At that moment, his mind was filled with one goal, training. Defeating the unbeatable Yuki no Shida. 1, 2. Training, so good. Push-ups, so great. Sitting on his back, Mira was jostled so much her heart raced uncontrollably. This was insane. Hikigaya could actually do this many push-ups with her on his back? His scent was overwhelming. His body was brimming with power. Mira's expression grew increasingly unnatural. How should she put this? She normally couldn't accept a guy who'd lost his first time. But if that guy was Hikigaya, maybe it wasn't so bad. Actually, for some reason, the thought was exciting. Married man Hikigaya was amazing. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Yuki no Shida sat on the toilet, filled with jealousy. Ugh. Hikigaya actually let Mira sit on his back? Her boyfriend was giving rides to another girl while she was stuck here, alone. So unfair. Sigh, whatever. It's not that bad, I guess. A sigh. A compromise. A little anticipation. After all, cuddling, so good. Point alley, so great. Chapter 144, Mira no more, I can't take it, isn't that enough? Mira's face was flushed as she looked down at the boy. He was trying so hard. It was almost heartbreaking to watch. No way. This is far from enough. I can keep going. Huh? Mira hesitated, her voice uncertain. Still. Continuing? Yeah? Hikigaya responded simply. And then. Huff huff, the sound of his heavy breathing echoed in Mira's ears. Oh my god. Watching Hikigaya do push-ups, Mira covered her mouth, her heartbeat quickening. Each push-up was slow, but precise. Most importantly, he had been doing push-ups with her sitting on his back for almost 20 reps now. Wasn't that just insane? He was carrying a whole person. What kind of monster was he? Don't push yourself too hard. Mira couldn't help but warn him, her tone filled with genuine concern. I'm fine. Hikigaya responded seriously. When Kamaki sat on my back before, I could start with at least 30. Huh? Mira was surprised, but then she hesitated. But your sister and I don't weigh the same, right? I mean, I must be. Heavier? Mira, you're definitely heavy. But I train every day, I'm getting stronger, so. Who are you calling heavy, you damn Hikigaya? Her face turned red, and she immediately snapped at him. Girls never wanted to hear a guy say they were heavy. Sorry. Mira, just hold still. Don't move around too much. Seeing Hikigaya flustered for a second, Mira's expression shifted slightly. She let out a small huff. Humphrey. Just keep going. Alright. Hikigaya continued his workout. Completely focused. Push-ups were awesome. Meanwhile, Mira pursed her lips and quietly observed the boy supporting her weight beneath him. Just how ridiculous was his core strength? After all, doing push-ups while carrying someone wasn't just about arm strength. The most important part was the core. She couldn't even imagine it. This guy. If he were a husband. Mira's face twitched, and she instinctively squeezed her thighs together. Absolutely unimaginable. The visual impact was one thing. But the smell was another. The scent of youthful energy, radiating from the boy, invaded her senses, bombarding her brain. And then there was the touch. Her hand rested against his back. His firm muscles made her heart race uncontrollably. And then she remembered. Hikigaya was taken. He was Yuki no Shita's boyfriend. And they had already done that. The thought only made her emotions spiral further. Little by little, Mira's gaze changed. She was now staring entranced at the boy doing push-ups beneath her. She couldn't hold out much longer. Hikigaya was amazing. She wanted to betray Yue. She wanted to steal him from Yuki no Shita. She wanted to be Hikigaya's woman. Hikigaya, hurry up and make me yours. Hikigaya, I've reached my limit. Just then, Hikigaya spoke up, collapsing onto the ground. Huh? Snapping out of her daze, Mira quickly stood up and helped him up in concern. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. It's fine, don't worry. Hikigaya shook his head, then looked at her seriously. Actually, I should be thanking you. With your help just now, I managed to push past my limit again. I feel even stronger now. Thanks, Mira. Huh? You. Ugh. Humphrey. Feeling his earnest gaze, Mira averted her eyes, stammering, I just want you to be able to beat Yuki no Shita. That's all. Haha, leave it to me. Hikigaya smiled. Yuki no Shita used to bully you a lot. Let me properly take care of her for you. Huh? Who got bullied by that woman? Mira immediately snapped back. Do I look like I'm afraid of her? Hikigaya just smiled, saying nothing. Looking at his gentle expression, Mira's initial frustration slowly faded. Her face turned slightly pink as she mumbled, well, I hope you can. Teach her a lesson. Ah. As she spoke, a cool night breeze swept past. Mira's expression tensed, and she instinctively pressed her thighs together. What's wrong? Hikigaya, now standing, asked with concern. And nothing. Just need to use the restroom a bit. Oh, then you should go. No need. It's already late. I'll just wait until I get home. Mira shook her head. The nearest public restroom was several minutes away. At this hour, she really couldn't be bothered to go. Hikigaya hesitated. But holding it in isn't good for your health. If it's urgent. You think you need to remind me? Mira shot him a glare. It's not that urgent. Then okay, let's head back. They started walking back. On the way, Mira couldn't help but recall how lost in thought she had been earlier. Hikigaya's performance had been way too crazy. Too manly. She had nearly lost control back there. Seriously. Her thoughts had been so indecent. Unconsciously, Mira's expression shifted again, and she instinctively tensed her legs. Phew. Stay calm, stay calm. She'd just let it all out once she got home. Honestly. If her willpower weren't strong, she would have just taken care of things right there and then. There was no helping it. Spending time with such an incredible guy like Hikigaya was just too much pressure. I really think you should stop by the restroom first. Hikigaya suddenly remarked. You are. Mira jolted, then shot him an annoyed glare. We're already leaving the park, and you bring that up now? How am I supposed to go now? You expect me to just do it here? For your health, you probably shouldn't hold it. Mira's face instantly turned bright red. Hikigaya. What the hell are you saying? I'm not a dog, I can't just go anywhere. Sorry. You idiot. Mira was completely mortified. And of course, Hikigaya got an earful from her for the rest of the walk. A few minutes later, the two of them finally parted ways. Hikigaya walked alone for a bit. And then, he sensed something unusual. Sighing, he turned back, looking toward a nearby street lamp. Alright, come out, Kawasaki. After a few seconds of hesitation, a girl peeked out from behind the lamppost, awkwardly stepping forward. Sure enough, it was Kawasaki. Hikigaya, you seem to be having quite the fun conversation with Mira. Kawasaki looked at him meaningfully. Did you forget? Someone important? You mean you, Kawasaki? Kawasaki's face instantly turned crimson. She shot him a flustered glare. What? Of course not. I meant your girlfriend Yuki Noshita. Even as she spoke, her eyes kept flickering toward Hikigaya, somehow thinking that tonight, he looked even more rugged and handsome than usual. Chapter 145, Kawasaki. I can't stop, I have to try even harder for Hikigaya now. Let me check if you and Mira had any close contact. Huh? Close contact? Kawasaki, you're not planning to. Don't move. Let me smell you. Under Hikigaya's astonished gaze, Kawasaki leaned in and started sniffing him from top to bottom. Whoa. Kawasaki, are you a puppy or something? Who just goes around sniffing people like this? Ugh, there's Mira's scent on your back. And there's also the smell of another woman in your arms. Cough. As she spoke, Kawasaki's face suddenly changed color. The strong masculine scent overwhelmed her, making her cough a few times. Sorry, I'm drenched in sweat right now. Hikigaya quickly took a step back from her. Sweat? It's not that bad. Doesn't smell awful or anything. Kawasaki hesitated for a moment, then pressed in closer. Huh? After sniffing his upper body, she moved lower. A few seconds later. Kawasaki let out a breath of relief. As long as the important areas don't smell weird? Hikigaya's face flushed slightly. Kawasaki, you really don't need to do this for Yuki Noshita's sake. You're a girl, after all. This kind of thing is just... Hearing that, Kawasaki's face instantly turned bright red. Only now did she realize what the hell was she doing? What kind of girl sniffs a guy like a dog? Kawasaki had no idea how things escalated like this. She just found Hikigaya's scent really nice. And then she got carried away. Maybe guys smell more attractive after a workout. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Kawasaki lowered her head, her face still flushed. But Yuki Noshita is my friend, and since you're her boyfriend, I have a duty to help keep an eye on you. Keeping an eye on me, huh? Hikigaya sighed. Kawasaki was just too kind. For someone like Yuki Noshita, who usually kept her distance from others, having a friend like this was truly a rare blessing. Oh, by the way, I'm heading to the convenience store now. Guess I'll see you later. Even though their houses were in the same direction, Kawasaki, having confirmed that Hikigaya was clean, decided to put some distance between them. Mainly because Hikigaya was way too masculine today. She was afraid she'd do something weird again. But then actually, I was planning to stop by the convenience store too. Huh? Kawasaki, who had been planning to go alone, opened her mouth slightly. A part of her really didn't want to walk with him any longer. But deep down, another part of her was looking forward to it. In the end, with her head lowered and her face still faintly red, Kawasaki gave a small. At the convenience store, Hikigaya grabbed a chilled Max coffee. Meanwhile, Kawasaki was still debating in the fresh food section. Hikigaya walked over. Kawasaki? Kawasaki jumped, startled. Whoa, she was that focused? Hikigaya glanced at the refrigerated section. It was all pre-sliced beef. The prices varied depending on the quality, some cuts even cost tens of thousands of yen. Given Kawasaki's family situation, this section was probably off limits for her. You done shopping? Kawasaki asked casually, grabbing a premium pack of Wagyu beef. Yeah. Hikigaya nodded, then glanced at the price tag. His eye twitched. Wait. Kawasaki flinched again, giving him an annoyed look. What's your problem? Just. Wait a minute. Huh? Kawasaki frowned, about to ask again when a female store clerk walked in with a special machine and started putting discount stickers on the items. Convenience stores usually start marking things down after 8 p.m. Hikigaya explained. Phew, so that's how it works. Kawasaki let out a small sigh of relief and curiously watched the clerk. Her reaction didn't escape Hikigaya's notice. 1 minute later, the clerk reached the fresh food section and started applying discounts. And because the expensive Wagyu beef had barely sold, it got a 40% off sticker. Kawasaki's eyes sparkled like she had just discovered a hidden treasure. A moment later, looking absolutely thrilled, she clutched the discounted Wagyu and eagerly scanned the rest of the store. Seeing her about to go on a shopping spree, Hikigaya sighed deeply and finally spoke. Kawasaki. Let me pay for this. Kawasaki, whose eyes had been practically glowing, suddenly froze. Hikigaya continued, otherwise, I'd feel guilty. You. Kawasaki's expression turned complicated as she averted her gaze. This all happened because of me, so I have to take responsibility. In response, Hikigaya lifted his arm and flexed slightly, showing off a bit of muscle. It's fine. Thanks to you, I'm in great shape. Even after working out for over an hour, I still feel full of energy. Kawasaki sneaked a glance at his arm. Seeing the strength in his muscles, her face reddened again, and she quickly looked away. It's not enough. You need to keep going. Hikigaya lowered his arm and tried again, but what about your future? University, I've already saved up for tuition. Kawasaki avoided his gaze and muttered, and besides. Just let me handle it. I'll take responsibility. I'll make you even more of a man. She stammered, then quickly turned and rushed toward the vegetable section, searching for more discounted goods. Hikigaya silently watched the stubborn girl. If Yuki no Shita weren't in the picture, he probably would have fallen for her without hesitation. But unfortunately his heart already belonged to Yuki no Shita. There was no room for anyone else. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita had just purchased a bottle of aphrodisiac from the system shop. The moment someone drank it, they would temporarily lose all reason, consumed by desire. She held up the pink liquid and coughed lightly. Tomorrow, Kawasaki would definitely be making Hikigaya's lunch again. And they would be alone together for a long time. So before that, all she needed to do was slip the potion into Kawasaki's lunch. Hee hee hee. As she imagined the scene, the corners of Yuki no Shita's lips curled upward. This beloved husband mission was going to be way easier than she expected. Of course, to make sure Kawasaki acted on impulse and helped her poor suffering husband, tonight, she'd also use the dream simulation card to tempt her. If neither of them took the first step, well, she'd just push them along. She couldn't let her husband be completely obsessed with Kasumadoka. Sigh. I'm working so hard. Yuki no Shita murmured to herself. Chapter 146, Mrs. Uegahama, Hikigaya-kun is so amazing, so amazing, so amazing. After parting ways with Kawasaki, Hikigaya inexplicably felt the urge to keep exerting his strength. Originally, after drinking an ice-cold Max coffee, he had calmed down. However, running into Kawasaki just now, her scent lingering in the air, and the fact that they spent quite a while together, it all reignited a certain energy inside him. Sigh, guess I'll work out some more when I get home. With that thought, Hikigaya sighed and decided to head back to continue his training. But just as he hadn't walked far at a street corner, he ran into another familiar face. Mature and graceful, exuding a gentle, nurturing aura, just standing near her made one feel drawn in, as if wanting to lose themselves in her warmth. Since it was someone he knew, Hikigaya had no choice but to greet her. Mrs. Uegahama, it's pretty late. You're still out? Oh, I just went shopping with you. The moment she saw him, a strange glint flashed across Mrs. Uegahama's eyes. Meanwhile, Hikigaya noticed the heavy shopping bags she was carrying. Here, let me help you. He offered. Oh, I couldn't possibly trouble you. It's fine. I'm a guy. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Hikigaya-kun. She handed over the bags. The instant he took them, his right side sank slightly under the weight. See? It's really heavy. Maybe I should. It's fine. I just wasn't expecting it to be this heavy at first. It's manageable. With that, he straightened up and strode forward with large steps. Honestly, he had been looking for an outlet to exert himself. These shopping bags? Perfect timing. Exercise, what a thrill. Mrs. Uegahama walked beside him, naturally making conversation. Throughout their chat she couldn't help but steal glances at his right arm. The veins bulging with exertion, muscles taut with power. And the thick, distinctly masculine scent. To be honest, she was entranced. If she weren't a mature woman, with years of experience, she might have lost all composure right there. How could this boy be so incredible? Now this was a real man. A true male specimen. Oh God, she wanted. Cough. She meant she wanted Hikigaya-kun as Yu's husband. A few minutes later, they arrived at Mrs. Uegahama's new home. Hikigaya-kun, why don't you come in for a bit? Come on. Seeing his hesitation, she gently wrapped an arm around his. How could she possibly let such a great opportunity slip by? Mom will get you something to eat as thanks for your help. Faced with her enthusiasm, Hikigaya had no choice but to agree. Seeing his nod, Mrs. Uegahama's eyes curved into happy crescent moons. She opened the door and stepped inside. At the entryway, she called into the house, Mom's home. Oh, and we have a guest, huh? Mom, I just started taking a bath. From the bathroom came a flustered, panicked voice. Upon hearing that, Mrs. Uegahama's lips twitched slightly. Mom, who is it? You asked. It's Hikigaya-kun. Hikigaya? Should I come out? At first, Yue had sounded curious. But the moment she heard who it was, her voice became a flurry of nervous stammers. She even considered coming out of the bath. What do you mean, come out? I'm just passing through. I'll be leaving soon. Hikigaya, naturally, had no desire to see Yue fresh out of the bath, so he quickly shut that idea down. Ugh, fine. You aside, sounding disappointed. Sigh. Mrs. Uegahama, on the other hand, was feeling exasperated. She had set up such a perfect opportunity. And yet, her daughter was bathing at such a crucial moment. Hopeless. Completely hopeless. Hikigaya-kun, Mom will get you some cake. Wait just a moment, okay? Alright. As he nodded, another thought came to mind, and he hesitated for a moment before asking, Mrs. Uegahama, do you have another bathroom? I, kind of need to go. Oh, a bathroom? There's another one upstairs. Glancing at the one Yui was using, she added, Mom will show you the way. Sorry for the trouble. No need to be so formal with Mom. She led him upstairs. Hikigaya let out a subtle sigh of relief. Honestly, he had wanted to go to the bathroom back when he was jogging earlier. But with all the distractions, he kept delaying it. Under normal circumstances, he could have held it in longer. But after drinking an entire Max coffee and getting caught up with Mrs. Uegahama, he just couldn't take it anymore. So he had thickened his skin and asked to use the restroom. When they reached the upstairs bathroom, he thanked her again before hurrying inside. That desperate, huh? Mrs. Uegahama blinked, catching a whiff of his lingering scent in the air. She felt dazed for a brief moment. Just as she was about to turn and head back downstairs, a loud, intense noise suddenly erupted from the bathroom. Mrs. Uegahama's body stiffened. On instinct, she clamped a hand over her mouth. That exaggerated sound. A faint blush spread across her mature, elegant face. With her hand still covering her lips, she swallowed hard. It sounds so good. If she could be Hikigaya-kun's woman. Hiss. She didn't even dare imagine it. Her body tensed instinctively. Little by little, her heart rate accelerated as she recalled the temptations her best friend, Sayuri, had planted in her mind. Gulp. She swallowed. She wanted Mom, sorry. I forgot my underwear? Her entire body jolted. Hearing her daughter's voice from downstairs, Mrs. Uegahama snapped back to reality. Wait. What the hell was she thinking? Get a grip, woman. Hikigaya-kun was Yui's crush. Her daughter's romantic interest. No. No, no, no. She couldn't afford such improper thoughts. With a complicated sigh, she forced herself to calm down. But truth be told, Sayuri was right. Being a woman at her age, without a man in her life, was hard. Heading downstairs, she grabbed a pair of bare print panties for Yui. Seriously? Her daughter thought underwear like this would attract a man? Sigh. Mrs. Uegahama felt an oncoming headache. Her daughter was truly hopeless. Hikigaya-kun was such an outstanding boy. If he really ended up with her silly daughter's sigh. What a waste. A few minutes later, after using the bathroom and finishing his cake, Hikigaya grabbed a few extra slices to go and quickly left. Mrs. Uegahama could only watch him leave, reluctant to see him go. Late at night. Normally, people would be deep in sleep. Yet in the darkness of her bedroom, Mrs. Uegahama lay tossing and turning, legs pressed tightly together. This is bad. My head is just full of Hikigaya-kun. What should I do? Chapter 147, a bitter yet potent remedy. Letting my beloved and Kawasaki fall into indulgence, unable to extricate themselves. Morning, the next day. What a coincidence, running into you here, Hakuman-kun. Yeah, it really is. At a traffic light, Hakuman unexpectedly encountered Mrs. Uegahama. Today, she was wearing a beige kimono. Even in a kimono, her mature and alluring figure was perfectly outlined. Paired with the gentle elegance of Yamato Negishi, her mature wife aura was on full display. After exchanging greetings, Mrs. Uegahama lightly pressed her dry lips together, about to continue their conversation, but just then, the light turned green. Left with no choice, she and Hakuman quickly stepped onto the crosswalk. As they walked, Mrs. Uegahama felt restless, an unfamiliar tightness in her chest. Compared to yesterday, today's Hakuman still smelled just as good. Ugh. How could someone have such an intense masculine scent? Before she knew it, memories of last night's shameful thoughts resurfaced. The fact that she, a grown woman, had, because of a mere boy. A faint, inexplicable flush crept onto her mature yet beautiful face. Mrs. Uegahama, wait. Wait. Just as she was lost in yesterday's fantasies, Hakuman's urgent voice suddenly snapped her back to reality. The next second, when she turned her head, she saw a speeding truck barreling towards her from the left, blatantly ignoring traffic laws. Her face froze in shock, her heart nearly stopping. But before she could react, Hakuman's swift reflexes kicked in. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back, yanking her into his embrace. In that instant she narrowly escaped death. Nestled in his arms, the beautiful Mrs. Uegahama found herself momentarily dazed, her thoughts jumbled. Hakuman-kun, I... Before she could finish her sentence, Hukuman had already lifted her up in his arms and swiftly carried her off the crosswalk. The light had turned red again. He needed to get her off the road, fast. Meanwhile, at Sobya High School gate. Good morning, Kawasaki. Gee, good morning, Yukino Shida. Yukino and Kawasaki unexpectedly crossed paths. Kawasaki avoided eye contact, looking a little flustered. Yukino, on the other hand, greeted her with a gentle, knowing smile. The truth was, this wasn't some random coincidence. Yukino had arrived at the school gate early on purpose, carefully orchestrating their accidental meeting. As they walked towards the school building together, Yukino asked with concern, "You didn't sleep well, did you? You look a little pale." Yeah." Kawasaki still wouldn't meet her eyes, a hint of embarrassment showing on her face. Last night, she had dreamed about Hukuman again. And just like in her previous dreams, the two of them had shamelessly done that in Yukino's bridal chamber. What's worse, in this dream, she had even noticed that her belly was slightly rounded, meaning she was pregnant with Hukuman's child. Naturally, that had scared her awake. And just like before, she had once again woken up her little sister, Kika, only to be nagged about finally making a move on Hukuman already. Sigh. So exhausting. How could she possibly steal her best friend's husband? Kawasaki, I'm sorry. You're only this exhausted because of my Hukuman-kun, aren't you? Just then, Yukino suddenly grabbed Kawasaki's right hand and, almost instinctively, glanced at the lunch bag she was holding. Huh? Kawasaki panicked. And no. I haven't. You made a bendo for my Hukuman-kun again, didn't you? Kawasaki had nearly blurted out the truth, but Yukino cut her off, speaking in a soft, affectionate tone. Staying up late to cook for that idiot. No wonder you look so drained. I'm sure it took a lot out of you. Kawasaki, who had been flustered just moments ago, suddenly let out a breath of relief. It's just a bendo. I told you yesterday I've been practicing my cooking lately, so, well. I actually wanted to say this yesterday, Kawasaki. You've been working at a restaurant for so long, your cooking must already be amazing. Could you teach me a thing or two sometime? Yukino blinked innocently as she asked. You want me to teach you? Kawasaki forced a wry smile. There's no way my cooking is better than yours. Don't underestimate yourself like that. They continued chatting naturally. A few minutes later, as they walked along the hallway, Yukino, still curious, finally managed to get Kawasaki to show her the bendo. Chicken soup? Inspecting the beautifully arranged meal and the thermos container, Yukino gasped in surprise. There's even wagyu beef? Kawasaki, this is no, I have to pay you for this. No, it's fine, we're friends. But even if we're friends, I can't just take this for free. These ingredients alone must have cost a fortune. Yukino protested, looking genuinely distressed. It's really fine, I can afford it. Quickly packing up the bendo again, Kawasaki waved her off. But Yukino frowned. She knew all too well about Kawasaki's financial situation. Because her family wasn't well off, she had taken up a job to save for university. And now, she was making such an extravagant meal for her Hukuman. Don't worry about all that. Kawasaki coughed awkwardly, then lowered her voice to whisper, anyway, just leave the rest to me. I'll make sure to properly nourish your Hukuman with this meal. Next time you two go on a date, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with his performance. Yukino's face instantly turned bright red. Kawasaki, don't say stuff like that. Kawasaki's eyes gleamed mischievously. You're looking forward to it, aren't you? I am not. By now, their friendship had grown close enough that they occasionally chatted about, well, those kinds of topics. Just yesterday, Kawasaki had even given Yukino a heads up that she'd be helping to supplement Hukuman's energy. Kawasaki, you're too good to me. I almost feel guilty. Just before parting, Yukino sighed softly. We're best friends, aren't we? Kawasaki turned away slightly, speaking hesitantly. And since Hukuman is your boyfriend, and I'm in the same class as him, well. Of course I would want to help you take care of him. Kawasaki. Smiling, Yukino suddenly pulled her into a warm embrace, whispering near her ear, thank you. We'll always be best friends. Best sisters. Blushing, Kawasaki hugged her back. But deep down, I'm sorry, Kawasaki. You're so good to me. And yet I want you to get even closer to my beloved. I hope at lunch, you can properly take care of him. And maybe you'll both fall into indulgence, unable to pull yourselves away. As they went their separate ways, Yukino took a deep breath, glancing down at her own body. Sigh. Kawasaki's figure really is amazing. Such volume. Hukuman-kun, you better not get too addicted to her. Chapter 148, Kazumi-jouka, please, I can't take it anymore, Air-kun. After leaving the crosswalk, Hikigaya carried Mrs. Uegahama to the side of the street. At that moment, the beautiful woman clung tightly to Hikigaya, her expression filled with lingering fear, unable to let go. "It's okay now, Auntie." Hikigaya reassured her while gently setting her down. Hikigaya-kun. Before he could react, Mrs. Uegahama suddenly pulled him into another embrace. "I was scared to death just now. I really thought I was going to die. Hikigaya-kun, thank you. Thank you for saving me." Having just escaped death, she held on to him even tighter. "Mrs. Uegahama." "It was nothing," Hikigaya said, his expression somewhat stiff. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but notice her overwhelming figure, causing him to take a sharp breath. But in the end, Hikigaya's willpower remained firm. He merely patted her back comfortingly and kept his composure. As for Mrs. Uegahama, her gratitude gradually turned into something else. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. The boy's physique was solid. She could feel the faint outline of his muscles. Strong, firm, and reassuring. Coupled with his rich, masculine scent. He was practically a walking feast. Shameful as it was to admit, Mrs. Uegahama felt her heart skip a beat. An uncontrollable impulse surged within her. I must properly thank Hikigaya-kun. I want to sorry, Andy, but it's getting late. I have to head to school." Before she could finish, Hikigaya took a deep breath and firmly pushed the beautiful woman away. "Hikigaya-kun." The moment he stepped back, a strange sense of loss crept into her heart. She stared at him with longing eyes. "You don't need to thank me." Hikigaya shook his head. "We're acquaintances, after all. You're my elder. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, I've already eaten plenty of your cakes." "Eh? But this time is different." Hikigaya-kun. Mrs. Uegahama tried to say more, but Hikigaya didn't give her the chance. With a casual wave, he quickly ran off towards Sobya High. "Ha!" Watching his retreating figure, Mrs. Uegahama let out a long sigh, though she didn't try to stop him. After all, he had school to attend. She couldn't exactly invite him to her house right now, could she? Just an elder, huh? Hikigaya-kun only sees me as an elder. Well, of course. I'm Yu's mother. She bit her lip bitterly, sighing to herself. But deep down, a part of her wished that Hikigaya didn't see her as just an elder. If he didn't mind, she might have even. Yu. What am I thinking? He's Yu's crush. I should be trying to match them together. As her mother, the thought of her daughters snapped her back to reality. She quickly patted her cheeks, trying to clear her head. And yet, a whisper crept back into her mind, something her friend Sayuri once said, he's not even your daughter's boyfriend yet. A crush? So what? Yu. No. That's way too much. What about you? What about my daughter? And besides, no, I can't be this depraved. Hikigaya-kun is just a kid. I'm way too old for her. Stomach grumbled. Feeling utterly exhausted, Mrs. Uegahama sighed in frustration and absent-mindedly walked toward her cake shop. Sobuhai Hikigaya arrived at his classroom just in time. After morning self-study, during the break Kasumi Joka was bouncing her leg, staring at Hikigaya with a strange look. "Kun, what's going on with you today?" "What do you mean? You smell amazing today. Your masculine scent is crazy strong." "Huh?" Hikigaya gave her a deadpan look. "Did your nose break or something?" "Like hell it did." Kasumi Joka's leg bounced even faster. She was clearly struggling to hold back. "Kun, let's skip class." She wasn't some kind of teenage mutant ninja turtle. She was genuinely losing it. Such a delicious treat was right in front of her. How could she not want to gobble him up? Hikigaya gave her a side eye before changing the subject. "By the way, did you buy my math practice sheets?" "Math sheets? You didn't buy them." Hikigaya frowned. Kasumi Joka cleared her throat and said calmly, "The bookstore didn't have stock yesterday. I asked the shopkeeper to restock, so they should have them today." Hikigaya remained silent. Seeing his skepticism, Kasumi Joka continued, "Don't believe me? Fine. Let's go check after school together." Hikigaya hesitated. Kasumi Joka was a top student, so her recommended practice sheets were bound to be helpful. If his math scores improved, he'd have a better chance of getting into the same university as Yuki no Shita. For Yuki no Shita's sake, for her mother's request to make sure Kasumi Joka wouldn't try anything funny, Hikigaya took a deep breath and nodded. "Fine. But we're just going to buy the sheets. That's it. We can't stop by a hotel on the way?" "Absolutely not. We have school tomorrow." "Oh? So if we didn't have school, it'd be fine?" Kasumi Joka's eyes gleamed. Hikigaya ignored her. Kasumi Joka, of course, had no intention of giving up. She kept pestering him. After the first class ended, Hikigaya stood up to go to the restroom. Kasumijoka got up as well and followed. The girls' restroom is on the other side. Hikigaya reminded her. Air-kun, I feel like I'm about to you've lost your mind. 10 minutes should be enough, right? Like hell it is. Hikigaya sighed in exasperation. And I already told you we can't do this every day. But. Kasumijoka gave him a pitiful look. Hikigaya ignored her and walked straight into the boys' restroom. Kasumijoka sighed in frustration and sulked her way toward the girls' restroom. The final class of the morning ended. Kasumijoka perked up again. Lunchtime should be fine, right? Just a little bit of help, Air-kun. You don't even have to do much. Hikigaya hesitated, then shook his head. Sorry, I have plans. Huh? What could possibly be more important than me? Yuki no Shida. Hikigaya answered without hesitation. Kasumijoka's expression twitched. She was his official girlfriend, after all. Kasumijoka couldn't exactly argue. Some other time, then. Hikigaya stood up, completely ignoring her pitiful gaze, and left the classroom. He was headed for the rooftop to find Kawasaki. Sorry, senpai, but I had to lie to you. Chapter 149, Fall into Temptation, Kawasaki. On the rooftop, near the bench. Hikigaya sat beside Kawasaki. How does it taste? It's fragrant and delicious. Finish it all, not a single drop left. This is all for you. Ugh, I can't eat that much. You're a guy, how could you not? Besides, you work out every night, you need to eat more to replenish your energy. Hikigaya sighed internally at Kawasaki's enthusiasm. Ever since that happened, Kawasaki had become overly concerned about his physical condition, as if afraid that his inability to satisfy Yuki no Shida might somehow be her fault. Kawasaki was just too kind. Don't forget to drink the soup. Kawasaki reminded him. Yeah. Hikigaya took a few sips, then his expression shifted. Huh? This soup's taste. How is it? It's good, but something about it feels off. Did you put in something weird? No, nothing. Just some ingredients that are good for a man's health. Kawasaki stammered. Huh? Hikigaya's eyelid twitched. You even added that? He promptly put down the soup, suddenly reluctant to take another sip. It's all for your well-being. Seeing this, Kawasaki quickly picked up the bowl and moved closer to him. Hikigaya instinctively leaned away. You're going to overdo it. Nonsense. This is nothing here, open up. But this is for Yuki no Shida, too. Don't you want her to be, satisfied? Kawasaki's face flushed slightly. Hikigaya sighed. Fine, I'll drink it. Just don't lean in so close. Oh, okay. After a brief hesitation, Kawasaki put some distance between them. Hikigaya resumed drinking the soup. Kawasaki, meanwhile, simply watched him. Why are you staring at me? Kawasaki averted her eyes. I'm just making sure you finish everything. That way, I'll feel at ease. I will. After all, you made it. Kawasaki's heartbeat suddenly quickened. A light breeze passed by, carrying Hikigaya's scent toward her. That youthful fragrance only made her mind hazy. Why? Why does Hikigaya's scent keep getting better? This is unfair. Who could resist this? Ugh, you sly bastard. Kawasaki, what did you say? Nothing. Just keep eating. She hurriedly suppressed the strange feelings bubbling up inside her. A few minutes later, Hikigaya finished all the food. Kawasaki began tidying up the utensils. When her eyes landed on the chopsticks and spoon he had used, she subconsciously bit her lip. For some reason, an indescribable impulse surged within her. She really wanted to use them too. Ugh! Was she some kind of pervert? A jolt ran through her body, and she bit her tongue to snap herself out of it. Phew! Taking a deep breath, she turned toward Hikigaya and said, Hikigaya, let's do this again tomorrow. Just as she turned to remind him, the next second her pupil shrank in shock. The boy sitting beside her had his hands pressed against his stomach, his face contorted in pain. What's wrong? Kawasaki's mind buzzed with panic. She abandoned the dishes and moved closer in concern. Nothing. I'm fine. Hikigaya forced a smile. Fine? Kawasaki was completely frazzled. You're sweating so much. How is this fine? Does your stomach hurt? Was there something wrong with my cooking? I don't think it's the food. Ugh. Stop talking. Seeing his pained expression, Kawasaki's heart ached. She quickly reached out to help him up. Let's go to the infirmary. Wait, hold on. As Kawasaki moved to support him, Hikigaya hurriedly stopped her. Don't touch me. Huh? Like she had been hit with a binding spell, Kawasaki froze in place, staring at him in confusion. This isn't something the infirmary can fix. What do you mean? Kawasaki grew even more bewildered as she watched him struggle to stand. The wind blew again. His scent lingered in the air. Kawasaki's face suddenly turned crimson. That smell. Why was it even stronger than before? That masculine scent was enough to drive a horde of girls insane. Kawasaki felt momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Hikigaya swayed on his feet, looking like he was about to collapse. Panicked, Kawasaki instinctively reached out and caught him. Careful. Kawasaki, I told you, don't save it. You're obviously unwell, and as Yuki no Shita's friend, I have a duty to take care of you. Now come on, let's go to the infirmary. And no, really, that won't help. What? So you need a hospital? No. That would be even more embarrassing? Kawasaki was completely lost. The next second, as she finally noticed the specific change in his body, her expression drastically shifted. Wait, your body. Hold on, you. And then, as if she had just witnessed something unspeakable, Kawasaki turned betrayed. Hikigaya awkwardly averted his gaze. Sorry. That's why I said, the infirmary won't help. Ugh, you. Just shut up. Now that she was closer to him, how could she not understand what had happened? Should I go find Yuki no Shita? No. That's way too humiliating. What's there to be embarrassed about? You two are dating. This is obviously something Yuki no Shita should mid-sentence. Kawasaki suddenly froze. Wait. Hikigaya looked like he was in serious pain. Even if she ran to get Yuki no Shita, would she even make it in time? Seeing him suffer like this, Kawasaki's heart clenched. What should she do? He looked like he was about to explode. Meanwhile, not far from the rooftop entrance, Yuki no Shita was hiding. Phew. That scared me. Then, shaking her head with an exasperated sigh, Kawasaki is way too soft. Why the hell is she calling me over? What do I have to do with this? Just hurry up and get it over with already. Relieved, a small smirk crept onto her lips. Kawasaki-chan. Just give in already. Right now, only you can save my dear husband. Deep down, Yuki no Shita found herself secretly thrilled at the idea of Kawasaki gradually falling into temptation, forced into a corner, unable to refuse. That kind of scenario was just too delightful. Chapter 150, Kawasaki. Sorry, Yuki no Shita, betrayal feels too good. Sorry, betrayal feels too good. It's definitely because of the food. Supporting Hikigaya back onto the rooftop bench, Kawasaki instinctively glanced at the bento box. Did she overdo it? Kawasaki, don't touch me anymore. Just go. Hikigaya weakly pushed away Kawasaki's arm, urging her to leave. Huh? Kawasaki froze for a few seconds before anxiously asking, then what about you? It's fine. I'll handle this myself. What? Kawasaki's face flushed red. Why, you'll handle it yourself? You're not saying you're going to. On the rooftop. Just go. Don't worry about it. Hikigaya continued to insist. Silence fell for a few seconds. Biting her lip, Kawasaki's emotions twisted with guilt and hesitation before she murmured regretfully, this is all my fault. If I hadn't added those supplements, you wouldn't be like this. It's my fault. You didn't do it on purpose. You meant well. I don't blame you. Hikigaya shook his head and urged her again. Just go already. Seeing him in such distress, urging her to leave, made Kawasaki hesitate even more. How could she just walk away? Hikigaya, how about I no need? Before she could finish, Hikigaya cut her off. Gritting her teeth, Kawasaki protested, but you're alone. I've always been alone when Yuki no Shita isn't around. What's the difference? Hikigaya muttered, exposing a bit of his past loneliness. You. Kawasaki's face turned red. If you don't leave now, I'll start to hate you. Go. Seeing him so determined made Kawasaki's heart ache even more. The longer she hesitated, the more guilt and frustration built up inside her. It felt like an eternity. Finally, Kawasaki made up her mind and stepped closer. And no. You'll hurt yourself if you handle this alone. In a situation like this, you need a woman. Huh? Kawasaki, it doesn't matter. If you hate me, so be it. In fact, it's better if you do. I don't care. With that, Kawasaki suddenly threw her arms around Hikigaya. Hikigaya's body tensed instantly. His hands trembled. Instinct told him to hold on to the warmth in front of him. But this was still Hikigaya. His self-control was strong. We agreed last time would be the last. I can't let this happen again, Kawasaki. You're a girl, you shouldn't have to deal with this because of me. Hearing his concern, Kawasaki blushed, lowering her head and hesitantly mumbling, at a time like this, stop worrying about me. Worry about yourself for once. I don't mind. After all, The first time was already with you. Kawasaki. Her shy words made Hikaya's heartbeat quicken. He sighed. Kawasaki, you're too kind. Girls who are too kind often suffer for it. Why you? Avoiding his gaze, Kawasaki licked her lips and, as usual, spoke stubbornly. It's not because I'm kind. This is for Yuki no Shida. It's for her. If you don't take care of this, you could have problems later. For Yuki no Shida's future happiness, I have to help you. This isn't about being kind. She repeated it again, as if convincing herself. For Yuki no Shida, huh? Hikigaya smiled bitterly. Ugh. Kawasaki's face burned even hotter. Guilt weighed on her as she mumbled, I know this is wrong, but I really am doing this for her. I. And before she realized it, she leaned forward, pressing her lips to Hikigaya's. Hikigaya's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to pull away. But his arms, almost against his will, wrapped around her. Minutes passed. Their lips parted. Their gazes met. Both of their faces were flushed, eyes filled with a mix of emotions. After a few moments, Kawasaki looked away, fidgeting. There's not much time. We should hurry. Wait. Kawasaki, do you have protection? Kawasaki blinked, then her face turned completely red. Why would I have that at school? Actually, I've never even bought that kind of thing before. Then that's a problem. Hikigaya hesitated. Kawasaki pulled him closer, pouting. You're really thinking about that right now? I'm just worried. Is this a risky time for you? Ugh. Yeah. Kawasaki admitted, her face burning. But she quickly added, but there's no way we'd be that unlucky, right? I mean, last time we coughed. Anyway, don't worry about that. You're sweating so much. If we delay any longer, you might really get sick. No. Kawasaki, what if something happens? Maybe we should just stop. I already agreed. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Kawasaki huffed. Forget it. I'm done arguing with you. And without giving him a chance to resist, she kissed him again. That moment Hikigaya's resolve shattered. This time, he didn't push her away. Instead, he pulled her closer. Kawasaki shivered. She realized this was really happening. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm betraying Yuki no Shita again. But as Hikigaya held her tighter, an unfamiliar emotion surged in her chest. Betraying Yuki no Shita actually feels a little good. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her heart pounded wildly. She wanted to slap herself. I'm awful. I'm a horrible person. I'm so sorry, Yuki no Shita. At that moment outside the rooftop entrance, Yuki no Shita took a deep breath and silently closed the door. She had to admit. Her beloved's willpower was truly impressive. That supplement was designed to cloud judgment, and yet he resisted for so long. Good thing Kawasaki was patient and willing to take the initiative. Sighing, Yuki no Shita took out her red-framed glasses, put them on, and quickly descended the stairs, leaving the two alone. Mission accomplished. Was she happy? Yes. Was it painful? Also yes. After all, her boyfriend had just been taken by someone else. But she left quickly, pushing aside her complicated emotions. A few minutes later, walking through the hallway, she unexpectedly ran into someone. Huh? At the same time, holding a melon bread, Kasumi Joka twitched her eyebrow, staring at Yuki no Shita's slightly flushed face. Chapter 151, The Gallant Hikaman. The unconscious Kawasaki Yuki no Shita forced herself to remain calm as she greeted Kasumi Joka. Good afternoon, senpai. Good afternoon. Kasumi Joka instinctively glanced behind Yuki no Shita. Seeing that Hikaman wasn't with her, she felt an odd sense of unease. Yuki no Shita smiled and extended an invitation. Would you like to have lunch together? Sure. Kasumi Joka subconsciously glanced toward the upper floors before nodding in agreement. The two found a spot in the school hallway, enjoying their lunch while admiring the campus scenery. Their meals were quite simple. Kasumi Joka had a pineapple bun, while Yuki no Shita had a sandwich today. Thank you, senpai, for looking after Hikaman recently. You asked me to take care of him, so of course, I did my best. The two chatted back and forth, their conversation fairly mundane. Starting with Hikaman, then moving on to academics, followed by discussing university aspirations and future plans. However, these topics were rather dry. Inevitably, their conversation drifted back to something more interesting, particularly Hikaman. Specifically, Yuki no Shita and Hikaman's love story from their second year of high school. You and Hikaman had quite the eventful journey. But tell me, who confessed first? Kasumi Joka couldn't help but ask, intrigued. Who confessed first? Just as Yuki no Shita was about to answer, her expression suddenly shifted, and she coughed a few times. Did you choke? Noticing this, Kasumijoka reached out and patted Yuki no Shita's back. Thank you. Yuki no Shita shot her a grateful glance, then adjusted her red-framed glasses, regaining her composure. Ahem. Who confessed first? Well, of course, it was Hikigaya. Oh? He confessed first? Kasumijoka was intrigued. Hikigaya isn't exactly the proactive type. He actually took the initiative? Of course. Yuki no Shita smiled, her expression softening as she recalled that fateful confession on the pedestrian bridge. A hint of happiness surfaced on her face. That was the most unforgettable day of my life. It was incredibly romantic. Oh? Do tell. What exactly did Hikigaya say to you? Ugh, senpai, this is so embarrassing. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well. Alright. With a slightly bashful expression, Yuki no Shita began to recount the scene of their confession, little by little. And at the very end, Hikigaya looked me in the eyes and said, please entrust your life to me. Hikigaya actually said something that poetic? Kasumijoka's gaze held a trace of envy. And then? Did you say yes right away? Yuki no Shita blushed. He even stepped forward and kissed me. And then? He, secretly touched me. Ugh. I can't say anymore, it's too embarrassing. Wow, I never expected that. Hikigaya, that loner, was actually so forward with you? He must really love you. Kasumijoka sighed. This is peak pure romance. Pure romance so intense it makes you want to go feral. Ahem. It's not that big of a deal. Hikigaya isn't that reserved around me. Yuki no Shita's cheeks flushed faintly. Alright, fine. She may have exaggerated a little. That last line? She had been the one to say it. But in front of others, naturally, she had to make it seem like her boyfriend had taken the initiative. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing? That night, after his confession, she had been so elated she could barely sleep, even dreaming of cuddling up with him 4 or 5 times. You're so lucky. It's a romance anyone would envy. Kasumijoka sighed again. Am I lucky? Sigh. Hearing that, Yuki no Shita let out a long sigh. Don't envy me, senpai. After all, right now, my dear boyfriend is up on the rooftop. Cuddling with another girl. My Hikigaya, my Hikigaya, my Hikigaya. Bitterness surged in her heart as she instinctively squeezed her thighs together. Refocusing, she checked the live feed through her glasses. At first, she didn't think much of it. But upon closer inspection, her pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no. This might be too intense. She's not going to pass out, is she? Huh? What's too intense? Are you talking about the people on the field? Cough cough, yes. Yuki no Shita coughed lightly, maintaining her composure. Senpai, I'll have to excuse myself here. I, need to visit the restroom. Please continue looking after Hikigaya in the future. No problem. Hearing Kasumijoka's response, Yuki no Shita nodded in relief and quickly headed toward the ladies' restroom. Phew, that should have stalled enough. But did something go wrong? Kawasaki looks like she. Something wrong? Just as Yuki no Shita was about to step inside the restroom, a short-haired girl suddenly walked out. Kato looked at her with a puzzled expression. Yuki no Shita's heart nearly stopped. She barely managed to keep her expression neutral. At the same time, Kasumijoka didn't return to class. Her mind was still filled with the story of Hikigaya and Yuki no Shita's pure love. She envied it. She craved it. Why had she never met a destined one like that? The more she indulged in envy and jealousy, the more her dark side stirred. Yes. The greater the purity, the more thrilling it will be to taint it. Kasumijoka murmured to herself. The purer their love, the more exhilarating it would be when she finally took Hikigaya for herself. If their love wasn't so perfect, it wouldn't be as fun. He. My dear Erkan, I'm coming for you. Licking her lips, Kasumijoka eagerly ascended the stairs. She wasn't foolish. Judging from Yuki no Shita's behavior and Hikigaya's movements after class, she deduced that he was likely still upstairs, probably on the rooftop. The only thing she didn't understand was why he hadn't come down yet. Was he reading up there? Avoiding her? Possible. Either way, there was still some time left in the lunch break. She needed to check. Kasumijoka quickly reached the rooftop entrance. As she approached, she heard a muffled voice. I'm sorry, Kawasaki. I'm sorry. Are you okay? It's all my fault. All my fault? Though faint, the voice sounded familiar. Erkan? Kasumijoka raised an eyebrow and cautiously pushed open the rooftop door. Through a small gap she saw Kawasaki unconscious in Hikigaya arms. Hikigaya looked utterly remorseful. And most importantly, their clothes were slightly disheveled. Kasumijoka's pupil shrank. Chapter 152, Kasumijoka dear, was Kawasaki moist? Hikigaya never expected Kawasaki to be this dramatic. She actually fainted. Back at the park, her endurance had seemed normal, right? Had he gotten stronger? Well, maybe. Hikigaya could definitely feel how much his physical condition had improved over the past few days. Cough. Of course, that wasn't the main issue right now. The real issue was Kawasaki. She had passed out. And it was definitely his fault. Let me try pressing her philtrum. If that doesn't work, I'll have to call an ambulance. Sure, if he called for help, their embarrassing situation would no doubt be exposed, but saving her was the priority. If something serious happened to Kawasaki, he'd be the one to blame. Then again, maybe he was already to blame. With a serious expression, Hikigaya pressed down on Kawasaki's philtrum multiple times. To his surprise, it worked remarkably well. Kawasaki coughed a few times, groaning softly as she slowly opened her eyes. Phew, she's awake. No matter how mature he tried to act, he was still a teenager. Seeing a girl someone he was intimately involved with pass out because of him, then wake up, made him way too emotional. Before he knew it, Hikigaya instinctively hugged Kawasaki tightly. Kawasaki, thank God you're okay. Ugh. Feeling herself wrapped in his embrace, Kawasaki's face turned bright red as she stammered, Hikigaya-kun, ugh. Why you're squeezing too hard. As the hazy memories of everything that had just happened resurfaced, her whole body tensed up. Ah, sorry. Realizing his blunder, Hikigaya quickly let go, his expression awkward. I got carried away. My bad. It's fine. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kawasaki shook her head, her eyes avoiding his as she muttered, Hikigaya. You were a bit too intense just now. Hikigaya's face instantly flushed as he awkwardly lowered his head. Sorry. I don't know what happened. I just couldn't help it. It's like you have this, unexplainable attraction. Attraction? Kawasaki's heart skipped a beat. And, for some reason, she felt a little happy hearing that. But then a vision of Yuki Noshita's gentle smile suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her to snap back to reality. What are you even saying? Why, your girlfriend is Yuki Noshita. I know. But I can't deny that you're incredibly attractive, Kawasaki. What? Her face burned even hotter. She stammered, looking completely flustered. It's probably just the food. I must have made something too nutritious today, and that's why you... Actually, I should be the one apologizing. I betrayed Yuki Noshita. Again. Biting her lip, she felt a deep sense of guilt welling up inside her. She had sworn the last time was really the last time. And yet, she had betrayed Yuki Noshita once more. Worse than that, some part of her had enjoyed it. Truth be told, that was why she had blacked out in the end. Not from exhaustion, but because of herself. I'm such a terrible woman. Kawasaki. Seeing how remorseful she looked, Hikigaya hesitated for a moment before speaking. Look, this really has to be the last time. We should just forget it ever happened. With a flushed face, Kawasaki awkwardly straightened out the wrinkles in her clothes. Hikigaya remained silent. Slowly, Kawasaki stood up, preparing to leave. But the moment she tried, her legs wobbled. Careful. Hikigaya instinctively reached out to support her. She ended up collapsing into his arms again. For a moment, the two of them just stared at each other. Hikigaya coughed lightly. Maybe you should go to the infirmary? Infirmary? Kawasaki's expression darkened before she snapped. Do you want me to die of embarrassment? I just meant, I'm fine, I just need some rest. Kawasaki huffed, her voice carrying a hint of mortification. Don't underestimate a woman's body. We're not that weak. Oh. Well. That was some new knowledge for him. A breeze swept through the rooftop. The mixture of their scents, the warmth of their bodies, everything felt strangely youthful. As Hikigaya continued supporting her, Kawasaki's heartbeat started pounding again. Are you sure you're really okay? She asked, nervously biting her lip. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Hikigaya blinked before sighing. Kawasaki, you really are too kind. Weck. I'm not kind. I'm just reminding you because you're Yuki Noshita's boyfriend. Kawasaki immediately turned flustered, stammering incoherently. But just now, you said this was the last time. Hikigaya pointed out, his expression complicated. Kawasaki's body stiffened. Lowering her head, she mumbled under her breath, that's because I still kind of. Grrk. Kawasaki, what are you trying to say? Cough. And nothing. Her face now completely red, she hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway. You seem fine now, so let's just go back. Keeping her head down, she quickly started heading toward the stairs. Alright. Hikigaya followed, helping her down. Though, near the last few steps to avoid being seen acting too close, Kawasaki subtly pushed him away. A few moments later, both of them returned to class. As Hikigaya sat down, he instinctively glanced toward Kawasaki's seat, which was about 5 or 6 desks away. And, as luck would have it, Kawasaki also happened to glance his way at the exact same moment. Their eyes met. Kawasaki blushed slightly before quickly looking away. Hikigaya did the same. Alright. Time to get some rest. With about 10 minutes left before class started, he figured he could take a quick nap. However, just as he was about to put his head down, a certain mischievous foot kicked him under the desk. "Senpai, quit messing around." Hikigaya muttered in annoyance, turning toward Kasumijoka. "Let me sleep." At his words, Kasumijoka's lips curled into an amused smirk. "Well, you were busy on the rooftop just now, weren't you?" Hikigaya's face stiffened. Still, he tried to keep his expression neutral. "What are you talking about?" "Hey." Kasumijoka giggled, tilting her head sweetly. Then with a teasing glint in her eyes, she leaned in and whispered, "Dear was Kawasaki." Moist. Chapter 153, Kasumijoka and Kawasaki together, they dote on Hakumen. Kawasaki's walking posture is clearly off, and you're still telling me there's nothing going on between you two? In the afternoon, on the way to the library, Kasumijoka stared directly at Kawasaki, who was walking a short distance ahead, and made this remark to Hakumen, who was walking beside her. Hakumen also took a quick glance at Kawasaki, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Kawasaki was heading to the library for self-study as well, but she was walking ahead of them, with her back facing them. From Hakumen's perspective, Kawasaki's swaying figure was particularly eye-catching. Her curvy silhouette looked rather enticing, and her legs appeared unsteady, as if she were walking with some effort. Her posture did seem a bit off. She just had a leg cramp earlier. Hakumen took a deep breath and firmly denied any implications. "A cramp?" Kasumijoka turned to him with a sly smile. "More like you worked her legs into a cramp, am I right, Air-kun?" "I'm not." Hakumen maintained his composure, deliberately avoiding eye contact with her. "Hey, still not admitting it? In that case." Kasumijoka licked her lips and grabbed Hakumen's wrist, pulling him toward a nearby large tree. His expression changed slightly. "Senpai, what are you doing?" "Hee, let me take a whiff." They reached the tree. It was a massive, decades-old tree. Thanks to its thick trunk, as long as they stayed behind it, passing students wouldn't easily notice them. Ignoring Hakumen's protests, Kasumijoka leaned in and took a few deep sniffs around his neck. "Senpai, someone might see us." Standing in such a risky spot, Hakumen was already sweating bullets. "There really is a distinct scent." Murmuring to herself, Kasumijoka then slowly bent down. "Wait, hold on, senpai, you don't move. Let me check something." Wait. Hakumen resisted as much as he could. Unfortunately, Kasumijoka was particularly assertive this time. No matter how much he struggled, she was determined to carry out her inspection. HSSS. This. She took a few deep breaths, looking somewhat intoxicated. Thankfully, after a few seconds, she regained her composure. Then, with an amused smirk, she turned to Hakumen. "Hey, there's definitely a lingering scent of another girl. Judging from the distribution of the scent on your upper body. Air-kun, you and Kawasaki. Nothing happened." Still trying to deny it? Kasumijoka leaned in closer until her lips were right by his ear, and then, she lightly nibbled his earlobe. Hakumen's body tensed, and he instinctively pushed her away. "Stop it. Don't mess around. Air-kun, you belong to me. For this year, aside from Yukino Shida, I won't allow you to be with any other woman except me." Licking her lips, Kasumijoka gazed at him with an intense, possessive look like a predator watching its freshly captured prey. "I already told you, keep making excuses if you want. Hey, but whether you admit it or not, I can always do a more thorough inspection to find out." "Inspection?" Hakumen's expression stiffened. "Are you crazy? We're surrounded by students." Air-kun, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it actually is." Seeing the fear in his eyes, Kasumijoka's expression became even more mischievous. "Now, let me check properly. Don't resist, okay?" "No way." Hakumen was firm in his refusal. To stop her from going any further, he subconsciously reached out and smacked her on the butt. "Quit messing around, senpai." The moment his palm landed, Kasumijoka was completely stunned. Hakumen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly tried to apologize. Sorry, senpai, Air-kun, you just smacked my butt." For once, the usually composed Kasumijoka turned red in the face and shot him a glare. "A woman's butt isn't something you can just hit whenever you want, you know." My bad. You think a simple apology is enough?" she huffed. Then. What do you want? Humphrey. Use your body to apologize. With that, Kasumijoka hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him in for a kiss. Not here, senpai, like I care. If you keep this up, I'll smack your butt again. What? Kasumijoka flinched, immediately stepping back and shielding her rear with both hands, looking defensive. Air-kun, why you wouldn't dare? I already did it once. What makes you think I won't do it again? I mean what I say. Hakumen shot back. Ugh, since when did you start enjoying hitting girls? You weren't like this before. This is all because of you, senpai. Kasumijoka hesitated. She wanted to retaliate but was wary that he might actually follow through with his threat. So, the two of them stood there, locked in a silent standoff. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and regained her usual calm demeanor. Fine. I'll let you off the hook for now. But after school, you're mine. Now, let's head to the library. Sigh. Hakumen let out a long, helpless sigh. At this moment, he was seriously fighting the urge to make Kasumijoka his personal servant. Meanwhile, on her way to the library, Yuki no Shita suddenly shivered, instinctively glancing at an old tree by the roadside. That bolt, huh? Just as she was musing over this, ding. New husband task detected. High probability that Kasumijoka Utaha has discovered Hikumen Hikigaya and Saki Kawasaki's secret relationship. Task initiated, eh? Nani? My dear husband's relationship with Kawasaki got exposed by senpai? Husband task, multiple choice. The host must choose one of the following tasks. Oh ho? A multiple choice task this time? Yuki no Shita's expression turned startled. Option 1, Kasumijoka Utaha and Saki Kawasaki serve Hikumen Hikigaya together, 18+ version. What the hell kind of option is this? A duo pampering my dear husband? Get lost. Option 2, find a third conquest target to serve Hikumen Hikigaya, must be done in front of the host. Wait. This in front of me isn't implying what I think it is, right? No way. And already finding a third lover so soon, am I even still playing this game? Option 3, Hikumen Hikigaya and Megumi Kato must kiss, host must personally witness it up close. What? A kiss with that ultimate boss already? They haven't even held hands yet. And I have to watch them do it with my own eyes? Yuki no Shita was utterly dumbfounded. No, seriously? These options just get more and more absurd. Screw this. For once, the usually composed Yuki no Shita was so infuriated she even let out a rare curse. Chapter 154, Enhancing the Sense of Immersion. Yuki no Shita wandered toward the library, utterly disheartened. Damn this system. How was she supposed to choose? Senpai and Kawasaki serving her beloved together? Finding a third lover? Or having Kato kiss her beloved? Sigh. Yuki no Shita sighed heavily, her scalp tingling. This is way too hard for me. Ding. Detected host's indecisiveness. The system will now make the selection automatically, huh? Yuki no Shita was dumbfounded on the spot. The system was going to choose for her? Wait. Not the first one. Not the last one either. Maybe the second. But. Another one? That's too much. System, how about, ding. After analysis, the system has selected the optimal choice for the host. Oh? What is it? Yuki no Shita hurriedly asked, even feeling an odd sense of anticipation. Since the host finds it difficult to choose any one option, why not take them all? Huh? Ding. The host must now complete the following 3 tasks. 1. Kasumijoka Utaha and Kawasaki Saki serve Hikigaya Hikumen together, 18+ version. 2. Find a third conquest target to serve Hikigaya Hikumen, must be done in the host's presence. 3. Ensure Hikigaya Hikumen and Kato Megumi kiss, the host must witness it up close. Time limit, 30 days. Completing all 3 tasks will grant triple rewards and unlock a hidden bonus. Rewards, 3,000 points and access to the empathy card in the system shop. Yuki no Shita was completely petrified. System, have you lost your mind? 3 utterly absurd tasks to be completed within a month? Yuki no Shita nearly passed out from sheer frustration. For the sake of the host's future happiness, we encourage you to complete all 3 tasks diligently to avoid point deductions, the system kindly reminded her. You. Hearing the system's heartless words, Yuki no Shita was so furious that she could barely breathe. She mentally cursed the system hundreds of times. A moment later, she gradually calmed down, begrudgingly accepting the cruel reality. However, she suddenly thought of a particular reward mentioned in the mission. Empathy card? Frowning, Yuki no Shita asked curiously, what is that? So far, the rewards had always been some kind of loot box, which usually resulted in a bunch of weird junk, leaving her exasperated. But this time, it was a direct, fixed reward. The empathy card, as the name suggests, allows the host to experience the exact sensations of a designated target upon use. Huh? That sounds weird. Give me an example. This better not be another useless gimmick. For example, if Kawasaki Saki and Hikigaya Hukuman are getting intimate, and the host uses the empathy card on Kawasaki Saki, the host will experience everything she feels? Yuki no Shita's eyes widened in shock before her face instantly turned beet red. That's way too perverted. Who would want to feel that? This will enhance the host's immersion, allowing for an extraordinary experience, just as if you were the one with Hikigaya Hukuman. Stop. That's nonsense. Yuki no Shita immediately cut off the system, nearly dying of embarrassment. This empathy card was absolute trash. Hikigaya was her boyfriend. If she wanted something, she could just ask for it herself. Why the hell would she need an empathy card to feel it instead? Ugh. This was pure degeneracy. Sigh. They should have just given her an extra 3,000 points instead. Yuki no Shita felt utterly drained. Forget about the rewards for now. The real problem was figuring out how to complete these tasks within 30 days. Every single one of them was a massive headache. No matter which one she tackled first, it was going to be an agonizing choice. After school, most students would head off to their clubs. Kasumi Joka was no exception. However, today, she skipped her literature club activities and instead waited by the school gate for Hikigaya. Damn you, Air-kun. You actually smacked my butt this afternoon. Just wait and see what's coming to you. Kasumi Joka muttered to herself, rubbing her backside, still fuming over how Hikigaya had slapped it behind the tree earlier that day. As a woman with a strong sense of conquest, she absolutely could not tolerate Hikigaya acting so boldly toward her. Air-kun, I will make you my slave. How dare you smack my butt? Humphrey. Kasumi Joka began plotting her wicked revenge. A few minutes later, a familiar voice reached her ears. Senpai, I'm here. Kasumi Joka snapped out of her daydreams, her heart leaping with joy. She looked up, ready to greet Hikigaya enthusiastically. But then, she saw Yuki no Shita standing beside him. Her excitement instantly vanished as she forced herself to remain composed. Hikigaya-kun, you're here. Oh? Yuki no Shita-san too? Yeah, we came together. That's okay, right? Hikigaya asked casually. Of course. It's fine. Kasumi Joka forced a smile. Noticing the subtle shift in her expression, Yuki no Shita immediately sensed that something was off. Senpai seemed a little displeased. Ah, well. It made sense. Her presence was basically ruining their romantic rendezvous. Sigh. But what could she do? Her beloved had pestered her endlessly, and she'd eventually caved in and agreed to accompany him. Yuki no Shita sighed internally. She really needed to be tougher with him. She couldn't keep spoiling Hikigaya like this. A few minutes later the group arrived at the bookstore. I'll go check over there. Yuki no Shita instinctively wanted to give the two some space while also browsing for some good books to help clear her mind. Hikigaya looked like he had something to say. However, Kasumi Joka swiftly interrupted and dragged him away to another section. Might as well grab a few novels to calm my nerves. Yuki no Shita wandered toward the novel section, ready to pick a few books. And then, ding. Hikigaya Hukuman is currently being kissed by Kasumi Joka Utaha. Yuki no Shita shuddered, nearly losing her balance. Wait. A kiss? Those two were kissing? Right under her nose? Yuki no Shita's legs trembled slightly. She instinctively wanted to go check, but in the end, she held herself back, forcing herself to stay calm. Yuki no Shita sighed. Forget it. A kiss was just a kiss. They already done that anyway. Compared to that, a simple kiss wasn't even a big deal anymore. As she resigned herself to it, another thought popped into her head. Oh? Her beloved had resisted a little? Hikigaya-kun was actually reluctant? Huh. Why did that somehow feel oddly satisfying? Chapter 155, Forcing Kasumi Joka to act like a puppy. Hikigaya never expected Kasumi Joka to be this bold. They were separated from Yuki no Shita by just a bookshelf. And yet she actually had the audacity to kiss him in broad daylight. Wait. Yuki no Shita was right there. Hikigaya pushed Kasumi Joka away with all his might. Trying not to attract attention, he lowered his voice. Are you insane? As he spoke, his eyes instinctively darted through the gaps in the bookshelf to check on the other side. Yuki no Shita was deeply engrossed in her novel, her expression completely absorbed, as if she were in another world. Hikigaya exhaled in relief. As her boyfriend, he knew Yuki no Shita far too well. Once she was focused on reading, she became completely oblivious to the world around her. Almost nothing could distract her. Hee hee. Kasumi Joka wiped the corner of her mouth and smirked. Well, whose fault is it for bringing someone who shouldn't be here? This was supposed to be our private date. Ahem, Yuki no Shita is my girlfriend. What's wrong with me bringing her? Hikigaya took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Humphrey, girlfriend. Huh? Kasumijoka crossed her arms under her chest, emphasizing her curves as she leaned forward provocatively. Aren't you tired of always going home with her? Tell me, does your girlfriend have a body like mine? Liking someone has nothing to do with their body. Hikigaya glanced at her, his expression indifferent. Even if Yuki no Shita had no chest or hips, I'd still only like her. You. Humphrey. You really are an ungrateful heir-kun. Kasumijoka huffed, an unmistakable hint of jealousy in her voice. So? Which test paper is it? Ignoring her complaints, Hikigaya turned his attention to the bookshelf, scanning the near-identical stacks of test papers. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Not happening. Hikigaya rejected her immediately. Not only was Yuki no Shita on the other side of the bookshelf, but they were also in a public bookstore. Kissing here? Just imagining it made his embarrassment skyrocket. Of course, if it were Yuki no Shita asking, or even forcing him to kiss her, he might consider it. But Kasumijoka? No way. Oh? Not gonna do it? Kasumijoka chuckled. Then I'm not telling you either. Humphrey, fine, I'll find it myself. Oh? You'll find it yourself? Kasumijoka smirked. There are so many test papers here, and you suck at math. If you manage to find the right one, I'll crawl on the floor and act like a puppy. You said it. Of course. Kasumijoka giggled, her tone playful. Heir-kun, I'm telling you, you're better off listening to me. Just do what I say, and I'll give you the best test paper, one that will boost your math scores like never before. If your math improves, you'll have a much better chance of getting into the same university as Yuki no Shita. Kasumijoka hugged her chest, accentuating her perfect curves in a way that would drive most men crazy. But Hikigaya completely ignored her and focused on the test papers. Honestly, if he wanted to make this easy, he could just call Yuki no Shita over. She was a top student, after all. She'd probably find the right test paper instantly. But asking her for help over something this trivial felt a little pathetic. Besides, Kasumijoka would probably interfere, and if she let something slip about their conversation, their whole situation could get exposed. That would be a disaster. So, Hikigaya decided to find the right test paper himself. His eyes scanned the shelf. He started thinking. Heir-kun, don't waste your time. You're hopeless at math, there's no way you'll find it. Kasumijoka smirked as she watched him hesitate, not even flipping through the test papers. She was already feeling victorious. Just give in and agree to my terms. If you do, it should be this one. Before she could finish, Hikigaya suddenly crouched down and reached toward a tightly packed stack of test papers at the bottom of the shelf. Kasumijoka, who had been full of confidence just a moment ago, froze completely. As expected. Hikigaya murmured as he pulled out a math test paper. Wow. Kasumijoka wanted to refute him, but when she saw the certainty in his expression, she knew there was no point in denying it. Biting her lip, she couldn't help but ask, how did you figure it out? Hikigaya casually flipped through the test paper and answered calmly, you mentioned this morning that the previous batch of test papers had run out, so new ones had to be ordered. Since they just arrived today, that means there should be a lot of them. Kasumijoka glanced at the tightly packed bottom shelf, silent for a moment before asking, but that doesn't make sense. There are plenty of math test papers all over the shelf. Why did you assume it had to be the ones at the bottom? Because the ones on the upper shelves all look a bit worn out. Clearly, people have been flipping through them. If they were high-quality test papers, they would have been taken already. That means those aren't the good ones. Kasumijoka looked at the upper shelves and felt her eye twitch. And before she could say anything else, Hikigaya continued, of course, all of that was just my deduction. The main reason I was sure, he smirked slightly, is because, from the moment we started talking, your eyes never stopped glancing toward this bottom shelf. Kasumijoka's expression stiffened. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. Impressive, heir-kun. Such sharp deduction skills, such keen observation, amazing, truly amazing. Come on, let me reward you. Kasumijoka shamelessly leaned toward him. But Hikigaya immediately stopped her, his tone calm. Senpai, did you forget something? Huh? Forget what? You said that if I found the test paper, you would. Kasumijoka's face turned deathly pale. Seeing her flustered expression, Hikigaya smirked. Senpai, please begin your performance. Chapter 156, Kasumijoka, boo, hitting a woman feels good, huh? Go on, I deserve it. On the other side of the bookshelf, Yuki no Shita, pretending to read, was struggling to keep her composure. Have they started yet? Come on, just get closer already. They were really making her anxious. At first, she had genuinely planned to calm herself down by reading. But ever since the two suddenly kissed, something inside her had gone off track. There was this inexplicable sense of anticipation. She wanted Kasumijoka to keep forcing her beloved. Boo. Senpai, if you're going to be bold, then do it properly. Don't stop halfway. Where's the fun in that? Better yet, don't just stop at kissing. Take my beloved and... A faint smirk tugged at Yuki Noshita's lips. But the next second, when she noticed the words pure love on the cover of the book in her hands, a jolt ran through her body. Cough. Calm down. Control yourself. She had started acting weird again. She even felt a strange thrill just now. And actually wanted Kasumijoka-senpai to dominate her? No. That wasn't real. It wasn't that she wanted to be cheated on. She just enjoyed seeing her beloved doll flustered. That's right. Hikigaya-kun's resistance was simply too amusing. Cough. Of course, the points were important too. Yuki Noshita consoled herself. She shifted slightly. Maybe she should eavesdrop a little. This is... Pressing her ear against the bookshelf, Yuki Noshita's eyes gleamed faintly. At the same time, senpai, go ahead with your performance. Ugh, Kasumijoka's body tensed instinctively at Hikagaya's words. Act like a puppy? Right here in a bookstore, in public. Hikigaya-kun, don't, okay? This isn't the right place. Kasumijoka's voice faltered, her previous dominance wavering. But that's not what you said earlier, senpai. Changing your mind? I'm not backing out, it's just... People will see us. Hey. Funny how you weren't thinking about that when you kissed me just now. Hikigaya smirked as he looked at the flustered Kasumijoka. Ugh. Her face turned slightly red, her teeth clenching in frustration. Seeing this, something flickered in Hikigaya's eyes. Then he said, how about this? You don't have to get on all fours. Just stand and do a quick impression. It'll only take a few seconds. Do that, and I won't make things too difficult for you. That still means I have to act like a puppy, doesn't it? Kasumijoka's thighs tensed as her face flushed. There has to be some kind of punishment for you, senpai. Hikigaya cleared his throat. Go ahead. Kasumijoka hesitated, her reluctance palpable. No way. Acting like a puppy in front of Hikigaya, this was way too humiliating. He would definitely bring it up again to tease her in the future. That would be unacceptable. Wouldn't that mean she'd be at his mercy from now on? No. This wasn't how things were supposed to play out. She was supposed to make Hikigaya her servant, not the other way around. After a fierce internal struggle, Kasumijoka gritted her teeth and refused, and no way. Acting like a puppy. I can't do it. Senpai, I'm already being lenient. Hikigaya's expression remained calm. No, Hikigaya-kun. I just don't want to. That kind of thing is too embarrassing. I refuse. Oh? So you're saying you're going back on your word? Feeling his sharp gaze, Kasumijoka instinctively took a step back, then flashed a forced smile. Hikigaya-kun, why you better not push me. Or else. I'll tell Yuki Noshita all about your little secret with Kawasaki. Hee, you wouldn't want that, would you? Hikigaya frowned. Senpai, you're seriously threatening me now. I just hope you'll be a bit more sensible, Hikigaya-kun. There are some things we girls simply won't do. Understand? Kasumijoka giggled. She had been backing away just moments ago, but now, she confidently stepped closer to Hikigaya. Her delicate hand brushed against his cheek, like a sorceress weaving her spell. Hikigaya-kun, but just as she started speaking in a honeyed tone, the next second Hikigaya raised his right hand. Without hesitation. And smacked down? Kasumijoka's face changed, thinking he was about to slap her, and instinctively shut her eyes. But his target was clearly not her face. Instead, a split second later, Kasumijoka's eyes flew open, her entire body freezing on the spot. Her face twisted in utter disbelief. Senpai, I suggest you behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough. Hikigaya-kun, you. Clutching her backside, Kasumijoka's lips trembled in grievance. He had spanked her. Again. Thank God she was wearing a skirt. Otherwise, it would have made a very crisp sound. If she had been in shorts instead, it would have echoed across the bookstore. Damn you, Hikigaya-kun. Boo, I was just kidding earlier. Oh, our relationship is like this, right? How could I actually rat you out to Yuki Noshita? And yet you. Seeing the slight shimmer in her eyes, Hikigaya, who had been so firm just now, suddenly wavered. Cough. Well, you made it seem real. Boo, I was lying. Hikigaya awkwardly cleared his throat, then lowered his voice. Senpai, just keep it down, okay? You're being too loud, it's bothering people. Hearing that, Kasumijoka forced herself to lower her voice as she leaned in close, sulking. Oh? So you enjoy hitting women, huh? It felt good, didn't it? Fine then, keep going. Hit me, I deserve it, right? Stop. Sigh. Hikigaya sighed helplessly. Alright, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to. Will an apology do? At the same time Yuki no Shita wore a rather peculiar expression. Cough cough, these two going back and forth was actually really entertaining. As she pondered, Yuki no Shita instinctively placed a hand behind her. She never expected Hikigaya-kun, such a gentle boy, to actually spank a girl. Though to be fair, Senpai had pushed him too far and made him angry. But still. TSSS. That was unexpected. Yuki no Shita muttered to herself, come to think of it, Hikigaya-kun has never spanked me before. Chapter 157, Yuki no Shita, no way, Kawasaki and I taking care of Hikigaya together? Senpai, thank you for your help this time. It was no trouble. After all, Hikigaya is your boyfriend. Thank you, Senpai. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him a little more in the future as well. Of course. As they stepped out of the bookstore, Yuki no Shita waved at Kasamijoka, watching alongside Hikigaya as she walked away. Since Kasamijoka was facing away from them, the curve of her hips was perfectly outlined in their line of sight. Yuki no Shita couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy as her gaze lingered on Kasamijoka's silhouette. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself before turning to speak to her boyfriend, only to find that Hikigaya was doing the exact same thing. His eyes were also locked onto Kasamijoka's back. Pressing her lips together, Yuki no Shita spoke in a quiet, eerie tone, Senpai's figure is really nice, isn't it? Eh? Hikigaya snapped back to reality, his expression composed. What are you trying to say? I'm asking if you were just staring at Senpai's butt. No. You don't sound very convincing. Yuki no Shita leaned in closer, studying him intently. Are you really saying you didn't take even a single glance? Be honest with me. Senpai was walking ahead of us, so of course, her back was in view. Hikigaya maintained his calm demeanor and quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's drop this. I'll walk you to the station. Without waiting for a response, he strode forward, clearly trying to escape the conversation. Ugh. Yuki no Shita subconsciously touched her own hips and sighed. Alright. There was really no comparison, was there? With a helpless expression, she followed after Hikigaya. On the way, their conversation drifted to Kawasaki. You had another one of Kawasaki's bento for lunch today? She insisted on giving it to me. I couldn't refuse. Kawasaki is too kind. This can't go on. Her family's financial situation isn't great, and she's still making you lunch. She's really putting herself out for you. Yeah, the ingredients she uses are expensive. That's why you should tell her to stop making them. Hee, stop making them. That won't do. Yuki no Shita gave a bright, knowing smile. I actually have a solution that benefits everyone. What kind of solution? Hikigaya asked offhandedly. Yuki no Shita's smile deepened. Just pay Kawasaki for them. Each time she makes you a bento, you pay her. Huh? Hikigaya paused, feeling that something about her wording was off. After a brief thought, he shook his head. Kawasaki won't agree to that. Yuki no Shita, still smiling, replied sweetly, with your persuasion skills, I believe you can make her accept the money. Don't give me so much credit. I'm leaving it to you then. Make sure she agrees. Her smile was radiant, but to Hikigaya, she looked more like a devil. With a sigh, he muttered, even if I pay her, the ingredients she uses are too extravagant. I can't afford it with my allowance. Yuki no Shita blinked, then pulled out her wallet. You don't have to worry about that. I'll pay for it. You? Hikigaya was taken aback. Is there a problem? She shot him a look. I am your girlfriend, after all. But don't start with that macho nonsense. I have way more money than you. Yuki no Shita said this casually as she prepared to pull out some cash. Seeing her reach into her wallet, Hikigaya quickly stopped her. Hold on a second. Eh? What's wrong? Don't just take out that much cash in the middle of a street. After saying that, he pulled her toward a more secluded area, a little hideaway they had found before. Once they were alone, he let out a relieved sigh and warned her, even though we live in a civilized society, there are still criminals out there. Flashing that much cash in public is way too risky. Okay. Feeling warm inside, Yuki no Shita sincerely took his advice to heart. You're right. I was careless. Well, now that we're here, it should be fine, right? Yeah. Seeing her looking uncharacteristically docile, Hikigaya nodded slightly. Then, Yuki no Shita pulled a thick stack of yen from her wallet and handed it to him. Here, take this. That's a lot. Hikigaya frowned as he took the cash. Yuki no Shita spoke nonchalantly, about 50,000 yen, I think. 50,000? 50,000 yen? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. He knew his girlfriend was rich, but he hadn't expected her to casually pull out that much money. Taking a deep breath, he protested, "This is way too much. I don't need this much. I'm worried it's not enough." Yuki no Shita replied seriously. "Kawasaki puts a lot of effort into making those bandos. Think of it as extra compensation for her hard work. She deserves it. But this. Just take it. I'd actually love for Kawasaki to keep making you lunch. I want you to stay healthy. Why not just make them yourself?" A cough. "I've been really busy lately, otherwise I would." "Busy?" "Obviously with studying." Yuki no Shita smiled smoothly. "Anyway, let's leave it to Kawasaki. I don't think 50,000 yen will last long. I'll give you money every week so you can pass it to her." "Every week?" Hikigaya's eye twitched. Yuki no Shita chuckled. "Don't underestimate me. Ever since we started dating, my mother has been giving me a generous allowance." "Wow. My girlfriend's actually a rich girl. I should just give up and be a kept man." Hikigaya sighed, acknowledging her privileged background. He didn't bother asking how much she actually had. He could already guess it was a lot. Hee. Yuki no Shita giggled. "You can slack off all you want, but whether my mother and my sister will let you, well, that's another story." At the mention of those two, Hikigaya visibly shuddered. "Ugh." Seeing his horrified reaction, Yuki no Shita laughed in delight. But even as she laughed, deep down, she sighed. Sigh. "Why does this feel like I'm using my own money to fund Kawasaki taking care of my boyfriend? Since you're already sponsoring Kawasaki-saki, the system strongly recommends that you take the next logical step, serving Hikigaya alongside her. This will help you prepare for including Kasumijoka in the future, completing your system quest, Miyazaki. Taking care of Hikigaya together? Shut up, system. This is insane. No way." Forcing the thought out of her mind, Yuki no Shita cleared her throat and glanced at Hikigaya. "By the way, since we're already here in our little hideout, do you have any thoughts on what we should do?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall the bookstore scene earlier when Hikigaya had smacked Kasumijoka's butt. Her heart thumped strangely at the memory. Chapter 158, A Lonely Harunoa Secluded Clearing. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying the scent of youth. Yuki no Shita's expression was somewhat unusual. We finally did something sneaky for once." Her face was still thin-skinned. Doing this outdoors was too much of a challenge for her. She didn't dare to be reckless. But still, this particular moment of intimacy was rather extraordinary. Yuki no Shita had gained quite a bit from it. Sigh, that was still too risky. Wiping his mouth, Hikigaya took a deep breath and glanced at his girlfriend's snow-white thighs, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. Stepping out from behind the slide, they walked side by side, ready to leave the clearing. As they walked, Yuki no Shita, next to him, gently brushed her hair with a delicate touch and cautiously asked, "How did it feel?" "Huh?" Hikigaya paused slightly and took another deep breath. "It was alright, I guess." "Just alright?" Yuki no Shita sighed in disappointment. "I knew it. It was too dirty, all that sweat and... Ugh, I should just take a bath first next time." "No." Seeing her dejected look, Hikigaya quickly shook his head. "No, it's not what you're thinking. I mean... you're very clean, completely clean, there's nothing gross at all. Don't overthink it." As he spoke, his face flushed red. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Yuki no Shita was momentarily dazed. Then a soft blush spread across her own cheeks. Really? It wasn't dirty at all?" If anything." Hikigaya hesitated. Yuki no Shita looked at him expectantly. What?" "Nothing." "Humphrey." Say it. Annoyed at his sudden silence, she pouted. "How can you just stop there? Tell me." Hikigaya sighed, turned his head slightly, and hesitated before mumbling, I really liked it." "Eh?" Hearing this, Yuki no Shita's heartbeat stuttered violently, and she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. I see." The wind carried the vibrant scent of youth through the air. The two stood there, faces red, silent for a few seconds. After a moment, Yuki no Shita murmured, "Next time. I'll help you." "No need." Hikigaya rejected her outright without a second thought. "I sweat a lot since I'm a guy." "Forget it." "What does that matter?" "I don't mind." "Huh? So?" Hikigaya opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but found himself reluctant. Seeing his hesitation, Yuki no Shita giggled. "You're actually embarrassed?" "And no way." "Fine, if that's how it is, let's do it." Hikigaya grumbled. Seeing him give in, Yuki no Shita's smile grew even brighter. However, as pleased as she was, she couldn't help but occasionally reach back to touch her own rear, her mind flashing back to the scene in the bookstore where Hikigaya had smacked Kasumijoka. For some reason, an odd feeling stirred within her. HNGH. This wasn't good. Yukinoshita sighed inwardly, realizing something was off about herself. Maybe it was because she had seen her beloved doing that with another girl. And now, a part of her instinctively wanted to experience it, too. This was way too weird. Why on earth was she feeling this strange sense of jealousy? She was seriously conflicted. It wasn't that she wanted Hikigaya to bully her, no. It was the other way around. She wanted to be the one bullying him. Seeing her boyfriend looking all flustered and pitiful was simply delightful. But she really wanted to try it just once. Just once. Honestly, she had subtly hinted at it earlier, but Hikigaya hadn't picked up on it at all, which was beyond frustrating. Yukinoshita, what's wrong? Just as they were about to leave the clearing, Hikigaya noticed her distracted expression and asked with concern. Huh? And nothing, it's just. Well, they were already a couple. Why was she still feeling shy about this? Yukinoshita bit her lip and finally asked, Hikigaya-kun, do you like Spink? Wait a second, your sister's over there. Hikigaya suddenly cut her off. Yukinoshita blinked in confusion, then followed his gaze. When she saw the blue sports car parked in the distance, she nearly fainted on the spot. Is she a stalker or something? Haruno-san does care about you a lot. Hikigaya sighed. Can't she just give us some privacy? Yukinoshita was dying of embarrassment. At that moment Haruno rolled down her car window, revealing her usual mischievous smile as she gestured for them to come over. Resigned, the two walked over. A few minutes later Hikigaya and Yukinoshita were sitting in the back seat of Haruno's car. The moment he entered the car, Hikigaya frowned slightly. He noticed an unusual scent lingering inside one that, to a guy, could only be described as fragrant. What's wrong? Yukinoshita sensed his reaction. Nothing. Just then, he noticed Haruno sneaking glances at him. Quickly, he shook his head. Haruno simply kept smiling and casually chatted with them while driving them home. After a short ride they arrived at Yukinoshita's house first. As she was about to get out, her face flushed, and she grumbled, On-chan, could you not show up next time? What a coincidence. It was really just a coincidence. I just happened to be passing by coincidence. Yukinoshita felt utterly drained. No matter what, she definitely couldn't use that secret hideout with Hikigaya anymore. It was no longer a secret hideout. Instead of messing with us, why don't you go find yourself a boyfriend? Seriously, go get a boyfriend. Don't worry, I've already got someone in mind. Sigh. Shaking her head at Haruno's playful tone, Yukinoshita sighed and shut the car door. Now only Hikigaya and Haruno remained inside the vehicle. The atmosphere suddenly grew oddly silent. Hikigaya tried to remain calm, but with his sharp senses, he noticed something placed on the dashboard, a telescope. Wait, a telescope? He didn't dare to think too much about it. Instinctively, he lowered his head to distract himself. And that's when he noticed something else at his feet. Huh? Frowning slightly, he instinctively reached down to pick it up and throw it away. It was a crumpled tissue. Or rather several crumpled tissues. Carelessly discarded on the floor of the backseat. Wait, tissues? Hikigaya's pupils contracted sharply as his body jolted, and he instantly withdrew his hand. The strange scent in the car, the telescope, the tissues, and the way Haruno had been eyeing him ever since they got in. Just then, Haruno broke the silence with a teasing smile. Hikigaya-kun, are you interested in trash again? Faced with her devilish grin, Hikigaya's scalp went numb. Stop looking at me like that. You're this lonely, just go find a boyfriend already. Chapter 159, Haruno, how many licks, Hikigaya-kun? Sitting in Haruno's car, Hikigaya felt like he was on pins and needles. He never expected Haruno to be so bold when alone in the car. Sigh. Women, after all. Which raised a question with such great conditions, why hasn't she found a man already? At this moment, Haruno hadn't started the car yet. Instead, she turned to the boy with a teasing smile. Hikigaya-kun, aren't you thinking about something? Come on, no need to be so reserved. Say whatever's on your mind and no, nothing. Oh? Really? Haruno's smile was bright and warm. But, from Hikigaya's perspective, it was like a demon grinning at him maliciously. A terrifying woman. There was no way he dared offend this walking disaster. Used tissues, a suspicious telescope, and the unusual scent in the car, he wouldn't breathe a word about any of it. Clearing his throat, Hikigaya calmly said, Miss Haruno, you look exceptionally beautiful today, very feminine. That's all I wanted to say. Oh? I look beautiful today? Haruno blinked in surprise before laughing. So, Hikigaya-kun, are you saying I wasn't beautiful before? No, No, no. I mean you're especially beautiful today, even more than usual. Which already implies that you've always been very beautiful. Hikigaya wouldn't dare offend her, so he quickly clarified. Hikigaya-kun, you're making me blush. Haruno playfully covered her face with her hand, feigning embarrassment. Though it was obviously an act, this devil's bashful expression did carry a certain charm. Cough, stay calm. I wonder what little Yukino would think if she heard you say that, Hikigaya-kun? Haruno mused with interest. Oi? You better not tell her. Foo-foo, look how flustered you are. Seeing Hikigaya tense up, Haruno giggled. Well, I won't say anything, but Hikigaya-kun, can you come sit up front? It's so boring sitting here alone. Wasn't this just walking into the lion's den? Hikigaya naturally wanted to refuse. But Haruno's seemingly kind smile left him no room to argue. With no other choice, Hikigaya reluctantly got out of the car and moved to the front seat. And the moment he sat down he froze. A strong scent filled the air. It was strangely pleasant. Of course, this kind of fragrance would only be appealing to guys. For another woman, it might just be nauseating. What's wrong? Haruno smiled at him. You suddenly got all stiff. And nothing. Avoiding her gaze, Hikigaya urged, just drive already. He didn't want to spend even a second longer alone with Haruno. She was like a rose with thorns, beautiful but extremely dangerous. Yet, Haruno still wasn't in a hurry to start the car. Instead, she flashed a playful grin. I need Hikigaya-kun to help me with something. Sigh. I knew it. There's no way Haruno would let me off so easily. What is it? I want you to take a few more pictures with me. Hikigaya's brow twitched. Couple photos again? Why didn't you say anything when Yukino Shida was around? Little Yukino wouldn't have agreed, obviously. And you think I will? Hikigaya deadpanned. Hikigaya-kun is such a kind person. Of course, he'll help me out, right? Haruno beamed. Taking couple photos with his girlfriend's older sister, in secret, behind her back, even for Hikigaya, this was too much. He already felt guilty enough toward Yukino Shida, and now this? It was just way too immoral. Not to mention Haruno was dangerous. Her intentions were probably far from innocent. Miss Haruno, I'm sore. Just as Hikigaya was about to tactfully refuse, Haruno suddenly leaned in like a little kitten. Help me out, won't you, Higi-kun? Hikigaya's face changed dramatically. The car was already cramped. And Haruno's car was a sports coupe, meaning the front seats had even less space. He wanted to run. But there was nowhere to run. Feeling Haruno's overwhelming presence encroaching on his personal space, Hikigaya surrendered immediately. Alright. I'll do it. Foo-foo. Haruno grinned victoriously. Thanks, Hikigaya-kun. Hikigaya took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. This time, is it that couple's dress shirt again? Of course. Haruno reached into the center console and pulled out a crisp white shirt. Seeing this, Hikigaya's eyelid twitched. He sighed in resignation. She really is a devil. She must have planned this from the start. Oh, right. Just as Hikigaya was about to change, Haruno suddenly added, I should mention yesterday, I told my besties that my boyfriend is really into feet, so, Hikigaya-kun, about my legs. Huh? Hikigaya's eyelid twitched violently. He nearly lost it. A foot fetish? Hey. We're just pretending. Don't just go making up weird settings for this fake relationship. It makes things more interesting when I told them. They were so jealous. Saying this, Haruno slowly lifted her leg, sliding her smooth, fair thigh into Hikigaya's lap. Hikigaya broke out in a cold sweat. Her legs were so pale. Cough. Stay calm. This is the devil's trap. Seeing Hikigaya's clear resistance, Haruno's smile grew even brighter. A light blush dusted her cheeks as she eagerly said, Go on, Hikigaya-kun, why don't you give my legs a few licks? Meanwhile, sitting on the toilet, Yukino Shida was growing increasingly anxious. Is Ansamo bullying Hikigaya-kun again? Sigh. She wanted to be affectionate with Haruno. But her sister was so cunning that she wasn't sure she could handle her. It was complicated. Just then, the system's voice chimed in with an enticing reminder, a duo grants bonus points. Sisters grant extra bonus points. A sisterly duo yields massive bonus points, highly recommending the host and Yukino Shida Haruno to serve Hikigaya together, ensuring maximum point acquisition. Not to mention, Haruno is a premium quality woman. Such a juicy prize, why let outsiders take it, host? ? Are you out of your damn mind, system? This isn't some ancient era. Now you're pushing sisters to serve him together? Wasn't my mission to get Kasumijoka and Kawasaki to be affectionate with me? I am not about to share with other women. Chapter 160, Haruno. So smooth. Come on, let On-san help you take off your clothes, and no, it's fine, I can do it myself. Why be so polite with your dear On-san? Let me help you, Hukuman-kun, be good. Oh? You're bigger than I expected. Haruno's beautiful eyes gleamed with interest. Hukuman, embarrassed, swatted her hand away and explained, I've been working out lately. Working out, huh? Hee, Hukuman-kun, you're so diligent. Your pecs have grown so much compared to before. Ignoring Hukuman's unwilling expression, Haruno chuckled and continued, so I've touched your pecs just now. Can I touch your ABS next? I don't have ABS. Hee, you definitely do. Are you too shy to let On-san feel them? We're all family, what's the harm? Haruno reached out again, blatantly trying to grope him. No way. You can't escape, Hukuman-kun, just let On-san feel your ABS. As Hukuman resisted, Haruno's smile grew even brighter. The cramped space of the sports car left him with no room to maneuver. And so Haruno got what she wanted. You actually have an 8-pack? She hadn't expected it, but once she felt it, she was stunned. Haruno swallowed, then looked at Hukuman with even more curiosity. Hukuman-kun, you're this ripped. Haruno-san, please behave yourself. Feeling her predatory gaze, Hukuman shivered and crossed his arms to protect himself from further violations. Hee, what a surprise. It's not easy for a guy to train an 8-pack. Haruno licked her lips. Let's hurry up and get this over with. Take the photos and send me home. Hukuman urged. Alright, Haruno laughed. Then, the two of them posed together in the car, taking a few casual shots. Of course, normal pictures weren't enough. Haruno insisted on capturing Hukuman's reaction to her legs. You managed to escape earlier, Hukuman-kun, but this time. With a devilish smile, Haruno lifted her flawless leg and placed it in his lap. Today, she was wearing ultra-short shorts. Her thighs completely exposed. Smooth as silk. Their perfect curves were on full display. A sweet, peach-like fragrance lingered in the air, tempting one to take a bite. But faced with the devil's trap, Hukuman inhaled sharply. With no other choice, he carefully picked up Haruno's leg. The sudden movement made Haruno shiver. Oi, stop moving. Hukuman-kun, are you going to do it? Seeing him holding her leg, Haruno's expression turned oddly flustered. I'm not. Hukuman shook his head and said seriously, we just need to make the photo look like I'm about to kiss your leg. I don't actually have to do it. Haruno sighed. As expected of Hukuman-kun, always so logical. But the next second her smirk returned. Still, you could actually kiss it, you know. On-san. Really wouldn't mind. Ignoring her teasing, Hukuman frowned slightly. Wait a second. Why do your legs feel so smooth? Maybe On-san is sweating a little. Oh. Hukuman quickly pushed away any unnecessary thoughts. Hurry up and take the picture. Move your mouth a little closer, otherwise, it won't look convincing. It's already close enough. If I get any closer, my face will actually touch your leg. Seeing how hard Hukuman was struggling to hold back, Haruno felt a strange thrill. A bold idea formed in her mind. If it's just a little kiss on the leg. Sorry, little Yukino, your big sister is taking some liberties. The next second, Hukuman's expression changed dramatically. What the hell are you, Haruno MPH? Click. Haruno snapped the photo at the perfect moment. Minutes later, Haruno was driving, taking Hukuman home. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. Haruno was the one who broke the silence. So? How was it? Hukuman tensed up, refusing to answer. Haruno grinned and kept pressing him. Compared to my little sister, whose legs do you prefer, On-san's? Or little Yukino's? Don't make me compare them. That being said, despite his best efforts to resist, as a teenage boy, Hukuman's eyes still couldn't help but sneak a glance at Haruno's thighs. Damn it. He had to admit they were really smooth. Actually really smooth. Hearing no response, Haruno giggled. You should seriously consider my suggestion from last time, Hukuman-kun's suggestion from last time. Yep. I really wouldn't mind, you know, my sister and I. Together with Hukuman-kun. As she spoke, her voice turned increasingly suggestive. Hukuman froze, then blushed. Haruno-san. Stop joking around. Quit messing with me. Foo-foo, Hukuman-kun, you're blushing. So cute. Focus on driving. Keep your eyes on the road. Relax, On-san is a skilled driver. They bickered, laughed, and sighed. A few minutes later, Hukuman was finally free. As he walked away, Haruno unconsciously pressed her thighs together and muttered, sigh. Just a little kiss on the leg. That's so tame. But hey, at least it's progress. With a sigh, Haruno instinctively glanced at the white dress shirt Hukuman had just changed out of. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Hukuman returned home, mentally exhausted. As usual, he praised his adorable and capable little sister. After dinner, he didn't dwell on Haruno any further, choosing instead to focus all his attention on training. Today, too, I must let myself feel good. Training. Pure bliss. A short while later, Hakuman arrived at the park as usual. He had expected to see only Mira. But to his surprise, there were two more people standing beside her. Uegahama's mother and Uegahama herself greeted him warmly. Hakuman had no choice but to force a polite nod in response. At the same time, though, his heart clenched slightly. One look at their expressions told him everything. There was no way he couldn't see through their intentions. Uegahama's mother and Mira were probably trying to push Uegahama toward him. Sigh. Just when he had finally escaped from Haruno, another crisis appeared. Sigh. Give me a break already. Right now, all Hakuman wanted to do was train hard. Everything else? Not his problem. Chapter 161, You and Mrs. Uegahama's Hikigaya sighed, feeling a headache coming on as he approached the three women. Mira and Uegahama were dressed as usual in casual sportswear shorts and t-shirts. But it was Mrs. Uegahama who caught his attention. He instinctively took another glance. Today, she wasn't wearing a kimono, nor was she dressed in typical housewife attire. Instead, she had put on a workout outfit just like Mira and Uegahama. However, the sportswear she wore was noticeably tight-fitting, accentuating her pear-shaped figure in full detail. Wait a second. Could it be that Mrs. Uegahama was wearing her daughter's clothes? Hikigaya's eye twitched as this bold speculation crossed his mind. Sensing his gaze, Mrs. Uegahama shyly covered her face with her hand. Does it look strange for an old woman like me to wear young people's clothes? No. Hikigaya quickly averted his eyes and replied with a serious tone, Andy, you look very fitting. Youthful and full of energy. Eh? Mrs. Uegahama's expression shifted slightly. Hakuman's right, Mom. You look several years younger. You could totally pass as my older sister he. Uegahama giggled in agreement. But I'm already in my 30s. Mrs. Uegahama sighed. Uegahama, however, responded earnestly, no way. You totally look like you're in your 20s, Mom. You silly girl. As the mother and daughter laughed and chatted, Hikigaya's gaze shifted to Mira. There was no doubt about it. This situation had Mira's fingerprints all over it. Ahem. Mira cleared her throat and spoke nonchalantly. Hikigaya, I've already taught you the basics of working out. To reinforce what you've learned, I've called over Auntie Uegahama and Ue. You're going to be their instructor today. Huh? I'm supposed to teach them. That's right. Just because you can do something yourself doesn't mean you truly understand it. Only when you're able to teach others can you say you've mastered it. Mira. You'd make a decent teacher. Fine, I get it. Hikigaya sighed. Of course, he understood Mira's good intentions. Then, Mom and I will be in your care. Hakuman Mrs. Uegahama beamed as she pulled her daughter closer and stepped toward Hikigaya. Uegahama blushed slightly. Hikigaya, on the other hand, instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing this, Mira gave him a firm shove, pushing him toward the mother-daughter duo. All right then, Auntie, and you are in your hands. Do well. If you mess up, I'll make sure you regret it. Got it. Hikigaya sighed at the queen-like authority in her voice. After that, the group moved to an open space to warm up. Go on, Hikigaya. Mira gestured for him to begin. Understood. Hikigaya nodded and turned to Uegahama and her mother, preparing to guide them through their stretches. Hakuman, you is a bit of an airhead, so I hope you can teach her hands on. Mrs. Uegahama moved closer and suggested with a smile. I understand. I'm counting on you, Hakuman. As Uegahama drew closer, the scent of youthful femininity filled the air. Flanked on both sides by the mother and daughter, Hikigaya took a deep breath to clear his mind. Then, with a serious demeanor, he began instructing them. However, teaching wasn't as smooth as he had anticipated. Throughout the session, Mrs. Uegahama repeatedly accidentally caused minor physical contact between Hikigaya and Uegahama. Hikigaya was sweating profusely, nearly crying out in frustration. If not for Mira standing behind him like a strict drill sergeant, he would have bolted already. This isn't working. These two are like dangerous roses, ready to ruin his life at any moment. Andy, it's your turn now. After a moment of thought, Hikigaya suddenly shifted his focus to Mrs. Uegahama. Eh? Me? But Auntie, come on, I'll teach you hands-on. Before Mrs. Uegahama could protest, Hikigaya stepped right up beside her. He had come up with a strategy. If he ignored Uegahama and focused all his attention on her mother, he could shift the dynamic. Andy, don't tense your legs too much. Relax. Wah. As Hikigaya's hands made contact with her leg, Mrs. Uegahama shivered slightly, her face turning a shade darker. Oh. Okay. Andy, lift your leg a bit higher. Next, wheel. Hikigaya continued guiding her with patience. Gradually, Mrs. Uegahama started feeling overwhelmed. Andy, you haven't exercised in a while. Warming up properly is important. Just bear with it a little longer. Hikigaya said seriously. But, I'm all ready. Come on, Mom. You can do it. Seeing her mother struggle, Uegahama enthusiastically cheered her on. You silly girl. Mrs. Uegahama sighed at her daughter's excitement but felt that something was off. Wait a minute, how did things turn out like this? Her original plan was to help her daughter seduce Hikigaya, making him, well, not fall for her, but at least develop an attachment. She only wanted to push you and Hikigaya closer together. But now, her daughter had been completely sidelined. And during the warm-ups, Hikigaya had touched her waist, her legs everywhere. Ugh. She didn't hate it, but this was supposed to be happening to Yue, not her. Hikigaya-kun, don't forget about Yue. Stop focusing on me so much. Pay more attention to my daughter. But before Hikigaya could respond, Uegahama spoke first. Mom, I've been exercising already, so I just need a light warm-up. But Mom, you really need it. Ugh. You idiot. Shut up. You is right. Hikigaya nodded approvingly. Andy, I need to focus on you. This. Mrs. Uegahama hesitated. Hikigaya, however, continued assisting her with a gentle touch. Andy, spread your legs a little more. Now, lower yourself down. Okay. Mrs. Uegahama had no choice but to comply. She unconsciously looked at the boy. Hikigaya's gaze was serious and focused, as if she was the only woman in his eyes. As for Yue, he wasn't even sparing her a glance. This isn't right, is it? Mrs. Uegahama's heartbeat quickened as an unsettling thought crept in. Could Hikigaya-kun be more interested in her than in Yue? No. That's impossible. She's Yue's mother. She's a married woman. Chapter 163, The Fallen Mrs. Uegahama. Mrs. Uegahama gazed at the boy with deep affection. Her arms wrapped around Hikigaya's neck. A faint blush, reminiscent of a young girl's shyness, tinged her cheeks. Once nestled in the boy's embrace, she simply couldn't bring herself to let go. Hikigaya-kun was just too warm. Too intoxicating. And as time passed, this possessive desire only grew stronger. Mrs. Uegahama became increasingly unwilling to break free from the boy's arms. She wanted to be held forever, always, just like a husband holds his wife. As for her daughter, Yue, her once unwavering resolve slowly eroded under the overwhelming presence of the boy, little by little, until she nearly forgot. Mrs. Uegahama felt conflicted, but Hikigaya's gaze remained steadfast. Pure. Resolute. He only wanted to do squats. Exercise felt great. Doing squats while holding Mrs. Uegahama? Even better. After all, doing squats alone was far too easy. But now, carrying someone while squatting? That pushed his entire body to its limits, and for someone who loved training, this sensation was exhilarating. Moments later the set was complete. Uegahama never once switched places with her mother, only standing aside, watching in silence. Andy, I'm putting you down now. Oh, okay. Mrs. Uegahama reluctantly let go of Hikigaya's embrace. She stood there, dazed. Not satisfied. Well, I'm off to do some parallel bars. You two take a break. Hikigaya didn't dwell on it and headed straight for the bars. With a jump and phew. Huff. Ha. One after another. Wow, Hikigaya-kun is amazing. Watching the boy work out intensely, Mrs. Uegahama covered her flushed face with her hands, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Mom, are you okay? Her daughter's sudden words yanked Mrs. Uegahama back to reality. Why Yue? Seeing her daughter's concerned eyes, a deep sense of guilt and regret welled up in her heart. What had she been doing just now? How could she forget about Yue? And even towards Hikigaya-kun? She was a complete failure as a mother. Forcing a gentle smile onto her mature face, Mrs. Uegahama reached out and stroked her daughter's cheek, speaking calmly. You saw what happened, didn't you? Next time, when Hikigaya-kun is doing squats, you need to seize the opportunity, understand? I got it, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Yue's face turned slightly red as she nodded. My Yue is too pure. She even thanked her failure of a mother. I'm such a disgrace of a mom. Mrs. Uegahama's expression tensed for a moment, squeezing her thighs together as she unconsciously bent forward slightly. Mom, what's wrong? Yue asked, startled, full of concern. Mrs. Uegahama took a sharp breath before forcing a smile at her daughter. It's nothing. Mommy just needs to go to the restroom. Yes, the restroom. As she spoke, a thin layer of sweat glistened on her pale thighs. Oh, so you just need the restroom. Mom, then go quickly. Yue patted her chest in relief. Mrs. Uegahama nodded, gave you a few reminders, and then hurriedly dashed toward the public restroom. Her expression filled with panic. Her neck flushed red. She was done for. She had completely lost all sense of shame. Clutching her chest in turmoil, Mrs. Uegahama never imagined that she, a grown woman, would lose control because of a boy. Meanwhile, after her mother left, Uegahama tried to strike up a conversation with Hikigaya. This was a golden opportunity to be alone with him. Unfortunately, Hikigaya didn't give her the chance. After finishing his parallel bars routine, he moved straight to the pull-up bar. 1, 2, 3. Uegahama stood beside him obediently, silently counting for him. Moments later, Hikigaya, let me wipe your sweat. Uegahama took the initiative to approach. No need. Hikigaya shook his head and stepped back, then glanced around, puzzled. Where's your mom? She went to the restroom. Oh. Hikigaya, Perfect timing, I need to use the restroom too. Before Uegahama could finish, Hikigaya swiftly headed for the public restroom. Uegahama held a towel and water bottle, pursed her lips, and watched his back disappear, feeling bitter. Hikigaya understood what Uegahama wanted. But his feelings for her were simple. He only saw her as a friend. Anything beyond that was impossible. Hikigaya sighed, making his way toward the public restroom. Just as he was about to enter the men's room, a faint noise reached his ears. This is... Hikigaya stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows slightly. From the women's restroom there was a muffled cry for help. And this voice sounded like... Mrs. Uegahama? Hikigaya's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to check it out. Sure enough, the sound was coming from the last stall in the women's restroom. Hikigaya-kun, help. Help me, please. Hikigaya quickly stepped forward and pushed the door open. Auntie, are you our Mrs. Uegahama? Hikigaya. If Hikigaya had to sum it up, Mrs. Uegahama, you and Mrs. Sawamura truly deserve to be best friends. Birds of a feather, indeed. Meanwhile, on the other side. You're here alone? Mom and Hikigaya-kun went to the restroom. Uegahama sat alone on a bench. When Mira passed by, she immediately smiled and explained. Huh? The restroom? Mira mumbled, not giving it much thought, then casually asked, so, how are things going between you and Hikigaya? Ugh. Uegahama's face turned red as she stammered, I guess. Not bad. Mira fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Keep at it. Your mom and I will do our best to help you. Ugh. Thank you, Mira. Uegahama's face burned as she lowered her head. You should also thank your mom. Mira shook her head and said seriously, Andy is putting in so much effort, going out to jog just for your sake. It's not easy for her, you have to make it count. You're right. Uegahama nodded firmly. I will definitely repay my mom in this lifetime. Chapter 164, The Scent of Mrs. Uegahama. Yuki no Shita leisurely soaked in the bath. From time to time, the voice of the system echoed in her ears. As a woman who possessed the system, she was well aware that Mrs. Uegahama and Hikuman had gotten close. Why is it always an Andy? Sigh. Yuki no Shita sighed. To be honest, Andy, being older, belonged to the same generation as her mother. The thought of an Andy getting intimate with her beloved Hikuman felt undeniably strange. But the points I get from the auntie are really substantial. Maybe I should be bolder? Mrs. Uegahama was indeed a high-quality target. Far surpassing her daughter, Uegahama. For Yuki no Shita, as long as she could earn more points, why bother with the details? Originally, I planned to have Mira or Yue complete the second task, but now, perhaps Yue's mother isn't such a bad choice either. SSS. Yue's mother completing the second task? That would mean the auntie and Hikuman-kun would have to. Ahem, and I'd have to watch them in person. This is. For the auntie, it was scandalous. For herself, it was equally scandalous. Phew, after all, the auntie is a married woman. For her to do that with my Hikuman-kun. But then again, being a married woman has its advantages. At least Hikuman-kun wouldn't need to take responsibility afterward. That's a plus. After all, a married woman had long since lost her first time. A little persuasion afterward, and it could all be brushed under the rug. Even so, Yuki no Shita was still quite conflicted. After all, simple closeness between the two was one thing. But once it became more complicated, there would inevitably be consequences. The age gap alone was a significant factor. And there was also the fact that the lady was Uegahama's mother. Sigh, forget it. I won't overthink it for now. Let's just have them get close one more time. Merely having Hikuman hug the lady was far from enough. That couldn't satisfy Yuki no Shita. Fortunately, she still hadn't used her forced intimate card. A bold idea sprouted in Yuki no Shita's mind as the corners of her lips curled up. Use the forced intimate card. Hee hee. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly between Hikimon and Mrs. Uegahama now? Well, for starters, why don't the two of you share a kiss? Ding. Hikigaya Hikimon has kissed Uegahama Asuna. The effect of the forced intimate card was excellent. The two indeed kissed. Huh? Wait. It's not just a kiss, what's happening? Yuki no Shita was dumbfounded. Nani? Hikimon-kun actually. Yuki no Shita's heart skipped a beat, and she vaguely recalled the scene from this afternoon after school when she and Hikimon were in the empty lot. No way. Isn't his a bit too? Ugh. This is going to be a huge mess. It seems like I'll have no choice but to make these two work harder at getting close from now on. But then again, it might not be so bad. Feeling the points from the system ringing in her ears, Yuki no Shita instinctively clenched her thighs. Amidst her panic, there was a faint hint of joy. In the women's restroom. The innermost stall. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Mrs. Uegahama knelt on her knees before Hikimon, her voice filled with remorse. Mom. Mommy went too far just now. Mommy actually pulled Hikimon-kun over. Ugh, Mommy is such a shameless woman. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Auntie. Seeing Mrs. Uegahama's tearful expression, Hikimon wiped his mouth and then rubbed his head in frustration. It's not entirely your fault. If I hadn't walked into the restroom on my own, this wouldn't have happened. I'm also to blame. So, please get up. With that, Hikimon tried to help Mrs. Uegahama to her feet. The restroom was already cramped, and with the lady kneeling like this, it was truly pitiful. Ugh, how can this be Hikimon-kun's fault? If it weren't for Mommy just now. Cough, Hikimon-kun wouldn't have come in, right? And Hikimon-kun was worried about Mommy. And yet, Mrs. Uegahama said in shame, I dirtied Hikimon-kun, made him so filthy. Mommy is a sinner, a shameless sinner, ugh. Anyway, Andy, please get up first. As for being dirty. Is it any worse than my sweat? No, Hikimon-kun, your sweat isn't dirty at all. Mrs. Uegahama quickly shook her head in denial. In that case, neither are you, Auntie. Huh? This. Hikimon-kun, don't tease me. How could that be? I'm serious. Hikimon spoke earnestly. Andy, if you don't mind my sweat, why would I mind you? Cough. Please stand up. Kneeling before me like this is too much. Pa. Hikimon-kun. Mrs. Uegahama slowly raised her head. When she saw the young man's flushed face, her heart skipped a beat, her mind grew even more chaotic, and her face turned completely red. Their eyes met. Hikimon instinctively averted his gaze, then added, Come on, get up. I'll help you. Okay. Mrs. Uegahama lowered her head in embarrassment. A few seconds later, as the beautiful lady stood up, perhaps because her legs had gone numb from kneeling, or perhaps for some other reason, she suddenly leaned into Hikimon's arms. Mrs. Uegahama's face turned crimson, and she quickly tried to push Hikimon away. Sorry, Hikimon-kun, Mommy didn't mean to. Mommy will leave right away. Wait. Don't go out yet. Hikimon pulled the lady back into his embrace. Ugh, Hikimon-kun, are you saying you want to? Mrs. Uegahama's heart raced, and she even felt a faint sense of anticipation. To this, Hikimon shook his head and whispered, Uegahama just came in? The faint anticipation in Mrs. Uegahama's heart instantly froze, and her body stiffened. Ah. My daughter. Ugh. Why is Yu here? Oh no, what do we do now? Andy, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, let's not go out for now. Hikimon had no choice but to whisper this into the lady's ear. Ugh. Okay. As her ear was gently brushed by his breath, Mrs. Uegahama's body shivered, and she instinctively tightened her embrace around Hikimon. As for Hikimon, he took a deep breath, leaving aside the lady's figure. Just the scent of Mrs. Uegahama was absolutely top tier. Sigh, this is truly a monumental test. I hope Uegahama finishes up in the restroom soon. Chapter 165, Andy, so tender. Mom, are you there? Uegahama's voice reached the ears of the two. Inside the restroom, Hikimon and Mrs. Uegahama held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Strange, she's not here? Yue muttered to herself, then glanced around at all the restroom stalls. Uncertain. She called out a few more times. After confirming no one was there, Yue sighed, casually opened a door, and chose a stall to use. Coincidentally, the stall Yue chose was right next to the one where Hikimon and Mrs. Uegahama were hiding. Instantly, both of their expressions changed, their nerves tightening. Especially Mrs. Uegahama. Biting her delicate lips, she tried her best to restrain herself, preventing any sound from escaping and alerting Yue next door. Even so, Mrs. Uegahama was on the verge of losing control. There was no helping it. The restroom stall was extremely cramped. Even if she and Hikigaya stood normally, the distance between them was still uncomfortably close, almost touching. They could feel each other's breath. The intense scent of the young man overwhelmed her very soul. Not to mention, Yui was right next door. This feeling. It was just too much. Ugh. Who's there? Hearing a faint noise, Yui, who was using the restroom next door, suddenly asked. The two were instantly startled. Especially Mrs. Hikigaya. Her mind grew even more chaotic. If Yui discovered that she and Hikigaya were in the next stall. Ugh, how could she possibly explain that? What should I do? We're going to be discovered. After all, she was a woman. Mrs. Hikigaya instinctively looked to Hikigaya, the man beside her, seeking help. Hikigaya didn't know what to do either, so he could only shake his head at her. Seeing this, Mrs. Hikigaya also shook her head vigorously, as if saying, Mommy doesn't want this either, but it's really. Hikigaya-kun, please help me, I beg you. Who is it? Is it? Mom? Mom, is that you? Yui's voice called out again from the next stall. Mrs. Hikigaya looked at Hikigaya pleadingly once more. Hikigaya sighed. To prevent the two from being discovered and causing a misunderstanding. To help the auntie's request. Hikigaya had no choice but to take a deep breath. Then. He directly covered Mrs. Hikigaya's mouth. Mrs. Hikigaya's body shivered. Mom? If you're there, say something? Yui's voice continued to call out. Mrs. Hikigaya's pupils first contracted sharply. But. As time passed. Gradually. Mrs. Hikigaya, almost as if unconsciously, wrapped her arms around the young man's body. Strange, did I mishear? Maybe Mom really has left already? Sigh, where did she go? Yui sighed a few times, finished using the restroom, and pulled out a few tissues from the dispenser. After finishing, she pulled up her pants and pressed the flush button. A moment later, Yui completely left the women's restroom. As for the other stall, Hikigaya struggled for a while before finally managing to push Mrs. Hikigaya away. Is Auntie Hikigaya this strong? Hikigaya was somewhat shocked. After all, through training, his physical strength was now far beyond what it used to be. He could easily do 20 or 30 pull-ups on the bar. But even so, he almost couldn't push Mrs. Hikigaya away. It just goes to show. A woman's strength is truly a mystery. On the surface, they seem soft and delicate, but in reality, they're unfathomable. Just like his girlfriend. Usually quiet and gentle, but secretly as strong as an ox. Andy, I apologize for what happened earlier. Hikigaya took a deep breath, pushing aside his wandering thoughts, and spoke apologetically to Mrs. Hikigaya. No. Mrs. Hikigaya quickly waved her hands, thanks to Hikigaya-kun, we didn't let you discover us just now. Mommy should be thanking you,